Here we are, once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep, dark void, never to be seen again. Well, good to see everybody here today. Week-ending report time. A lot to talk about, but first some shout-outs. Young Chris, HBX, Regley, 123 in the YouTube chat. Jetmend, close fourth. Owen Up, also here. Look Bovine. Miyazuraki. Chuck L. And nobody on Twitch. Wow. Alright, well. Time to get the night started. A lot to talk about here. It's been a very busy week. Whether or not I'll be able to get through it all is debatable. I have a weird schedule this weekend, as I've already mentioned to you all earlier this week. I have a friend's wedding to attend, and a rehearsal as well. So tomorrow, Sunday, things are going to get really weird for me schedule-wise. I can't commit, cannot guarantee a Saturday, Sunday fun day show as I normally would. I will try, if the timing holds up. Anyway, people, we got a lot to talk about. We got the elections, polls, economic collapse, Trump in China, and much, much more. Where will we start the week off? So many questions.
But I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney general told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the attorney general. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question of Epstein. This guy, this great.
It's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously has some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. And I like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is
Unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Unbelievable you guys are still talking about this guy. This creep. Yes, correct. We are still talking about Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein and the Jeffrey Epstein files. Even though there's so many things to talk about, I feel like in a normal presidency, we'd still be talking about the Jeffrey Epstein files every goddamn day, right? Like, if we weren't living in a world where we had a deranged lunatic running the country and kidnapping foreign leaders and doing invasions and all of the other stuff he has been up to, we'd be talking about this every single freaking day.
the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein Memorial Reading Room. What we've done here is printed out all 3.5 million files released by the Department of Justice by the Epstein Files Transparency Act. We've bound them into 800-page volumes and brought them here. That's about 3,500 volumes. They weigh about 17,000 pounds.
It's fucking insane. It is just so insane how much there is. And that's the thing about it, right? There is so much here, and yet we're doing so little talking about it. It's an upside down world that we're living in, right? We have 8.5 tons ish, if I'm doing the math right, of Epstein files. Tons. We're weighing it in tons. 8.5 tons of Epstein files. And yet we're talking about all this other shit. Partially because the lunatic in chief has been doing everything he can to cover it up. But just because of the insane behavior of this man, the news cycle has allowed us to move on from this somehow, and it's unacceptable. He's fucking up. You guys remember what we heard in these files just in the short, I mean, not short period of time, but during the months we were talking about it? Also, when are we actually going to get some investigations on all this? Another question. We only have one person currently being punished in any way, shape, or form vis-a-vis the files. That is Ghislaine Maxwell. But is she even being punished? I mean, this week, not only did we get an art installation in Manhattan displaying to us in visual format the immense size of the files, we also had a bombshell report regarding just how cushy that Ghislaine Maxwell treatment in jail really is. Let's not forget that she was moved to a very, very low security, high, what's the word? Benefits, maybe not the wrong word, but she went to the lowest possible security woman's prison that you go to if you're on good behavior. But she's a sex offender. So she's not even supposed to qualify to be here, and the only reason that she is at this particular jail is because she happened to have a long conversation with the now Attorney General, then acting, or not acting, then Deputy Attorney General. So here to CNN from Wednesday.
Tonight, a former employee at Ghislaine Maxwell's prison is speaking out and sharing emails with Outfront that she says show that Maxwell received special treatment at the facility. Now, in one email, Maxwell is exuberant about the minimum security prison she was mysteriously transferred to just a week after her 2-day interview with then Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche.
Okay, so just to be clear, this woman who's about to talk to Aaron Burnett worked at the prison and had a special job of monitoring Ghislaine Maxwell's emails because she was given special access to computers and to email whomever she wanted, but they were paying someone to make sure she wasn't doing anything too dastardly or illegal. In theory. And this woman apparently quit and is now whistleblowing on the special treatment Ghislaine Maxwell apparently received. She's currently receiving.
She writes, quote, The food is legions better. The place is clean. The staff is responsive and polite. I feel like I have dropped through Alice in Wonderland's looking glass. I am much, much happier here, and more importantly, safe. Interesting to describe it as happy. It comes after our MJ Lee spoke exclusively with other.
I didn't even see you over there in the vertical chat. Did I see the video of Xi Jinping not wanting to sit anywhere near smelly Trump? No, I did not see that.
Inmates at the prison who gave examples about the special treatment Maxwell's received, including one inmate who spoke to MJ anonymously because she's still serving time inside that prison.
She'd get bottled waters and clamshell meals delivered to her room.
All of this raising very serious questions about why a convicted child sex offender was not only serving time at a minimum security facility, but also allegedly receiving this kind of treatment. Out front now, Noella Turnage, a former employee at federal prison camp Bryan, who was fired for sharing Maxwell's emails. And Noella, these emails are obviously so important to understanding what's happening here. And I want to read more specific emails that you've shared with us. But first, what we just heard there, clamshell meals, bottled water delivered to Maxwell's room. What more can you tell us about the special treatment that Maxwell is receiving?
Well, Aaron, what I think it's important to understand is I never actually laid eyes on Maxwell. Everything I knew about what happened with her was from the content of those emails, which were what she was sending home to friends, to family, so on and so forth. What I can tell you is that the things that were being done for her were not common for any of the other inmates, not even the other high-profile inmates.
And what were some of the things that stood out to you from the emails, exchanges that you read?
Well, the two main things for me were the visit that was arranged for her, because what wasn't very highly publicized about that was the lengths they went to provide a private visit for Maxwell actually caused visitation to be shut down for the rest of the inmates that weekend. They were not able to see their families that Saturday to make way for Maxwell to see her visitors. There was also the warden's personal...
I mean, that's absurd. I mean, they practically shut the whole jail down so this woman can have her own, like, so she can have visitation? In what context does that happen? She the fucking president? I mean, I know she knows the president, but holy shit. I mean, wow. I mean, she might as well not be in jail with this kind of treatment. You know, I mean, nobody else gets to have visitation. Only Ghislaine today. Special person, Ghislaine Maxwell. She has to visit with somebody, so nobody else can have visitors. Princess Ghislaine doth not, needn't be disturbed.
Of her mail, which may not sound like a big deal to some people, but the other inmates in that prison, Aaron, they have a hard time getting out their regular mail, much less anything needed for court filings and things such as that. So for them to go out of the way to make sure that Maxwell had that opportunity was pretty disgusting to me.
So let me talk about one of the...
And once again, this is a place where people who are on good behavior go, right? Like, you know, like you've been in prison and, you know, maybe it's for a really low offense or something, first time type of deal, and you're exhibiting good behavior and reform. And, you know, that's where you go. Not the world's most notorious sex offender, living sex offender at least. And like, it's insane. I mean, like, shut down the prison. They don't allow anybody else to have visitors so that she can have a visitor. She gets somebody like a personal email monitor so that she can have like just free reign on the internet. Like, I mean, think about that. You're giving the sex offender free reign to email. Like, what? Well, the rest of the inmates, you just struggle to get physical letters out of the prison. And she's just typing away on the computer. Hey, come on.
Come on!
It's for Martha Stewart types. Exactly. Yeah, it's people who aren't like a danger to society. They did crimes. You know, at least it was determined by a court, right? They did crimes. So they're in prison, but they're not like, you know, it's like the sort of people that go there are not your Ghislaine Maxwell type. Usually. Unless you happen to know the president, I guess. Unless you happen to not only know the president, but have access to a bunch of dirt, maybe, you know, hypothetically, on the president. I guess then you get special treatment. All right, we're not gonna watch this whole thing. We're just gonna keep this moving. There is no justice. This is like the justice system is. We are watching in the United States the justice system crumbling in front of our eyes. Right? Epstein class completely going untouched by all of this. Ghislaine Maxwell just living like she's at a resort while she's in prison. The Supreme Court, like, dismantling voting rights as we speak. Not to forget the illegal ICE invasion that's been it's still ongoing. We just aren't talking about that either now. It's fascinating how the algorithm goes and it seemingly dictates the news narrative, because like so many things I feel like a little thing changes and it just completely goes like really. Greg Bovino quitting kind of worked. It did what they wanted it to. Since Greg Bovino quit, we have seen a significant decrease. At least I have seen a significant decrease in people talking about ICE. But they are still acting in basically all 50 states that I know of. The Supreme Court is just greenlighting everything the Trump administration does. And the Republicans want done. I mean, it seems like Republicans are the only people that can actually get the Supreme Court to do anything these days. And it has become a ideological, partisan, rubber stamping agency, not a judicial body. They no longer preside over things with things like facts, logic, and the Constitution. Now it's just partisan nonsense coming out of the Supreme Court.
They split a whole city into three to make black voters have less power.
It's in the Constitution. Get over it.
B. Ferguson
And
of
your point
1896.
is,
Because you're being utterly disrespectful.
Not at all.
Every voter in America, white, black, or otherwise, can go cast a ballot right now.
A battle over redistricting that is playing out at the Supreme Court as Republicans and Democrats try to gain an edge in November's midterm elections. Today, the court's conservative majority cleared the way for Alabama to use a new congressional map that would eliminate a district currently held by a black Democrat. The Supreme Court offered no explanation in its order, which tosses out a lower court decision that blocked the use of that 2023 map. There's already voting underway in that state. They are planning to toss out that map, go with a new map that favors Republicans, eliminates a district. And then you have President Trump, sending a message to South Carolina, your home state, Bakari, saying the South Carolina State Senate has a big vote tomorrow on redistricting. He says Republicans be bold and courageous, just like the Republicans of the great state of Tennessee were last week. Move the U.S. House primaries to August. Leave the rest on the same schedule. Everything will be fine. Get it done. So
I want to take a step back and look at this from a 50,000-foot view, to be completely honest. I think Ashley and I...
Yeah, hold on, Bakari. For the president of the United States to be meddling in state elections like this is fairly unprecedented. I can't think of another president ever doing this, telling states to move primaries, telling them to redistrict. I mean, the federal government is not supposed to have anything to do with the state elections, and most presidents attempt to remain rather impartial on that and allow the states to do their constitutionally granted duty of administering their own elections. But Trump is doing the exact opposite. He is putting his hands on the scales. He is, demanding loyalty from state assemblies all the way up to the fucking Supreme Court, and he's getting it. And it's fucking disturbing.
I want to take a step back and look at this from a 50,000-foot view, to be completely honest. I think Ashley and I have to wrestle with the fact that we are going to be the first generation to actually leave this country worse than the one that we inherited. There is a casual laughter from people we believe to be our friends on the right who are showing us true colors today, because the most sacred, or one of the most sacred acts you have in the United States of America is the ability to cast a ballot and elect someone and send them to Congress, the State House, or a mayoral seat that represents your interest. And now black folks throughout the South are being silenced. And I don't find that to be a laughing matter.
I heard you say that people are losing representation. People are losing their voice.
Correct.
No voter has lost their voice at all. No one's been disenfranchised. Every voter in America before these court rulings could go cast.
It's exactly wrong, and Scott Jennings is a white supremacist who's justifying racist maps that were deemed racist already by courts. They're now being reverted back to. We're literally, states like Alabama are just reverting back to Jim Crow era maps that were deemed racist by state courts that have now been allowed by the Supreme Court. But this has been the week. Supreme Court deciding last week that you can intentionally make majority white districts, but you can't intentionally make majority black districts or majority Latino districts or majority Asian districts or anything like that, right? Like, no, that's racist. Majority white districts aren't racist, but majority black districts are. And then a Republican said, oh, good. And the Republicans of the South rushed to redraw these maps. Tomorrow, there was supposed to be a primary in Louisiana where tens of thousands of voters had already voted. In fact, I think maybe might have been more. I can't remember exactly how many, but like many voters are being disenfranchised. Okay? In multitudes of ways by all of this. Whether it was by having their vote taken away from them, right? Having taken the time to go and vote early, however you did that, that's now been essentially nullified while they decide on the maps. Now on Monday, Democrats, they were waking up to the nonsense.
All right, y'all, here's the question. Are Democrats finally learning their lesson and whipping their asses into shape over what just happened in Virginia? So for those of you who didn't follow this, we had a direct vote in Virginia about whether or not we should redistrict or gerrymander in order to counter the right-wing rigging and gerrymandering, right? So a bunch of red states started to gerrymander because Trump told them to, so they're creating more Republican seats, and then a bunch of Democratic states were sitting around with their thumbs up their asses, acting like there's nothing they could do, and in Virginia, Democrats decided, nah, fuck that, we're going to do something. So with all you red states gerrymandering, now we're a blue state, we're going to gerrymander for Democrats. And so if one side cheats, ironically, the way to make it more fair is for your side to cheat. Because if you don't cheat, then you're just letting them win the game illegally and wrongly, right? So it's all in the name of fairness. Now, it also said, when you went to go vote on the thing, the wording of it was, if they stop doing this, we will stop too. So, like, it embedded into this move was an inherent fairness and kindness that Republicans never offered Democrats. And so it passed. It was 51-49 was the vote. It was actually closer than I thought it would be. I thought it'd be more like 55-45, right? It passed. But the Supreme Court in Virginia said, no, we're going to strike it down. And so as a direct result of that, we're now in an untenable position where the country cannot survive like this because all of the red states are gerrymandering and most of their courts are upholding their gerrymander, right? And some of them aren't, but I'll get to that more in a second because Republicans are still getting their way. And in the Democratic states, you can't have courts go, yeah, but you're not allowed to do it. So red states can gerrymander, but blue states can. No, this is like, it's getting absurd. It's getting unpalatable that like the Republican Party is the whiny little fucking disgusting bitch ass party that does anything and everything, cheats, lies, steals to get their way. And then if you fight back even 5% as hard as they do, how dare you? It's not fair. So fuck you. We don't like you. We're not playing around anymore. We have no interest in dealing with your fucking little dumbass tantrums anymore. We're done. We're done here. Okay? So, finally, look at this. News. According to the New York Times, some Democrats are proposing a plan to overturn the state Supreme Court ruling that invalidated the referendum, invoke the circuit court ruling that invalidated the referendum due to county officials not posting notice of it at courthouses 3 months before the election to invalidate the 2020 constitutional amendment that created the Independent Redistricting Commission by arguing that the courthouses also did not post notice of it at the time either. And 2, lower the mandatory retirement age for justices from 75 to 54 or less. That would remove every justice on the court. The Democratic majority in the legislature can then appoint 7 new justices. And then 3, Democrats would then be able to redraw their map. So we don't need to get into the specifics here, but just understand that what they're talking about is an intelligent political and legal maneuver to...
Yeah. And I absolutely think that they should do this. Unfortunately, as we'll see as the week progresses, Democrats may or may not have stuck to their guns, to their words, to their plans and or goals. Believe me, I'm gonna get angrier and angrier as the stream goes on. Not gonna lie. Just prepare yourself. I'm probably gonna get more and more upset, at least for a while. Until we, I don't know, at some point. But it's like, that was the bare minimum of like what needed to be done, right? Like Democrats have been sitting on their hands this whole time and assuming that Trump's popularity can drag them into power in the midterms. And they are making another fucking blunder, right? They are making another massive 2024 style blunder by continuing to think that. They cannot play softball. They cannot play civility politics. They cannot play they cannot play by the very rules that the Republicans are breaking, right?
Are you ready for some pee-pee? Yeah. Are you ready for some pee-pee?
Nice. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the dulcet tones of, I can't remember who wrote that song.
This woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll have to look that up.
But regardless, thank you. And a great way to introduce our next guest, Heather Digby Parton, writer at Salon.com and proprietor of the Uber blog Hullabaloo. Hi, Digby.
Hi, guys. Glad to be here.
Great to see you, Heather.
Way to end the week. Yes.
Yeah.
Another week.
Another week, yes. Feels like a year.
As the week progressed, it feels like it got worse.
Every single week feels that way. I've been saying it over and over again. But it's getting quite tiresome. Like, it really is. They just continue to make things worse every week. I don't know how they're doing it. They must have run out of stuff in Project 2025 at this point. It's just like, it's just like Project 2025 is just like in place. And now you got Trump riffing from the fucking Oval Office. And it's just, it's a full-on shit show. And every day compounds on the previous day. Like, every day is shit. Like, this is the problem, right? It's a cumulative effect. I think that's what it is. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think it really truly is just, it's a cumulative effect that we are experiencing, right? Over time, these things are compounding on one another, right? Gas prices slowly sapping people more and more of their money, right? Like, every single day the Iran war drags on longer. The tariffs drag on a little bit longer, you know, like all of these, like, our allies get a little bit further and further more, like, you know, like, pushed away by the behavior of this lunatic.
Cyclone Cheeto.
I think that's what it is, right? It just keeps, like, things just continue to compound on one another and exacerbate the situation. So it rightly feels worse every week. Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta grab some tea.
And let's start with the most recent. I barely had a chance to read into this. The Virginia Supreme Court came down with a ruling that found that the Virginia referendum was illegal. And if I understand correctly, I just read quickly, it was because the vote, they're supposed to take 2 votes for a referendum on the either side of an election, of a general election, and supposedly one of the votes took place in early voting of one of the elections, and therefore they didn't really do it on either side of the election because the election was ongoing. Quite the technicality. We should also say, before you go into this, that the way that they pick Supreme Court justices is that the legislature votes on it. But they've had a split legislature for some time in Virginia. So 3 of the members of the court were picked by Republicans, 1 by a Democrat, and then the other, I think it was 3, were in a sort of bipartisan fashion. So you got to imagine at least 1 or 2 of those are Republican, essentially leaning. And so there you have it. This is a crap show because we're looking at now a lot of states that are Republicans are moving aggressively, particularly in the wake of the Voting Rights Act dissolution. And there's going to be a net gain much bigger than we had anticipated just even a week ago.
Absolutely. I mean, this is pretty devastating, I have to say. And it's
No, it absolutely is devastating. Okay, I'm back. No, this is absolutely part of the equation on what is in the title here today. But it's not the only thing. right? Like this is dragging Democrats. The wins Democrats are being projected to have this midterms is dragging them back, right? Just by the numbers.
WSNT_me gifted 2 subscriptions to the community.
Goddamn. Thank you. Was it me? It was you gifting 2 subs to the Twitch community. To Gemini Rat and Tala Opali.
It's devastating because.
What was I saying? Oh, sorry. I got distracted by your generosity. Ah, yeah, right. The point is that it's not the whole picture, right? This is not. But however, I mean, this is a huge part of the equation now for the midterms. All of a sudden, it's totally fucked up my shit. Like, I mean, the claim that the elections aren't going on is laughable. Of course, I've been trying to work on / working on the elections myself, the primaries. You know, I think many of you have seen some of the work I've been doing on this. The spreadsheet I made, although I've lost momentum on it a little bit because now I'm like, okay, how much of this is gonna matter? I mean, I gotta do work on this between now and next Tuesday for the elections that are happening then. On Thursday, next Tuesday, there's going to be elections in, I think, 5 states, primaries. That's a big day. Although it's not clear that every single one of those primaries is going to be happening. Because there's at least 1 red state in there, I think. Maybe 2. Can't remember. But the point is that these primaries are already underway. People have been campaigning. People have been contributing to campaigns. Campaigns have been spending money. People have been spending their time and their money and their energy on these fucking elections. And the Supreme Court's like, no, that's not really. It's not what. Unless people are physically voting right now, that's not really part of the election process. It's a farce. It is a power grab, is what it is. This is a political power grab. The Supreme Court is not acting on principle. They just see that in this moment, this is beneficial to Republicans.
Numbers, although that's part of it. Having the Supreme Court ruling on the Voting Rights Act, which of course these red states just immediately went in and are decimating every black, district. They just did it in Tennessee yesterday. They're gonna they split Memphis 3 ways, and now there will be no black representation in Tennessee. So the only black representation in the U.S. Congress will be in blue states, and red states won't have any anymore. It's just absolutely insane. But, very depressing and not unexpected. I mean, I have to say, I knew it was coming. I'm sure most people did, because John Roberts and the rest of the conservatives on the court have been angling to do this for decades, since the Voting Rights Act was enacted, essentially. So, basically, it's a racist ruling. We had many of them right up there, I think, with Dred Scott, some of these, Plessy versus Ferguson, the famous ones. This is going to be one too. Calais, versus Louisiana is going to be one of those. And so we're dealing with that, which we knew was going to be bad. And then so what are they doing? They're down in Florida now. They have a Supreme Court decision. They actually had I think a constitutional amendment that said that you can't, that the legislature is not allowed to do redistricting. They're doing it. It's going to go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court looks in every way like they're going to just allow it to happen, because it's Florida. So they do things like that in the red states, and they just say, yeah, whatever you need, Don, dear leader, whatever you need, and whatever you need, Republican Party. So they're going to gain
Exactly. It's the old Thank you very much. I love you, sir.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Don't be creepy.
All right, let's talk about the numbers. Starting with Kyle Kalinske. Secular talk. Huh. My soundboard. This soundboard is totally not loading. That's weird.
All right, guys, so this new round of polls that just came out the other day, it is brutal to say the least. This is a bloodbath of the highest order. This is, the MAGA collapse is speeding up, if anything. So first, let me show you this. We have an Atlas Intel poll and dropped May 7th, and they asked, who do you trust most to handle the following? So on the environment, it was Democrat plus 27, education, Democrat plus 21, healthcare, Democrat plus 20, employment, Democrat plus 17, cost of living, Democrat plus 15, democracy, Democrat plus 16, trade and tariffs, Democrat plus 13, foreign policy, Democrat plus 11, immigration, bro, Democrat plus 9. This is like the first time ever Democrats have won on the issue of immigration over
immigration, taxes, and crime. These are usually the issues that Republicans bank on time and time again. With this sort of landscape, it should be easy for Democrats to win in a normal, fair election environment.
taxes, Democrat plus,
and with a competent Democratic Party.
Defense, Democrat plus 7. Again, that's another one that Democrats rarely win. Crime, Democrat plus 3. The Democrats are winning on crime. The thing that Republicans would never shut the fuck up about, and they pretended like only they care about it, and the Democrats are in favor of fucking anarchy, okay? And now Democrats are winning on that too. Every single issue, every single individual political issue, not only are Democrats leading in most of them, they're leading by double digits, bro. By double digit skis. This is not tenable. I understand that the Republicans are trying to rig this to the high heavens. I understand they're rolling back the Voting Rights Act. I understand they're gerrymandering like nobody's business. I understand they're putting their thumb on the scale. They're doing all of that and might still wind up getting blown the fuck out. Now, if they don't, you'll know why. If it's like closer than it should be, you know why. But the fact of the matter is, these are flat out apocalyptic numbers.
They should be. They should be apocalyptic numbers. Kyle's absolutely right. In theory, right? In theory, these should be utterly decimating. There's no question about that. I think, was there one more that I wanted to look at here on the Kyle? Actually, I don't need that one. We actually don't need that one either. Now, I would point out both of the polls that are being quoted here on Twitter are from Atlas Intel. I'm not calling them into question. Just that they are the pollsters who did both of these polls.
The Democrats are now at 54.6%, and the Republicans are 40.1%. So you're looking at nearly a 15-point lead on the generic ballot for Democrats in this moment. 15 points. Again, the Republicans are cheating because they know they have to, or they're barbecue chicken. That's what's going on here. In fact, it's gotten so bad and so catastrophic for Republicans in this moment that you're going to love this. Ready? They asked people basically to compare Trump and Biden. Biden, who left with not a very high approval rating. Okay. Items cost less under Biden or Trump. Biden, 56%. Trump, just 28%. People are missing the Biden economy. On electricity, it was less expensive under Biden, 55%. 24% say it was less expensive under Trump. Coffee, 55% say Biden, 23% say Trump. Gas, 55% say Biden, 35% say Trump. Chicken, 50% say Biden, 30% say Trump. Bread, 50% say Biden, 28% say Trump. Milk, 49% Biden, 30% Trump. Houses, Biden 49%, Trump 26%. Banana, Biden 45%, Trump 25%. Eggs, Biden 43%, Trump 41%. On every single front, people are saying shit costs less under Joe Biden.
Yep. Sleepy Joe staying in the race.
I'm staying in the race.
With these sorts of numbers, you think Democrats would be able to eke out a win? Let's talk more about the plummeting poll numbers for Donald Trump.
Right now, President Trump is on his way back, as you know, from a critical summit with Chinese President Xi. He is on Air Force One, making his way back to the United States. Speaking this morning on Air Force One, he made some eyebrow-raising statements, including a non-commitment on Taiwan arms sales. That
Okay, I'm sorry, we don't have time for all this shit. We need one guy. Okay, one guy, the very best. Everybody knows who I'm talking about. The great
one guy, one time.
Harry Emden. Give me Harry or give me death. There he is. There he is, the beautiful, beautiful Harry Emden. All right, Harry.
where CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton comes in. So just where is Donald Trump right now in the minds of Americans?
You know, we've had all of these big events that have been going on, and sometimes I think it's worth taking the 35,000 point view, right? That viewpoint from up in the sky, and we could just see it is you could see it here. You know, this is the aggregate of my aggregate of polling data that, you know, you're looking at here, and it's just a steady climb downward into the Red Sea because Trump's net approval rating hits a new low. You could see it right here, 20 points underwater, and what you just see on your screen right here is it's been a steady climb downward. You know, you go back to January of 2025. At the beginning it was +6, then -6 by May 2025, -9, -14, -15. But over the last few months, as the Iran war has taken shape, as those gas prices have jumped through the roof, Trump has hit a new low. He's at -20 points, which is the lowest point of his second term. So weak.
Awful, weak. It's true. I mean, just look at those numbers. Just terrible. Just awful. Polling went from positive in January, +6, to -20 now. Less than a year and a half later. An utter implosion of Trump's numbers. And actually, every single poll since the end of March has been negative.
Back in time, because this really just sort of takes the cakes. Trump's negative net approval rating, every poll since March 29, 2025, that is over a year ago. You can't find a single poll in which he has anything but a net negative approval rating. That is 413 days in a row. That is more than 365. It is more than a year. Trump has been underwater, not just in the aggregate, but every single poll.
I did everything
nothing right and they indicted me.
Indicted. Very low ratings. Very, very low rating. Highest ever low ratings. Everybody's saying it. I mean, with all of those numbers, how could Democrats possibly be losing this election? That's a question we should be asking ourselves right now. Alright, hold on. I'm going to start the galactic content goal. Wait. Why? We already have an old one going? Oh no, it's a disaster. Well, I'm restarting the goals, or at least one of the goals on Twitch, so I can keep track of things better. I'm just going to have to remember that the subscription goal was technically 3 shy of what it should be. But it is correct that we have done 3. Okay. Galactic content goal started. Hour into the stream. Just a reminder, folks, follow us on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. And don't forget, of course, that we are completely funded by individuals like you, and without your support, we would cease to exist. Thankfully, a lot of great ways for you to contribute. Bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. Throne, and, of course, Patreon. All right, a few more numbers here from Harry Emden.
Marty, right over there, and you just look right at this and you say the net effect on your personal finances. The best of the group is the tax law, right? That's 16 points underwater. How about tariffs? 49 points underwater. How about the Iran war? That effect on your finances? 67 points underwater. No wonder Trump is underwater in every single poll. No wonder he's hitting new lows in the aggregate. Because when it comes to the economy, the reason he won a second term, all of the signature pieces of either legislation or events, he is underwater by a ton. I mean, 67 points underwater. Whoosh.
Yeah, that's because.
Boy, oh boy. He's underwater on basically every single issue. And they're the things that he was honestly most popular on to some degree before us, right? The economy, right? Taxes, tariffs, those are economic issues. And like defense. The only other thing that's not in there is immigration. He's also underwater on that as well. We were just talking about it. I can't remember what it was. Not as I think it was like negative 15 points, so it wasn't quite as low as those other numbers, but it's still quite low. And yet somehow the numbers for the midterm elections, well, they're not looking good.
Older Republicans.
So with a poll showing the president facing 70% disapproval on the economy, surely that same poll would show Democrats with a big advantage in the race for Congress.
You would think, but I think this poll serves as a big-time reality check for Democrats, and that is, it ain't over yet, especially with the redistricting when we look ahead to the 2026 race for Congress. You would have thought that the Democrats' lead would expand on the generic congressional ballot. It didn't happen. Look, in March, Democrats were up by 6 points. Look at this now. Democrats are up by 3 points, and I want you to note the yellow lettering. No clear leader. It is within the margin of error. So despite all of the talk about Donald Trump's unpopularity, the fact is Republicans very much remain in the game when it comes to the congressional midterms, which are occurring in what, 6 or 7 months at this point?
My mind is fucking broken by this poll. Like, it makes me so mad. I look at this, and I cannot help but see one thing and one
All right, guys. So this new round of polls that just came out the
Sorry,
other day,
Kyle.
it is brutal to say the least. This is a bloodbath of the highest order.
What is
This
happening?
is, the MAGA collapse is speeding up, if anything.
For the love
so
of God.
first, let me show you this. We have an Atlas Intel poll. And
For the love of God, Kyle, I need you to shut up. Thank you. Oh, my God. Okay, so this one broke my brain, right? I mean, first off, how do you square these two things? So there's multiple things going on here for sure. But hold on, I'm sorry. I'm trying to pull up this fucking Kyle video. So, like, how do you square these two things? You got 55% in a generic ballot by Atlas Intel. 55 to 40% saying that they would vote Democrat over Republican. Now, a lot of this has to do with the very unfair system that we have, although the House of Representatives isn't as undemocratic, I mean, as other things. But like, this is, to some degree, as a result of the gerrymandering, right? But I don't think this explains it all. And if Democrats, like for Democrats to be losing seats from March to now, it's not good, right? For them to be, in theory, losing seats. Losing points is losing seats, right? In theory, if you're losing points on this sort of thing, right? Like you cannot say that this is not an indictment of the leadership itself. Look, it says it right here. Whether or not that's what they intended. No clear leader. That's the problem. Democrats have no clear leader right now. Throughout all of this chaos, Democrats have done what? Wring their hands and not even condemn the war in Iran, but only say it's not being done in the right ways. Iran is winning. Yeah, but why? But like, why are we there? Why aren't you messaging on that? You don't have Chuck Schumer coming out like day one and saying this war is illegal and wrong and shouldn't be happening. And Israel and the United States shouldn't be assassinating foreign leaders and invading fucking countries. No. He just said, oh, Trump is all over the board. I have no idea. What? Donald Trump, one day he says this, the next second he says this. How am I to have a position when he's taking all of the positions? I can't take a position. And it's just, it's weak, it's feckless, and that is the reason. This is the reason. They are pulling a 2024 blunderous mistake. This is a 2024 level disaster, right? Or 2020, pick one. Or not 2020, 2018. Right? This is a disaster. They have not been messaging on the issues. They've been sitting there weak and feckless, doing nothing, doing something, and then reversing the decision. not fighting, even though they're claiming to be fighting, right? What is fighting? I mean, saying you're fighting isn't fighting. Like, actually using the power that you have to stop the Trump agenda is fighting, right? Holding up the government, like holding up government spending to be able to prevent millions of people from losing their health care and their SNAP benefits is fighting. Not orchestrating a way for Democrats to vote for all of that, right? It's like the people just are continuing to feel like Democrats are not doing what they need. And that's a problem. That's a serious problem. Like this shows that Democrats are imploding somehow right now. In the middle of the midterms when they should be gaining ground. When Trump's numbers, like this is the reverse of what we should be seeing here. When Trump's numbers are fucking just falling off a cliff on every single issue, it should be the reverse for Democrats. But they have no message. The leadership has no message. And so, today, I am calling for this man to resign. This is the reason. He is the reason why Democrats are about to lose the midterms. Midterms that they have no reason to lose. This man needs to resign, and Kathy Hochul, rather than appointing what I know will be a neoliberal that nobody wants in power, she must call for a snap election. Because this is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. This man must resign immediately. He is failing the Democratic Party. His time is up. He cannot even get Democrats to maintain their popularity through an epic, historic, unpopular presidential term. It's incredible. I mean, Trump has imploded faster than any other president in a second term in the history of the United States. And Chuck Schumer can't even keep Democrats as popular as they were the day before, the week before, the month before, because he's got no fucking message. Nobody's listening to this man. By the way, when's the last time we even heard this fucking guy talk? Somebody tell me. I mean, I don't listen to him anymore because I don't even care what he has to say. And we cannot have a leader who does not speak to the electorate, right? We cannot have a leader who does not speak to the base, who the base does not have any interest in listening to. He's lost the interest of everyone. He's lost the ear of everyone. The numbers show it. I'm looking through a 1,000 videos plus a day, and Chuck Schumer's numbers are like on the people don't give a shit. It's not just me, right? Like I'm not just making some unilateral decision to. It's like everybody is disinterested, and the numbers prove it. He is doing nothing to move the Democratic Party into the future, and he must resign.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And I'm just going to go backwards in this video and point to what I think to be one of probably the main reasons for this. His continued support for the state of Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu. And the funding of a genocide.
It's Netanyahu himself who has a major problem when it comes to public opinion in the United States. Look at this. Americans say they are not confident when it comes to Netanyahu and world affairs. Look at this. In 2023, the not confident percentage was 42. Up significantly, up like a rocket, up to 59%. That's a nearly 20-point movement in just 3 years' time, and now the majority of Americans say they are not confident when it comes to Bibi Netanyahu and world affairs. And we're not just talking Democrats here, we're talking the entire American public, nearly 3 in 5.
All right, well, let's talk about the partisan breakdown here, because there are two interesting stories going on at the same time.
Yeah, there are two interesting stories. You might think that this might be a story of young Democrats moving significantly against Israel and moving against Bibi Netanyahu. But in fact, there is a twist to the numbers here. Yes, it is young Democrats, but it's actually older Democrats who are more likely to say that they're not confident when it comes to Bibi Netanyahu and world affairs. Look at this. Among Democrats under the age of 50, it's 73%. But look at this. Look among Democrats 50 years and older. It's actually larger. It's 80.
This is ridiculous.
And this is it, right? He is so out of touch that he doesn't even know what the fucking Baileys are thinking right now. This is how out of touch Chuck is. That he's not even in touch with the fucking Baileys. You know, the I can't remember their age, but you know, the elderly couple, the centrist Democrat voters who love Israel and some other things. You know, he's lost touch with the entire base, including the people he's supposed to be most in touch with, the 50-plus crowd. It's insane, right? This is why that man can no longer be leader of the party. He's not just some old, out-of-touch guy. He's a guy who is working against the entire base. He's working against the entire base, and he has no right being the leader of the Democrats, or for that matter, representing anybody in the state of New York. And this man needs to be gone. I'm calling for him to resign right now. We need to start having we really do need to force this man out of office. We cannot have him be the leader for the next 2.5 years under Donald Trump. He has proven it. He has proven it. We need a Senate primary in New York this year.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, to end the numbers talking, let's go here to Kyle Kalinske.
So the other day, there were talks about how the Democrats were actually going to fight back in the state of Virginia because the people voted to counter gerrymander, the Republicans gerrymandering and pick up more Democratic seats in Virginia. And then the Virginia Supreme Court goes, we're going to throw that out. Fuck democracy. Fuck the people. We're going to let the Republicans cheat in every other state, but not allow Democrats to counter cheat here. Well, obviously, this is untenable. You can't have the Republican states are allowed to do whatever they want, but then the Democratic states need to not do those same things. It is like the double standard and the hypocrisy and the inconsistencies are so blatant and brazen that that's just, you can't have a system that functions like that, because what you're saying is there are no actual rules. We just make it up as we go to serve right-wing power centers, right? Like, that's what that is. It looked like the Democrats had a plan to fight back, to basically overturn the ruling and issue a new ruling to back them up. It would require lowering the retirement age of the court to basically purge the court and bring in new judges. And we saw that. I got very excited. I was very happy. Finally, you realize it's an existential fight. Well, more on that in a minute, because they fucking reversed themselves instantly. But here, let me play this clip for you. Here's Brian Tyler Cohen. And Brian Tyler Cohen makes the case here that, guys, you don't get it.
Brian Tyler Cohen looks like he's having a really rough time over there, which is weird because he's swimming in money, you know. I mean, I'm trying to think of all the places. But look at him. He hasn't been shaving now all of a sudden, and oh boy, that's quite a frown he's got going on in his face. Seems very upset.
This isn't a question anymore. This isn't a debate or a discussion anymore. This is do or die. This is existential. This is, do you want to be a permanent minority party and never have any actual power ever? And listen to what he says here.
We now know the Republican strategy. It's not a secret. It's not going to sneak up on us. They will gerrymander every Democratic district out of existence. Just you wait. They're doing it now. Their judges will let them do it, even if expressly prohibited by their own state constitutions. Florida proved as much. So our only recourse now, recognizing what they are doing in broad daylight, is to go on full offense. That means that Democratic officials in New Jersey, New York, Illinois, Colorado, Washington, Oregon, and on need to wake the fuck up and start redrawing these maps for full Democratic control. Why? Because going tit for tat deters no one. You need to show Republicans some deterrent effect for what they're doing. And also consider this, if Democrats do go all out, guess what? They can actually win the redistricting war. California has 52 seats. Republicans currently hold 7. That's a big haul. New York has 26 seats. Republicans currently hold 7. That's a big haul. So these governors and state legislators in blue states need to realize that this is no longer about fairness. It is about fighting back so that Democrats are not scientifically engineered out of the House forever. And I get that Democrats don't really have the stomach for this kind of stuff, for this kind of warfare. Find it. The time for good government solutions is long gone. Now it's existential.
He's right. Every word of that is exactly right. It's at the point where if you don't do this, you're complicit. You're complicit. It's almost like you guys are like MAGA infiltrators into the Democratic Party if you don't fight this, right? So, right on cue, Virginia Senate Majority Leader Scott Surreville rules out proposal forcing the retirement of Virginia Supreme Court justices in order to get a different ruling in the redistricting case. Surreville said the idea would be, quote, too extreme. Well, is it too extreme when basically Utah already did something like this because the Republicans...
Yep, and there it is, right on cue.
I'm staying in the race.
Herein lies the problem. Democrats continue to insist on playing by the rules that Republicans have already thrown in the trash and lit on fire. Like, Republicans are like warming themselves around a trash fire that contains like the Constitution and like, you know, like civil rights and like all this stuff. You know, healthcare, food for lower income people, all this kind of stuff. They're just like, and Democrats are like, I don't think you're allowed to have a fire in here. And it's just, and they're just like, they just laugh in their faces. You can't keep doing this. You cannot keep doing that. You cannot keep staring at the trash fire that's happening inside the building and be like, I think that's against the rules. Right? The trash was actually like a bunch of important stuff that they're lighting on fire. Right? The trash is our fucking government and our democracy that's on fire right now. Right? That's what they're warming themselves up with. That you're just like, you're objecting to the fire. Right? You're objecting to the fire itself, not them throwing all of it in the trash in the first place. You're like, oh, I think that's and well, okay, well, we won't force you to put it out. You know, we won't take any extreme measures to force you to put out the fire and take out the important stuff from the trash. That's fine. You keep burning it. But just remember, it's just weak and feckless and pathetic. Oh, it disgusts me. God damn it. But seriously, according to the Constitution, I mean, if Chuck Schumer were to resign, the governor would have to, appoint a interim senator while a snap election is essentially, put into place, right? That's essentially where I think we're at. Chuck is not accountable to anybody but his donors. He does not give a shit what the numbers are. We're watching him watch the numbers implode. Watch all the numbers go against him and his supposed, like goals. Like, if being in power is one of his goals, like, he is fucking it. He's screwing it. Just like Donald Trump, Chuck Schumer is an octogenarian, almost. 75 years old. And he has become one of the ossified members of the establishment that continues to benefit from his power, but do nothing to actually deserve it, to actually continue to justify it. Once in a while, we get a little press conference from him that is beyond disappointing, if not laughable. And then he goes back to whatever the hell he does. Talking to the Baileys while rocking back and forth in his chair. He has no interest in pushing forward a new democratic politics. In fact, the new form of democratic politics is objectionable to him. Right? It is antithetical to his existence. Its existence is threatening to him because he is a person that refuses to change. Some people we've seen shift their policies to some degree and actually been embraced by the left. Tom Steyer is somebody who I think of comes to mind because he was certainly not embraced by the left when he ran for president, but now running for governor in California, he has shifted his policies to the left. From the bad position to the better position in many cases. And people have rewarded him for it. But Chuck is too far gone. He's incapable of even making that calculus. And we have 6 months until November, right? The midterms are already underway. The primaries are happening, no matter how much people like Chuck Schumer and the mainstream media want us to forget about that. The primaries are happening right now in practically every state across the union. There's still more than 40 primaries left to go, if I recall correctly. Maybe slightly less. Maybe 39 or something. It's a lot. It's still the vast majority of states still have primaries left to go. And it's a long road ahead. And it would be nice to have a leader in the party who's actually trying to make change. But we don't have that. So what we need to do is replace all the people who are continuing to go along with this. And allow this fucking farce to continue within the Democratic Party. Replace all of those garbage people. I've been saying it for the better part of a year, but Democrats need to wake up. That the loss in 24 is Democratic Party's Tea Party moment, right? This is the Tea Party moment for Democrats, for leftists to take over, the same way that right-wingers took over the Republican Party, right? It is time to force the Democratic Party left. Otherwise, the other options are much bleaker.
Anyway, obviously, our top news story of the day is Abdul El Sayed. You guys know him. We all know him. And hopefully, the people of Michigan, now that they're getting to know him, are liking what they see.
Maybe if StreamLord were less naive, he would be so wise as to not even bother to make this channel, and that's the balance of our humanity. Wow, that's really rude. You are a tool, Mike Tool. Get timed out.
Abdul El-Sayed reached out to me a couple months back and said, Hassan, I would love for you to come and stump with me, go on a rally with me. I thought in my mind, sure, why not? We've already collaborated. You've already been on my stream. I fundraised for you. I really like what you're doing. I like your background. I like your worldview. I trust you. So I said yes. But what I did not realize that stumping for a candidate and doing rallies was actually very different than having the candidate come on your broadcast. Now, what's interesting about that is when I came out and said I was going to do a rally with them, a bunch of advocacy organizations that are pro-Israel got very mad. Obviously, the propaganda wing of AIPAC, Jewish Insider, was very frustrated about it. They started writing article after article after article. You had a lot of centrist, right-wing, Israel First Democrats who were also very frustrated, and they came out of the gates swinging for the fences, swinging at your boy. They said, Hassan Piker is a dangerous man. Hassan Piker is a dangerous anti-Semite, they said. Used heinous smears. They said Hassan Piker is not good. Campaign poison. Unelectable. Well, I wasn't running for any election anyway. I was just showing up and offering support to my friend Abdul El-Sayed. They said I was a terrorist. They tried to terror jacket not only myself, but terror jacket Abdul, a Muslim man. And that's when the barrage of Hassan articles started coming out. Many of those articles featured my perspective on Israel. And if you recall at the time, I said, I don't really mind this stuff. I don't really mind this hatred. I said they are unambiguous in their hatred of me, and I welcome their hatred. They drew their line of demarcation. When all these attacks were happening, what did I tell you? Over and over again, that this stuff is irrelevant. I said, your boos mean nothing, because I've seen what makes you cheer. I said, placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue, placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. And it turns out it was true. Turns out it was true. New poll came out today. Edinger Mentum calls it the Hassanabi bump. He posted, you come at the king, you better not miss. New poll in Michigan, May 1 through 7,
Columbia
showing
_9505 just cheered 1,000 bits. I am mad that centrist Dems are just sitting on their behinds instead of doing something about the VA Supreme Court so they can put forth what VA voters voted for. I have been reaching out to her on Twitter non-stop to remind her that not doing anything will have further implications that affects every voter in the entire country. But all I've heard is crickets and is frustrating.
That does sound frustrating. I'm not shocked that you're not getting a response. Thank you for the bits, Columbia Rican. 1,000 sweet bits. Incredibly generous. I'm just not shocked that you're not getting a response. Justices, they're going to be like the last people to respond in terms of politicians, right? They tend to have longer terms, and they're much less political, right? Or like, what's the word? Like, I feel like they campaign a lot differently than your average political candidate. They go a lot more under the radar. And so I feel like you're just less likely to get a response from one of those sorts of people. You know? Like, Justice Roberts isn't going to, like, rush to, like, respond to tweets. No matter how deranged he is. Just, there's also, like, the appearance of I feel like they try to appear like they're like arm's length from everything, right? Like, judges are always trying to appear like they're higher than thou, that they know that they're these sort of like, you know, Platonic philosopher kings, rather than the rather ideological and or, you know, useless idiots that they tend to be. But there you go. Hassan bump. It was confirmed this week by multiple people. Abdul El-Sayed taking a huge lead in Michigan. with the primaries near approaching. Yeah. Well, while we're talking about voting, let's not forget this clip from Donald Trump on. I think this was Tuesday.
We have everybody wants that job.
Would you send the National Guard or ICE to voting locations in November? Would you do that?
Well, you know what? I do anything necessary to make sure we have honest elections. We have to have honest elections.
So you're not going to do that? A quick question.
So if you couldn't hear what was just said, a reporter asked Donald Trump, "Are you ruling out using ICE?" Actually, how did she rephrase it? I think she might have said, "Are you still planning to send National Guard or ICE to elections?" And Donald Trump's response was, "I'm open to doing whatever makes our elections most safe and secure. We're going to have the most safe and most secure elections ever." Here, listen to it again.
We have everybody wants that job.
Would you send the National Guard or ICE to voting locations in November? Would you do that?
Well, you know what? I do anything necessary to make sure we have honest elections.
Anything necessary to make sure we have honest elections. It's unhinged. It's unprecedented. It's fucking insane. Have armed anybody's at voting locations. That's the end of democracy right there. But unfortunately, our democracy is currently filled with a bunch of useless fucking idiots. I'm afraid there's no other word for it. It's either useless fucking idiots or people who are medically stupid.
John Fetterman went on Real Time with Bill Maher. Riveting TV. Riveting TV. And of course, it's not because Bill Maher has any set of revanchist politics or is deeply, he has such a problem with religion. Unless, of course, you make it a litmus test as to whether you get rights in a certain country. And here he is, Bill Maher, interviewing
John Fetterman. And this kind of format, it's a good one when you have two people having a back and forth, right? Like we've come from the days of James Baldwin and William F. Buckley hashing their ideas out on television.
Yeah, it's nice when it's live television or at least live to tape kind of situation, so you could really get a sense of and the quips.
Yeah.
Bon mots.
Oh gosh, it's thrilling to see these high-minded individuals speak about big ideas like this, and I'm glad Bill is continuing that tradition with the brilliant John Fetterman.
And this is cool because they're not just talking politics. They're talking about meat, like lab-grown meat and the future possibility of that. And Fetterman's got some interesting things to say about this.
Cut your meat.
But you actually want to ban. Yeah, that doesn't seem.
Yeah, I just think, I mean, as I'm a member of the Agriculture Committee, and I really stand with our farmers now. And now, of course, we don't want the factory farm situation, and absolutely opposed to animal cruelty. But for me, if I lived on Mars, those kinds of.
Why? Why is this? How is this guy still in office? Eminent quality?
But for me, if I lived on Mars, opposed aminal cruelty. But for me,
yes, we all oppose whatever the hell aminal cruelty is. I don't know what aminal cruelty. I don't know what that means, but I'm against it. It sounds bad. But I'm also against this man having any power. I'm very concerned about it. He doesn't seem to have all of his faculties about him.
Yeah, those kinds of what's the lab meat would be a great opportunity. But for me, right now, like it's.
But you want to ban it? I mean, shouldn't people have the right to eat it?
It's like actively. I mean, if people have a chance to prevent that, but overall, for me, I think someone that's really. I mean, we are just. I thought. The really highly processed
Columbia
food.
_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Is John Fetterman related to Nick Shirley, or is he the Nick Shirley of the future? Cause both are grifted and both are medically stupid. Jesus.
Problem is that Nick Shirley didn't have a stroke, so it's actually worse for me to make fun of. Here's the thing: if John Fetterman wasn't a fucking U.S. senator, I would never make fun of this guy for this stuff. I hope that's 100% clear to everybody. But like this asshole refuses to let go of power when he clearly should not be here, and continues to go further and further to the right, and to betray everybody who put him in office. The people around him continue to. I mean, it's absurd that this guy is in charge of anything. It's like, it is utterly absurd. And to hear him attempt to be, just sort of listening to him riff is painful. At no point does he seem to make any clear arguments. It's almost hard to critique it because it's like a run-on thought of a man who can't think. It's a run-on thought of a man who can't think, saying a bunch of words that do not relate to each other, really. Much of it makes almost no sense. And, of course, the syntax and the grammar, I mean, is a whole other thing, but, I mean, almost completely lacking. all of that. And it's just like sort of like a word cloud. It's just, that's basically, it's the word cloud, right? It's the cloud exists inside of John Fetterman's brain being expressed through language, I guess, if you could call it that.
For me, I think, someone that's really, I mean, we are just, I thought, the really highly processed food, I mean, that's exactly the essence of that.
But
what? He completely changed my mind on the topic.
It is.
I also hit my head really bad.
It is definitely the case that lab-grown meat is. Well, I don't actually think it is necessarily processed food, is it?
It's also. Why did he bring up Mars? I have a theory. Because we did a story years ago about lab-grown meat. There was an article about how it's like the technology is just not even close to being there, but they're still seeking a lot of investment. And then he mentions Mars, which is another like pipe dream that's being sold by tech guys like Elon Musk that is trying to get investment, including the self-driving cars thing. Like, what's really kind of sad about Fetterman is it seems like every disgusting kind of lobbying actor is going to him because they know he's barely sentient and pitching him on all
he's against
of their pet
projects. Is he though?
Okay, forgive me for being unable to understand what the hell he just said.
I think what he was saying.
I'll absolutely grant Emma that because I could not tell what his stance on any of the things that he was saying, aside from that he was he wasn't just for the farmers, he was for the farmers now. Like the word now really threw me. I don't know if everybody remembers that. We could go back. Like the first thing he says is something about how he's on the agricultural committee So he's for the farmers now. And it was strange to me. It was a strange thing for a politician to say. Because it effectively suggested that he didn't give a shit about the farmers until he was on the agricultural committee. It can't possibly be what he intended to say, but who knows what the hell John Fetterman means at any point during any of the thing. It's incredibly frustrating. It's just so infuriating trying to figure out what this man fucking means half of the time. It's the same thing with like Mitch McConnell. There should be, and I think Emma says it. I think she said it before too, but like there needs to be some sort of process to remove people who have medically necessary reasons to not be in office anymore, right? Like we shouldn't even be talking about Mitch McConnell falling over all the time, right? Like that should not be a topic of conversation for us, but it is because the man is still in power. He can barely stand on his own 2 feet and string together a sentence. Oh. How is this the leadership that we have? We have such a broken system. We need so much help.
Clear. I feel like I got a sense of what he's saying. Is that lab meat would be a great opportunity if we were on Mars, but we're not on Mars.
Okay.
And processed food.
Exactly.
That's what he was saying.
Exactly.
We have to have a mechanism to remove these people.
I mean, just because he can't talk and string together a sentence doesn't mean that he's incapable of doing other things. It's the other things that...
What, like legislating? You would think the comprehension, ability to use language would be, well, slightly important to the legislating. I guess you could get it done. Like if you were like Stephen Hawking, right? You had a functional brain, but you weren't able to actually verbalize it. You needed like a machine to do it for you or something. Like, but I don't think John is the mental faculties to do it, and I think that's the main issue for me.
Fetterman, for this, it's not. This is
both sides.
This is both sides do this. Both Fetterman
crawl across the aisle.
Yeah, here is Mitch McConnell, who is ostensibly going to be a senator until January of next year.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, here's where we are. The vote is about over. The secretary has to get with the president on the China trip. I'm going to ask Senator Murkowski to wrap up. And thank you all for being here.
Baldwin, Shaheen, and Kennedy. Baldwin, Shaheen, and Kennedy still have questions.
What?
Wrap up after.
Hey. Hold here.
What's happening now?
What am I being? What?
God, dude. He's now said it like 5 times. His aide has now said it like 5 times. It's insane. It's insane. How is there not a mechanism for this? This guy is not sentient anymore, okay? He's barely like alive. Like physically, like organically alive. Oh. Oh my God, this is such a painful thing to watch. Like, it is so painful to watch because, like, it says there's so many layers to this, right? Like, it says so much about our government, but it also, like, in any other context, like, if he wasn't some ghoul who I've hated for years, and I saw this, I would be really, really concerned about him. I'd be like, why is nobody doing anything about this guy? Like, and I don't mean about getting him out of office. I mean, like, about his health. Like, why is this guy still working? You know, like, who is letting this man continue to work? He doesn't even know where he is. You can't keep playing these games with him. You have to accept that where he is done. You know, grandpa needs to be, granted, you have him in a home. That home is the U.S. Senate. Like, I mean, that's not an appropriate place to put somebody in this condition, right? But that's basically what it's become. It's like the Congress, the legislature has become like an old folks home. You know, oh, well, it's better if we just keep him here. You know, if we put him in a home, we might lose track of him. But, like, really, he should be where all the other people in this condition are, right? Either with their families or in some sort of medical care or both. The guy is not sentient. I mean, he really isn't. I mean, watch it again. This guy says it like 5 times.
Baldwin, Shaheen, and Kennedy still have questions. Wrap up after.
Hold here. Yeah, what am I being? What?
I don't know that.
Yeah. Obviously, there's not a whole lot of time for a second round, so we'll get through everybody. And Senator Murkowski, I appreciate you taking over.
Ain't nothing gonna break a man's stride.
Was that? I don't know if Senator McCaskey was even in there. But like, he just like there. Thank you, Senator McCaskey, for taking over. I'm gonna head out now. I don't know where I am. It's insane.
I'm staying in the race.
It's insane. I mean, it's like somehow, like it is like it is getting worse. It shouldn't be. It honestly shouldn't be funny. It's we're watching a man who is imploding. Like his body is dying, and so is his mind. But he just, just continues to be in one of the most powerful positions in the land somehow. He does not know where he is. I don't understand. I just don't understand how this guy is still in power. He has no idea where he is. Oh God! Senator McCaskey, they're gonna thank you for taking over. We can't go on as long as I had to go, but people are gonna. I have no idea what's going on right now. Where are we? Is this a Chuck E. Cheese? Is this a Chuck E. Cheese? I want a pizza. I mean, we have the oldest democracy on the planet. And we got to do something about how our democracy is backsliding into this gerontocracy / oligarchy. Really, it's just a bunch of meat puppets. Really, I saw somebody say meat popsicle. Meat puppets. They're puppets, right? Meat puppets. They all just have strings that are attached to some billionaire donor somewhere. And they're like, that's, they're just like, oh, it's fine if he's a husk of a man. As long as he can still write as long as he can still stand. We've still got the auto pen. Because they don't even need him to be able to sign shit, right? Because that's the thing. This guy right here, one of his aide, I don't know this man's name, but this is one of the dudes who's keeping this guy alive, like shoving him back in the cryo tube when they leave the Senate floor. and then starts writing up bills for him for AutoPen to sign. Like, but that's basically, I mean, Mitch McConnell no longer has the will of well, not a human. I mean, a puppy. We watch him being led around, literally, like a puppy, in the halls of Congress because he can't even stand. He's falling over half the time. And it's dudes like this aide who's like, like whispering in his ear, like, "Oh, it's not done, sir. No, sir, you're having another episode. No, sir, the meeting's not over. There's multiple speakers left. Thank you, Senator McCaskey, for taking over. I'm gonna leave now. I need another nap." Is he one of the people retiring this year? I don't think he is, which is just fucking insane. Oh, wait, no, he is. Oh, he is retiring. Okay, he is one of the people that's retiring. Thank God. At least he'll be gone. I just don't see why he's not. He should just resign. You know? He should just resign right now. But the reason why he doesn't resign is because then there's, you know, there would have to be an election before the general, right? In theory. Although, who's Kentucky's governor? I'm just trying to think. Is it Andy Bashir? Ooh, that would be interesting. Hold on. It is Andy Bashir. Oh, that would be fascinating. Oh my God. Got a Democrat governor in the Kentucky. If Mitch McConnell goes, there's a seat in the Senate all of a sudden, which the governor would appoint a interim senator to that seat. And then a snap election would take place. Oh my God. That's why he's not resigning. Because if he resigns, all of a sudden, Democrats would be able to... Oh, wow. It's pathetic. It is pathetic and disturbing. And it is a really depraved power grab to keep for this man to just be like held in place. You know, it's like a weekend at Bernie's. It's like It's like basically just like it's basically a weekend at Bernie's situation. If Mitch McConnell ever shows up in a pair of sunglasses, I swear to God. Now, unfortunately, the U.S. electorate is getting dumber and dumber and dumber. And the latest U.S. reading test scores have come out, and it's not good. Showing a decades-long plunge in U.S. literacy rates.
Turning now to test scores. This is a really depressing investigation from the New York Times with a lot of data behind it. I encourage you not only to go read it for yourselves, but there's a tool where all of you can go and look at your individual school district and see what is almost certainly a 10-year decline in the test scores for children for math and reading. So let's go ahead and put this up here on the screen. They say why test scores are in a generational long decline. And in general, what they see is that across America, whether you're rich, whether you're poor, whether you're black, whether you're white, whether you're Hispanic, whether they've done this program, whether they've done that program, students are...
Okay, I just want to pause this really quickly. Because technically what he's saying is true. But this is we're looking at is an average of everyone, right? Like the graph, the bell curve that we're looking at here in front of us, this is over all ethnicities and all demographics, right? Like it's not specific, and there are disparities between the two still, right? It's just that everyone is declining together on an average basis, and so unfortunately for the viewers of Breaking Points, Sagar kind of conflates this as somehow suggesting, or at least that's how I interpret what he's saying, that there is no disparity between these things, but of course there is. But the point is that everyone is getting dumber. But the rates at which people are failing are different. But that's not what this is measuring, right? It's just on an average. Is everyone? Yes. In fact, that is the case.
Worse than their peers 10 years ago. District level test data, which was released by the Educational Opportunity Project at Stanford, reveals that compared with a decade earlier, reading scores were down last year in 83% of school districts where data was.
Just cheered 100 bits. Okay, yes we know. We Americans are Nick Shirley stupid. Good God, our country is cooked.
Yeah, Columbia Regan, it's true. I don't know if everybody's Nick Shirley stupid, but we're plummeting in that direction in a disturbingly fast manner. Oh, and thank you for the bits. I missed the other message. Is John Fetterman related to Nick Shirley, or is he the Nick Shirley of the future? Because both are griftered and both are medically stupid. Yeah. No, that's a different situation. It's a different situation. I think I remember that now. I think I did respond to that. No, there's a different situation because Nick is an indoctrinated kind of stupid, which is more solvable, technically. That's the thing. That's the thing about Nick. Nick, I see him as a victim of his parenting to some degree because of how young he is. He's like 19 or something like that. And he was literally sheltered in a Mormon home that, like, his mother homeschooled him, right? He was a sheltered mama's boy for his entire life. But his mom was rather than like a normally adjusted human being, was a Mormon. And, so I just see him as being an unfortunate product of a system that failed him and allowed his mother to teach him and not like allow him to integrate into society in a normal fashion. And he's really a product of that and Elon Musk loving that kind of sheltered life, sort of indoctrinated child. Like, Elon saw Nick Shirley and saw himself in another human being, right? Like, reflected back. He, looked at this, cloistered, nubile, naive human being with a little more privilege than he deserved. And Elon was like, oh my God, this guy, this is me. Right? Fetterman, on the other hand, is that is a medical situation. He had a fucking stroke and his brain doesn't work anymore. Like, technically, you could, in theory, deprogram a guy like Nick Shirley over time. And he could turn into maybe a halfway, adjusted human being. I know that's crazy to say, but I'm being real. There's a difference. There's a difference between him and John.
Math scores were also down in 70%. The declines have affected rich and poor and crossed racial and geographic divides. The new data provides the first national comparison of school districts through 2025 and shows a detailed picture of individual school districts have performed over time. From 2017 to 2019, students lost as much ground in reading as they did during the pandemic. Reading scores continue to fall at a similar rate through 2024. Immediately after the pandemic, there was hope that students would recover quickly. New data shows that scores have inched upward in reading last year and have climbed more steadily in math since 2022, but it's been nowhere near enough to make up for lost ground. So in other words...
So, I mean, what has happened is over a decade, we have disinvested in our education, disinvested in teachers, and we've encouraged parents to go hands off on a lot of shit and put them on, tablets and devices with no real parental supervision, right? And with the lack of, as we continue to decimate the education budgets around places, all around the country, and other sorts of community programs and opportunities for kids, they continue to learn less and less, right? As they continue to have less normal human interaction at a young age, less normal learning opportunities at a young age, the less that they will be able to succeed in the future, right? And it's just compounding on itself. It's the same situation. It's continuing to compound on itself. Our disinvestment from schools, our decision to switch over to the Bill Gates model of education, and this sort of quasi-privatized version of public schooling with these all these standardized tests and things like that. And this is where we're at now, right? Rather than making it easier for teachers to teach, to give them the necessary tools they need to give children the path to success that they need, we are trying to put as little effort into our children as possible, right? Because the fact is every kid is fucking different. Every child learns differently. You can't cookie cutter each child to success. It doesn't work, right? Some kids will be more apt at math, some more at science, some more at English and languages, right? Some more geared towards working with their hands or whatever else. But each child learns and interacts with the world differently. They have different life experiences. They come from different places. And the more that we try and, make more from less, essentially, on education, the worse it's going to get, right? We cannot just hands off it all. And that's exactly where education is going. Oh, we need AI in the classrooms. Oh, we need more of this and that. No, we don't. We need the kids to be more involved. Giving kids all the possible opportunities to see what interests them most. Because how will they know? That's the thing about kids. They've only experienced what has happened so far in their life, right? Everything that's been either told to them or they have personally hands-on experience is all they know, right? They have very little ability to say research a topic because they don't understand. They have no framework. Everything is new to them. Everything is that's why you can tell a kid that Santa Claus exists, right? Because they have no way to push back on that. Right? And they're at a stage where they're perfect for learning, but we are hampering their ability to learn by doing all these terrible things to them. I mean, there's so many things that we're doing in education that are not helping kids thrive, right? Whether it's in the South with literally trying to indoctrinate them into biblical thinking, which is the opposite of critical thinking or academic thinking. There is no critical thinking in the Bible, right? Like, we all understand this. It's a fiction. It's a fictional book, just like every other book, and it does not encourage critical thinking. It encourages doing what God has told you. It is the opposite of academia, essentially, unless you're like doing some sort of like rigorous study on the effect of religions, like, you know, like in college or something. But as a child, that is something that should not be involved. But that's what the states, the South, is trying to roll out down there, right? While we dismantle the Department of Education. And we defund all of our institutions, right? Like all the tax cuts. Those are hitting places. We're seeing it. Like I've been seeing it. We're not talking about it enough, but I am seeing story after story of budget cut discussions happening in school district after school district right now. And too often, things like the arts or other sorts of non-traditional educational opportunities for kids are the things that get cut immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Right, and the fact is if the kids aren't interested in reading, if they don't have a reason to want to learn, then they won't learn. And if they don't have a way of relating to the subject, they'll be disinterested from reading, right? And unless they have like a parent at home, like forcing them to read, standing over their shoulder saying, you're going to read this right now, which in a lot of households, they don't, because they have both parents working. Or maybe they're in a single parent household where that parent's working, right? Like there's a lot of homes where kids are on their own to try and figure out their schoolwork and studies, you know, and don't have parents who are actively involved in that, right? Some kids do, and that is great, and that's always fucking beneficial to the outcome, but you can't just expect that in this society. You know, we don't have paid family leave, you don't have all these sorts of things that would maybe get you closer to something like that, but no. So those test scores are just going to continue to go down until we start investing in, like, truly investing in the kids. You could say that about Nick Shirley. He looks at, well, no, you're absolutely right. But once again, I think that's a result of like being indoctrinated. But don't get me wrong, and I think Nick Shirley is a fucking a buffoon and a goon, and he's dangerous to society because of how much reach he has and how he's determined to do propaganda, right? Like I think he's hugely problematic. I guess my point is that like he's just it's just like he's like almost not an adult. He's like, in my mind, he's like almost a child. Like, how old is this kid? He's like 19 years old, isn't he? Oh, he's older than that. He looks like he's 12. Yeah, maybe we should shit on him more. Yeah. No, he's had long enough. He's in his early 20s. You're right, I should shit on Nick Shirley more. I keep looking at it, like, he looks like a fucking child to me. I look at that kid, I'm like, he's like somewhere between like 17 and 19. But he's 23? That's ridiculous. That just broke me. I had to look it up because we were talking about it just to make sure I wasn't like wrong, and I was wrong. I'm actually shocked. He seems like he just got out the womb. You know, I look at Nick Shirley, I'm like, this dude just left his mama's house. Like, yesterday. Like, it's the first day he's ever seen, like, freedom. But no, he's... No, he was born in 2002. That's crazy. Well, while we're talking about right-wing personalities, let's talk about this weird situation regarding a particular person on the right. Francesca Fiorentini at the Bituration Room, unpacking the strange MTG discourse.
Over the weekend, a couple of clips went around of AOC speaking, I think, at the University of Chicago. Yeah. Speaking with David Axelrod. So, like, you know, Obama, centrist. And there were two clips that went around. I want to sort of take them by parts. But what I'm broadly bitching about is the over-worship and the over-criticism of AOC.
Yeah.
Both are toxic. And I think we've reached this just like AOC needs to cater to me specifically and individually on like when I'm PMSing moment of like politics. That I think is really unhealthy. And let's just talk about the first one. The big discourse, of course, is like AOC voting against this amendment that was part.
Before we get to there, and actually I'm going to skip ahead a little bit because this isn't the part that I really want. But I'll be honest, there's been times where I feel like I've even maybe done that. Where I've been overly critical of her, although I don't know, I'd have to go back and really listen to what I've said. I think it's possible that I've like put too many expectations on AOC in the past. But I feel like I've given her more latitude than some people out there. Is this really talk about MTG? I think it is.
Learn the language. Tap in.
Not at all. Never. Dude, it's like Nick Shirley. You know Nick Shirley?
Stock trading. That was the other Laura Loomer line. She's like, the stock trading has paid off well. I was like, stop being funny, Laura Loomer.
So crazy. And I will just say, a shout out to AOC also on this moment, which I really appreciated, where she talked about her presidential ambition and responded to.
Oh, this was great.
Yeah, she responded to this op-ed about, you know, her running for higher office, and she sort of reframes the question about whether she's running for Senate or president or whatnot.
No, it's funny because in this op-ed that Jeff Bezos paid for in the Washington Post, there was this line that you had mentioned earlier about, well, as a potential 2028 contender, XYZ. And in the context of that, it was very clear this was a veiled threat, right? So it was the elite saying, if you want this job, you just stepped out of line. And we want you to know where.
Well, I don't think this is the spot. I think I must be mistaken. I must have went past it somehow. Sorry, everybody. Is this it? God damn, that is loud.
Gazans and Israelis. Someone
really do be.
Oh, yeah, no, this is the one. Okay, all right.
Trust in
Marjorie.
And on what, too? Like
and here,
working with on what?
Yes, exactly.
You know? And I care about results. I care about results. Now, there are certain places where, certain areas where I don't think that we should ignore some folks' record on some of these issues, right? It's about where we trust intent, where we trust where those outcomes are going. I personally do not trust someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene, a proven bigot and anti-Semite, on the issues of what is good for Gazans and Israelis. I don't think that it benefits our movement in that instance to align the left with white nationalists. I don't think it serves us. And so I think it's about looking at the context, the place, the results, the outcomes, intentions, and where we think that train would go.
Exactly. Freaking exactly. This is what I've been saying, you know, is that I welcome Marjorie Taylor Greene getting off of the Trump bandwagon and anybody else, you know, being deprogrammed. But Marjorie Taylor Greene, all these people, they still support all sorts of horrible things and have said and supported horrible things in their political careers, right? We cannot just forget those things and be like, oh, yes, you know, bear hugger like freaking Liz Cheney. You know, like, no, the bear hugs need to stop and the claws need to come out. You know, no more of that. It's like, great, you found one issue. What do you think about immigrants, Marjorie? What do you think about trans people? You know, like, what do you know, like, there's all sorts of things that if you asked her those questions, you'd be horrified at what she had to say. She's not an ally. You know, I welcome Republicans, as I've said many times, to vote for the Democratic candidate in the general. It is your prerogative to do so. But that does not mean that I have to welcome you into the tent, you know, like you know, like the tent, I would also point out, is a metaphor. There is no actual tent. We talk about this tent, this big tent all the time. The tent doesn't exist, okay? There is no tent. And, you know, like, people vote. If there is any tent, it's the Democratic Party itself, right? Like the party apparatus, like being registered as a Democrat, right? Like that's one thing. That's basically like the tent. But you also, I would also point out, you can't. I don't think you can be kicked out of the Democratic Party. Like, I've never heard of it before, of like a voter being like told they're no longer a Democrat, right? Like, you can register as a Democrat and still vote for Trump every single time, and no one's gonna kick you out of the party, I don't think. I mean, maybe, I don't know, maybe they would. But there is no fucking tent, okay? It's ridiculous. It's a thought experiment for who, you know, it's a metaphor for who is our allies and who's not our allies, right? And like, there's a difference between voting and allies. Voting is a one-time act that all sorts of things go into. Political activity, donations, right? Like the actual act of voting and all these other sorts of things, right? Like, you know, like all the campaigning that goes before it. But it does not mean that you have to say, like I accept the ideas of the people who happen to vote the same way as me, right? They don't have to be your allies. And in fact, there are multiple different alliances within the Democratic Party, right? Right? There's progressives. There's the Working Families Party. Technically, people still vote heavily Democratic who are still aligned with that party. National Black Caucus, like all these sorts of different. There's like all sorts of different factions, alliances, and things within it, right? But like broadly speaking, everybody has their own goals, and we all get to choose who we're allied with. Right? We don't have to say just because Marjorie finally found the light on one fucking thing that she's on our team, right? But too often these people are trotted out for us as if suddenly they are just that. Which is why we have to push back on it like over and over again, because it's just unacceptable. You know, it is the old form of politics. It's the fever still breaking. form of Obama-era politics that has died. Died in 2016. The day that Donald Trump walked into the White House, that era of politics died, and it's been proven over and over again. Democrats lucked out that Trump was so bad in the first term that they were willing to just throw all, their scruples to the wind and vote for Joe Biden.
I'm staying in the race.
That strategy is no longer working. It has failed. And we're seeing it fail real time right now in this current election, like I was just saying. We were just talking about. Democrats are somehow losing steam while Trump loses steam. The one thing that they've been able to count on, or claim to count on, is the ability to fearmonger against Donald Trump, and that they are the better option no matter how bad they are. We're seeing it play out, that dynamic is crumbling. Like people like Marjorie Taylor Greene aren't actually coming over to the Democratic Party, right? She went and spoke at the Ron Paul, the Libertarian Institute for, kids who can't read good, right? And it just, at some point you would think that the Democratic Party would just wake up to this problem. But it's a problem that they're still benefiting from financially. And so they try and bear hug people like AOC who think ICE is a great institution, Like Marjorie Taylor Greene has no problem with ICE terrorizing immigrants in the U.S. streets. She's totally on board for that.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. Last week, so-called border czar Tom Homan threatened New Yorkers that he would, quote, flood the zone with ICE agents if New York State passes the Local Cops Local Crimes Act introduced by Governor Kathy Hochul, which would limit cooperation between local police and ICE under the 287G program. On Tuesday, a coalition of groups held a rally to protest ICE's abuses at 26 Federal Plaza in New York City, a 41-story federal building in lower Manhattan that houses immigration courts, ICE field offices, immigrant detentions, and U.S. citizenship and immigration services. Every day, New York residents from all over the world arrive to attend ICE check-ins or hearings and risk immediate detention. This week's protest, organized by Hands Off NYC, included advocates from Make the Road New York and the New York Immigration Coalition, as well as a surprise guest. Democracy Now!'s Anjali Kamat was there.
My name is Murad Awauda. I'm the president and CEO of the New York Immigration Coalition. Every single day, we're seeing the Trump administration continue to wage war against immigrants because this is a test for them. They want to say some people in this country have no rights. And if that's the case, none of us do. That's why it's incumbent on every level of government to step up and fight back. We need the city of New York to ensure that we're strengthening our sanctuary policies, that NYPD is not providing cover and collusion to ICE.
That's right.
We need to ensure that the state of New York passes the New York for All Act, which would prohibit our tax dollars, New Yorkers' tax dollars, from going to collusion, to separating families and gutting our communities.
We want peace. We want ICE out of
My name is Halen Choi, and I'm with Hands Off New York. We called this rally today because we think it's important to talk about how immigrant communities in New York are terrorized right now and traumatized. And we don't want anybody to think that the crisis is over. We've heard a lot that after Minneapolis, this administration is moving more quietly. And I think in New York, we had a brief moment when ICE was at the airport that it felt like they weren't on the streets anymore. But in the last 3 weeks, we've seen intense enforcements in our streets. We chose this place because in this building, 26 Federal Plaza, every day families walk in and they don't know if they'll all be able to walk out again. And
Exactly. Like I've been saying, the ICE enforcement efforts are not done. They have just realized how unpopular they are, and they are doing them more quietly.
He talked to us about his experience inside ICE detention.
It was a very traumatic experience. It was very sad to see the way that other human beings were handling fellow human beings, regardless of our immigrant status. It was just very jarring to see the lack of compassion or empathy that was happening throughout the facilities.
How many detention facilities were you in?
5.
In how many states?
In 5 different states.
And how did they move you around?
They moved me around. Well, they first of all move you in the nighttime when you're not allowed to contact your loved one to tell them that you are being moving, and then they shackle you by your ankles, by your waist to your wrists. During that process, you're taken on a bus, and it's pitch black. You don't know where you're going. They don't inform you of where you're going, and then they sometimes put you on a plane. You're still shackled while you're on the plane, and that could last up to 8 hours at a time each time you are being transferred. And it was a very harrowing experience.
And do you know where you're being taken? Are you getting any answers?
You don't. No one tells you anything. The ICE officers on the plane, they try to make a game of it. If you guess where you're going, then I'll tell you yes. But they never told you where we're going. We will guess what states to see if we knew where we were going, but we never got an answer. They would just laugh at us.
Do you feel safe now?
Right now, I'm feeling okay that I'm home with my husband. I do feel that I'm still looking over my shoulder. It was a very harrowing and traumatic experience.
People who are, people should not have to be looking over their shoulders.
Do you have any message for people who might be going
people should not have to be doing that. This is a sign of a fucking fascist state. This guy didn't commit any crimes. People should not be, wondering if they're going to be seized by government thugs around the next corner.
Like fascism and lies like fascism, brothers and sisters, it's fascism.
Don't get it twisted.
It's here, it's now, it's in LA, it's in Chicago, it's in Minneapolis, it's in big cities and small towns, and it's right here in your city. These Gestapo tactics have been employed ruthlessly right here in the shadow of the Statue of Liberty. Today, those huddled masses yearning to be free are hunted, hounded, disappeared, beaten, and dead in custody under mysterious circumstances. This betrayal of humanity, this betrayal of compassion, this craven betrayal of justice must be resisted, protested, defended against, stood up to, exposed, ousted, overthrown, and driven out by you and by me.
That's right! Yeah!
A close family friend was recently kidnapped by ICE. A grandmother, a law-abiding, hard-working grandmother. Coming home one night from the grocery store, was jumped by masked government thugs, thrown into an unmarked van, and deported without a hint of due process. We must stand up for our neighbors and for ourselves, for democracy and for justice, because ain't nobody coming to save us except us. And brothers and sisters, it is now or never. That is why, right now, every act of art, is an act of resistance. Right now, every truth spoken is a beacon of light in the gathering darkness. And right now, let every freedom song sung be a trumpet of hope to the heroes among you who will stand up and undo this madness. I was walking that ribbon of highway, I saw above me that endless skyway. I saw below me a golden valley. This land was made for you and me. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. As I was walking, I saw a sign there, and that sign said, "No trespassing." On the other side, it didn't say nothing. That side was made for you and me. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. Nobody living can ever stop me as I go walking that freedom highway. Nobody living can make me turn back now. Cause this land was made for you and everybody. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and New York City, clap your hands. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island, all right, stop clapping. That's good. That was good though. All right, I'm gonna. We're not done yet. I'm gonna sing the last secret censored verse of this song, and you're gonna listen with rapt attention. And together, we're gonna sing "This Land Is Your Land" as loud as it's ever been sung in front of a detention center in New York City. And then we're all gonna sing with pride and joy one last time. It goes a little bit something like this. Here we go. In the squares of the city, in the shadow of the steeple, near the relief office, I see my people. Some are grumbling, and all are wondering if this land's still made for you and me. Tell them! This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to New York Island, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you. Clap your hands. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. Thank you very much.
Okay, there we go. Probably more Sunday Funday vibes that last one, but I just felt like leaving that in there. One more uplifting piece here. Although this one is not musical in nature. But it is a potentially positive development And that is the expectation of Alligator Alcatraz, the infamous prison camp in the Everglades, to close. Not because the Trump administration got sick of the cruelty or the human tragedy that this place was creating. No. No, it's because this thing is costing a fuckload of money to run.
We're going to take a closer look now at the Trump administration's immigration policy, given some recent developments, from questions surrounding a controversial detention facility in Florida to new leadership at U.S. Border Patrol and ICE. Our White House correspondent, Liz Landers, joins us now. So, Liz, let's start with the reporting that Florida might shut down Alligator Alcatraz. This is that controversial detention facility in a remote area of the Florida Everglades. It's faced criticism over its treatment of detainees. What more do you know?
This is a highly controversial facility that opened up less than a year ago. And the New York Times and several other news outlets are saying that it's going to start winding down operations just in a few weeks at the start of June. There are about 1,400 current detainees there as of last month. And President Trump visited this facility last summer, touted its opening. But the Department of Homeland Security is sort of pushing back on this and saying in a statement to us that any reports that DHS is pressuring the state to cease operations at Alligator Alcatraz are false. Florida continues to be a valuable partner in advancing President Trump's immigration agenda, and DHS appreciates their support. Governor DeSantis has been asked about this in the last few days in press conferences in Florida, and he said yesterday that the state hasn't received definitive notice about the future of the facility and whether it'll close.
What about the condition?
So, I mean, the claims that the Trump administration is pressuring Florida to close are ridiculous. They want them to keep it open. Florida has been funding this thing, right? The state of Florida, Floridians have been funding this thing, and they've now run out of money. State of Florida has run out of money to pay for this thing and is now asking for $500 million to pay for it. I believe technically the federal government was supposed to give them $500 million, but never coughed it up. And of course, ICE budget has now been shut down, and same for the CBP budget, if I recall correctly. So they would have to. I don't know. I don't know if they can suck money out of FEMA legally to pay for it, but like they're basically. I mean, they're being forced to shut it down because they've run out of money. And the Trump administration doesn't have the money for it either. Now, of course, the mastermind, the villain behind the idea of Alligator Alcatraz and many of the horrible tactics we've seen on our streets is the one and only Stephen Miller. But he's having kind of a weird time lately. You'll all be very sad to hear.
So The Atlantic has a big and interesting piece in there that I want to talk to you guys about. So it's titled, "Stephen Miller in Retreat. The once powerful AIDS influence has quietly diminished," by Michael Scherer and Nick Miroff. So if true, that's kind of a big deal, because Stephen Miller is, like, honestly one of the worst in the Trump regime. I understand that they're all horrible, they're all evil, they're all like the devil, but Stephen Miller really is the goose-stepping, zig-heiling, insane.
Jesus Christ.
He's a Jewish Nazi. Like, that's what he is. He's both.
I keep forgetting to do this. And you know what? At this point, I think we'll wait to do a break, to go to first break. I guess we'll wait until, I don't know, like 3 hours, maybe 4 hours. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where I land. I'm going to hold off on a break for now. I went way past the point of no return at this point, so I went so deep past where I wanted to. Like, I wanted to stop before we got to talking about MTG. I don't know what the next good stopping point is for me. I'll figure that out. Just a reminder, folks, though, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And don't forget, of course, that we are completely funded by individuals like you. Without your donations, Galactic News Network would cease to exist, and unfortunately, being demonetized on YouTube has not helped out our financial situation out here. Still have quite a few ways for you to contribute, though. Twitch, bits, power-up, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. Throne, and of course, the very best way to get most base benefits for your earned dollars, Patreon.
And a Nazi. Make that make sense. But he is. And, he's the one who orchestrated all of the worst ICE crimes that we've seen. He's the one. He's the one who, leans into the depravity, leans into the pain and the destruction and the stripping away people's rights. He's actually the worst of the worst. So, they explain in this piece that for quite a while, Trump was totally on board with everything Stephen Miller was doing. Basically, Stephen Miller had Trump wrapped around his finger. And a good example of that is that Stephen Miller secured a 50% cut in seasonal worker visas, which, typically Trump would be okay with those kinds of immigrants because it's like the sector that he's always been in, where he understands that, when it comes to hospitality, when it comes to hotels and casinos and things of that nature, you want immigrants to be able to come and work for you. And Stephen Miller was able to get Trump to agree, no, we got to cut those off. And at the last minute, just recently, Trump decided, no, we're going to go ahead and reverse that. We're not going to do that anymore. We're going to allow some of these people in. And apparently you had some of the hotel leaders, people who were in the industry, the CEOs, they went to Trump and they were like, hey, dog, look, this is not going to work for us. We need to actually allow in some immigrants because it's totally getting out of hand. So at the same time, he's reversing on stuff like that. We also learned that Stephen Miller has effectively been replaced by Tom Homan is one person, and there's another person as well who replaced him. Kristi Noem was sort of like Stephen Miller's right-hand woman, and Stephen Miller would bark orders at Kristi, and Kristi would carry it out. Well, as you all know, Kristi Noem got the axe. Now, my guess is Kristi Noem, I think she was skimming off the top and not giving Trump his cut. So the Mafia Don got rid of her. But having said that, he no longer has his person directly in power and directly in control. Miller also drove $175 billion in immigration enforcement funding, which is the super funding of the ICE, Gestapo, paramilitary, secret police thugs. Now they're funded more than most militaries on planet Earth, and he's the one who got that done. He's the one who set the 3,000 ICE arrests per day number for about 1 million deportations a year. And he's the one who said, we're not going to worry about going after the cartels and the human traffickers. I want you to raid the Home Depot parking lot. I want you to raid the Lowe's parking lot. I want you to raid the local hair salons. I want you to go after anybody and everybody. We don't care about quality of who we get. We care about quantity of who we get. This is the guy who said, we don't care about, having a warrant. We have an executive warrant, and that's just as good as a judicial warrant, even though.
Yep, we all know Stephen Miller is a complete ghoul and a weird freak who has very sort of sadistic sort of tendencies. And apparently his power is slowly diminishing.
For example, you know how Trump was saying we're going to call ICE nice from now on to make, when the media reports on it, some nice agents. It's a goofy child's idea, but that's the sort of shit that Stephen Miller comes up with and feeds to Trump, and then Trump loves. The dumb ideas of let's put a moat by the southern border wall. That's the sort of shit. He comes up with these sadistic but clever ideas that Trump hears that and it just fucking gels with him. And so he's always a threat to weasel his way back in. But the fact of the matter is Trump's approval on immigration went from +7 to -14 because of what Stephen Miller was doing. And now, as you all know, the Trump regime came out about a month ago and said, hey, don't say mass deportation anymore. They said this to Republican congresspeople.
Yeah, they've started to realize the things that Stephen has been getting them to do are not popular. Not that they don't support the things that Stephen's been doing, but they just realized that maybe Stephen doesn't have the best insight on what people are going to like or not. I mean, he's a completely unlikable person. That's part of the problem. That is part of the problem, inherently. Like, from the heart of it. It's why we even have Stephen Miller to exist, like in existence right now, as he is in this form, right? Like, it's because he's an inherently unlikable person who has his whole life been unlikable and has taken that and essentially weaponized it. Like, you know, he's like, oh, the society doesn't like me. I guess I should be as evil as possible. All right. Move on from Stephen Miller here. Sarah Longwell is a perfect example. Why can't I put a face to the name on Sarah Longwell right now? Sarah Longwell. Oh, yeah. But yeah, she's a fucking Democrat. She's not a Democrat. Right? Like, I don't think she's a registered Democrat. She's just like an independent now. She's a former Republican who still has terrible ideas. Even though she thinks the current Republican Party under Trump is like, in an Obama-style fever, right? It's the same thing. They're the same people. She's Liz Cheney. She's basically just Liz Cheney. She's the internet's version of Liz Cheney. Yeah, Bulwark, right? I had to look her up. I couldn't remember for the life of me who that woman was because she's so utterly unimportant to me. She's just one of these people that like chimes in like expecting to be respected in conversations about all of this stuff because she left the Trump camp and wants to come in and say, "Oh, no, that's too far left." It's like, bitch, you're not part of this conversation. There's so many of them. It's like, once again, it's like, look, I welcome you leaving the train, getting off the train, getting out of the cult or whatever, even if you're a never Trumper. Great. Good. I don't care. We're still diametrically opposed. We're not on the same team. But like, it feels like every single like sort of like neo-lib mainstream outlet has at least one of them. I'm trying to think of all of them right now in my head. But there's like at least one like anti-Trump Republican in there. And they're just annoying to me. It's just like, okay, great. Good job. Why are you here? Why are you here? Like, oh my God. Don't even get me started about fucking John Bolton. Why does John Bolton have a fucking CNN, like, retainer? Like, CNN, like, hits the Bolton signal fucking guy, you know, shows up. Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Harry Sisson put up this this list of things that Trump tweeted. You really got to appreciate how spry this guy is. I know, like, for me, I got to start winding down at 10:15 because if I don't get to bed by 11 these days, I'm exhausted. Now, part of that is because my son wakes me up so early, but I mean,
also you can't sleep on your job, which he literally did the next day.
Well, we'll get there in just a moment. Here is Harry Sisson.
That's my job.
Just steamrolled that.
Yeah. Here's the list. He apparently.
Sorry, I got distracted. I was just like thinking about the Sarah Longwell thing. Totally threw me off. That's all I could think about for a second. I totally didn't even lay up this video clip. I'm totally fucking up over here. Where are we at? Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland, Majority Report. Ah, right. Moving on from Stephen Miller to Trump. From whether or not Stephen Miller is doing okay over there, being exiled at the White House for ruining Trump's popularity numbers, although, of course, we know it's not just him, to whether or not the man himself, Donald Trump, is doing okay, which I think we all kind of inherently know the answer to that question.
Harry Sisson put up this this list of things that Trump tweeted. You really got to appreciate how spry this guy is. I know, like, for me, I got to start winding down at 10:15 because if I don't get to bed by 11 these days, I'm exhausted. Now, part of that is because my son wakes me up so early, but I mean,
also you can't sleep on your job, which he literally did the next day.
Well, we'll get there in just a moment. Here is Harry Sisson.
That's my job.
Just steamrolled that.
Yeah. Here's the list. He apparently, this is 2 nights ago, Donald Trump tweeted out or truthed out 55 times in 3 hours.
Gosh, this is like Deborah messing after October 7th.
Just try, just scroll slowly. Accuses Obama of attempting a coup in 2016, attacks Dominion voting systems for 2020 election, accuses Obama personally making $120 million from Obamacare, posts a fake JFK Jr. account that says Obama wiretapped Trump Tower. Positive 1 second, we should just say JFK Jr. was dead at least 8 years before Obama became president. No, 4 years. No, 8 years. Demands Senator Mark Kelly resign. Demands Jack Smith be arrested. Accuses Obama, Clinton, and Comey of treason. Reposts a MAGA tweet saying Hillary Clinton should be sent to Haiti. Says the DOJ is working hard to arrest his enemies for treason. Posts TikTok video of people stealing from a convenience store. Posts TikTok of someone taking a DoorDash order. Accuses Obama, Brennan, and Clinton of sedition and treason. Again, posts a video of a man on CCTV footage knocking over a food a waiter was carrying. Posts a tweet from Mike Flynn saying 2020 election wasn't fair. Reposts a fake Charlie Kirk account that claimed Obama blocked Hillary Clinton from being prosecuted. Claims a senior Democrat just testified under oath that Senator Adam Schiff leaked classified information to tax the New York Times for reporting on the reflecting pool at 1:13 a.m. ending the 55 tweets.
And you skipped.
How rude. How dare New York Times be rude in such a way? Reporting on the $13 million reflecting pool repainting, the Mar-a-Lago-fication of the Lincoln reflecting pool. How could the New York Times do such a thing? Nasty Rupert Murdoch. Writing more editorials.
13 a.m. ending the 55 tweets.
And you skipped about 10 of them.
Oh, I can't read that fast. Now, you're probably asking yourself, how does a man have that kind of stamina?
That's a great question.
How is it that he can muster?
That's a great question. I mean,
the energy.
That's a lot of fucking tweeting right there. A lot of truthing going on right there. His thumbs must be incredibly tired. How could you possibly get ready for work? I mean, he must be a man of steel or something. It's just unhuman. Utterly incredible.
This is a human man.
How does he do it? Is it the Big Macs? Is it the Diet Cokes? I don't... God, you'd think that he'd struggle somehow.
Tweet like that in the middle of the night and then still show up the next day and function in this manner.
In the Perinatal Improvement Collaborative hospitals, we have reduced maternal mortality by 41.5%, which is truly incredible. And this is compared with the 5.9% decline in benchmark hospitals over the same period of time.
And they're just like, well, the guy in the far right of the screen is just watching him to see if Trump is going to do one of the, he's just like slowly sinking into himself. I mean, we've all been there with Grandpa.
Right. I'm concentrating on Grandpa president at the time.
Maybe in his mind. Yeah. I'm focusing deeply on what she's saying. Obama's a demon.
I love women.
Columbiarican _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Trump is just an old demented geriatric pedophile with diarrhea of the mouth who should be put in an insane asylum.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
It's true. Thank you, Columbiarican, for the bits. He's I forgot what I was about to say just now. I forgot what I was about to say just now because of that. God damn it. What was I saying?
Pub president at the time?
Maybe in his mind. I'm focusing deeply on what she's saying. Obama's a demon.
That's what I was gonna say. I love women. Okay? Everyone's saying I love women more than any other president before. Okay? I am the fertility president. Everybody's saying it. Big, strong women are coming up to me, tears in their eyes. They're saying, sir, I've never felt more fertile than ever before. And I said, you're welcome. I am only doing what I can. And that's why I'm listening so intently. Okay, I'm just closing my eyes so... It's like you cut off one of your senses so you can increase the other ones, right? Like you close your eyes so you can hear better. Or, I don't know. I don't have other examples. Facts are facts, all right? It's science.
It's science.
Here's another angle.
I'm definitely not sleeping, okay? Not tired. Intently listening.
Another angle.
With the droopy lip.
Yeah. I'm having a stroke and
earliest
sleeping.
years of their children's lives. Second, we are cutting unnecessary red tape. Red tape that forced providers to close, limited access to care, and made it harder for working families to find the support they needed. We're moving away from one-size-fits-all federal mandates and instead
So reptilian.
parents.
He's doing the trick of trying to raise your eyebrows so high that it keeps your eyes open.
Right.
Here.
Somebody say Trump, quick.
Exactly. Talk about me. Hurry. Hurry.
He needs to pull an Elon and wear sunglasses everywhere to hide how high he is.
Nobody said his name in a minute, and there was too many women talking about their bodies and themselves and stuff like that. And I think they lost. I'm afraid they lost his interest. I hate to say it, but I don't think that all the talk about being the fertility president, I don't think Trump actually gives a shit. Hate to be Mr. Skeptical over here. I think what he's more focused on is decorations, right? decorations, commendations, medals, awards, money, spending our taxpayer money on things like gold filigree to cover every fucking surface at the White House. Or you know, to build the Arc de Trump. Or to pave over the Rose Garden. Or you know, to demolish the East Wing and build the Epstein Ballroom. Or, of course, to Mar-a-Lago-fy the Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool. We've been talking about it. The cost of that's been increasing tenfold since first announced to a cost that could, in theory, resurface at least a dozen Olympic-sized swimming pools. All to make the Memorial Reflecting Pool look a little bit more like a Trump property hotel, to go from gray to blue. It looked perfectly fine before this, of course. I don't think this was scheduled. This was, I think, another Trump decoration project that went to one of his personal friends. His own pool guy, right? Like, he literally got his own pool guy to do the reflecting pool in DC. He's like, yeah, look, it's the same thing. They both hold water, don't they? He's the perfect guy. However, a lawsuit is seeking to stop the repainting of the Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool. As announced earlier this week.
A federal lawsuit filed today seeks to stop the painting renovations to the reflecting pool on the National Mall. The Cultural Landscape Foundation says the blue coating is altering the historic character of the monument and violates environmental and preservation laws. President Trump announced the project last month ahead of America's 250th birthday. The National Park Service says the paint will enhance the visitor experience.
It's going to enhance the visitor experience because it's going to look more like a pool in Florida. Yeah, I think, did they finish it? Hold on. I think they may have actually halted it. I can't find any pictures of it fully finished. Wait, is this it? No. Oh, that's an old picture. Because I was thinking they would just finish it. I was thinking they would just ignore the lawsuit and just finish it. But I think it's just sitting there half painted. Looking significantly uglier than it started. Empty and partly blue, partly gray. That's great. The Floridification of America. Yeah! Which really, when you think about it, is just the idiocracy-ification of America. Sponsored by Carl's Jr. Okay. That's the same clip. RFK said a lot of crazy things during that press conference. All sorts of fascinating stuff. All sorts of fascinating stuff. That fucking pool is a monstrosity right now. Half painted monstrosity. I mean, it's way over budget. There's no way it should cost $16 million or whatever it is right now. It's out of control. Yeah, and while Donald Trump is spending money to beautify DC, turn it into his own personal resort, the economy continues to get worse and worse. Here's the majority report from 2 days ago.
People have been feeling this, and now it's showing up in the numbers. There are two real inflation numbers that you have to pay attention to. One is the CPI, in the inflation number broadly, and then the other is core inflation. Now, the inflation number broadly includes energy costs, which of course are up dramatically because of the Iran war. And so a lot of people say, well, you can't really count that because if we were to end the war tomorrow, those would come down. Now, I would not take that for granted. They'll come down, but they're not going to come down dramatically for a while because we know that we have at least 1 billion barrels of oil less in the world than we did as of like 2 months ago, at least annualized. But the core inflation excludes food and energy. Food and energy are going to be going way up. But the core inflation is also up. And now we have total inflation is eating away at wages. Just to remind you, Donald Trump said, vote for me and it'll all be fixed. This is Donald Trump 2 years ago, right? August of 2024.
Starting on day one, we will end inflation and make America affordable again to bring down the prices of all goods.
Affordability. Affordability. You know, we should have listened to that more carefully because if you really sort of like parse that or grok it, as we used to say. Oh, and that's where they got the IAI from. I just did.
Hold on. Let's look at the numbers here a little bit on this situation. It's not great. It's not good. In fact, you could characterize it as bad. Like we're heading into like a recession right now. And potentially, almost actually more and more less potentially and almost more certainly now a period of stagflation. And that's the worst of all possible options, really.
I guess I'm a businessman, but I'm not a businessman. And even I am like, what? Here is a clip from CNN that at least, I guess, feels like they're not in a position to lie to their audience. Let's see if it's talking macro, micro, on a micro level. If you get really micro. I mean, super micro, you're going to be able to find, like, anecdotally, there are some things that are down. It's just that the data shows that's not the case.
Put it all together and you have a situation where prices are now going up faster than paychecks, right? And that's the first time that we've seen that, where real wages, inflation-adjusted wages, are falling for the first time since 2023. You look all the way on the left side of the screen, that's the red line is prices. Prices were going up faster than paychecks. then you had this massive improvement. And for about 3 years, right, people's paychecks were going up faster than the cost of living. Not anymore. We've seen that crossover there. So look, bottom line, this is just more evidence of how the war in the Middle East and this energy crisis is making it more expensive for consumers.
It explains this new CNN polling, how people are feeling about the economy. And, you know, 3/4 of the population just about are saying it's not going well.
Yeah, 3/4 of people think things aren't going well.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Otherwise known as awful, 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 weak, weak, weak. Everybody's saying it. But that's, I mean, just to unpack this graph one more time. Wages have been going down. Earnings growth has been stagnating for the last 3 years. You can see it's been growing, but it's the growth, the percentage gains on that growth has been stagnating. Right, it was above 4% here, nearly at 5%, and now it's way down here, below 4%. Meanwhile, inflation, which had been going down, you know, I mean, this is a year and a half. This is a year right here. This is 1 year after the invasion of Ukraine. The second one, right, 2022 winter. That's almost exactly 1 year to the day, and that's when inflation started to taper off. Right, that was the big catalyst. Oil prices spiked as a result of the invasion in 2022. In conflux with the already existing inflation problems from the pandemic, and you had sort of a perfect storm of terrible, and it took over a year for that to start coming down. Eventually it did start coming down, but that's just the inflation rate. You'll notice that at no point did inflation go negative. We never had a deflationary month, not one single time. So prices have continued to just rise and rise more, like, slowly, but now you're seeing them reverse that trend, rising faster. You could call this the bottom of that trend. And now, since April of 2025, Liberation Day, dare I say, since Liberation Day, that trend has reversed. What a mystery. Who knew that putting taxes on stuff would raise costs and prices? Oh, literally everyone, not just economists, just people able to do math could see that one. Yeah, data just keeps getting worse. We are now double the Federal Reserve's target inflationary rate. And of course, the guidance the Federal Reserve has been providing now for quite some time is 2% inflationary target. And if we can stay at a stable rate of that and of maximum employment, and if we can do those two things simultaneously, then we can lower interest rates, federal, at least the federal funds rate. And that is going to be a big topic of discussion today, I'm afraid, because interest rates are playing a big factor into this economic collapse that I'm talking about in the title.
Money, power, politics. And it was a mixed day for markets. The Dow finished the day up just 56 points, while the S&P slipped from recent highs. Tech stocks slumped, and oil prices, you guessed it, surged. As of today, the average price for a gallon of gas still sits around $4.50. That is a lot. And the pain at the pump is finally showing up in our government data. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the CPI, Consumer Price Index, rose nearly 4% in April from a year ago. Guess why? Energy prices. That is the fastest rate we have seen in 3 years. And inflation pressure is not just showing up at the gas pump, it's everywhere, across housing, food, retail, and more. But again, the president does not seem too worried about it.
When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating
even a little bit. The only thing that matters is that I'm talking about Iran. They can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about
Columbia Arican_9 505 just cheered 100 bits. Thanks Trump, my wallet was getting too heavy. Please liberate me of my money that is adding weight to my wallet.
Yes.
Please liberate me of my money.
So thoughtful of Trump to liberate us all of our money. Oh, it's terrible. Do you hear that? It's like, man, it's like super loud banging sounds. I think the space station's getting hit by space debris right now.
financial situation. I don't think about anybody.
But to be clear, when we struck Iran, the president said Iran was building a nuclear bomb. It would be done in 2 weeks. And when it was going to be done, they were going to use it. There's no evidence backing up that claim. He continues to repeat it. Brendan Greeley joins us now. He's a contributing editor for the Financial Times. And Dan Nathan, CNBC contributor and co-host of the Risk Reversal podcast. And Brendan has a book coming out days from now.
Okay. I'm going to skip that. But as you can see, the data continues to get worse under Trump. These things continue to compound. The ripples continue to reach further and further of these policies of his, whether it's the war in Iran, Liberation Day tariffs, or his immigration policy, which is also affecting things, right? In terms of like the labor force. And of course, we can't forget gas prices, right? Gas prices continue to go up and up and up. National average hitting $5 this week, I think. And we are living in an environment where things for Americans are getting more and more expensive, and we can actually be projecting right now that they are going to get even more expensive somehow in the near future. I don't know how we're gonna. I don't. We're gonna need a stimulus check at this point. Like we're gonna need some like gigantic. Like the economy is about to shut down.
All right, new this morning, gas prices up cents to an average of $4.53 per gallon. You can see how much they are from before the war. And the rising gas prices are fueling its huge jump in what businesses had to shell out last month, the Producer Price Index. With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton. So gas prices above $4.50 a gallon. You hear people talking about it. I had a Republican congressman tell me he paid $100 to fill up his tank. Right? That's a lot of money. Where does the president rank when we talk about approval on gas prices?
You know, oftentimes when gas prices go up, the president pays a price. But never this much, because we're talking about a record here. Take a look at this. Highest disapproval on gas prices. Look at this. President Trump, 79%. 79% of Americans disapprove of him on gas prices. Look, the rest of them you see across the board also reach the 70s, but never
this 100 bits. Pardon this interruption, GSL. Just wanted to report, Bob, my pet xenomorph ran off. I forgot to put a leash on him. And the engineering team went missing on deck 13. I guess I'm gonna get a bill on the damages Bob does.
That's a disaster. It's a disaster. That's a little irresponsible of you, Columbia Rican. Not gonna lie. Little irresponsible. Might have to fine you for that one. Just letting xenomorphs run rogue around, leashless. Did you really think that through? You know.
This is a record high in terms of looking back at every single president this century. Again, President Trump is breaking records across the political map. But on this one, he is also doing so. And in a way, you simply put, don't want to be breaking records.
And the gas prices were higher here, but he still is being blamed more at this point.
Exactly
which is
right.
Interesting. What's the partisan breakdown here?
Yeah, okay. Why is he being blamed more, right? Why is he being blamed more? And the partisan breakdown really gets this, because just take a look here. We get the rare trifecta.
Yeah, just to be clear for everybody, in case people don't understand what we're talking about here, Xenomorph is the titular main character of the film Alien. This guy right here, you know, with the armored exoskeleton and the oozing mucus, the spiked tail, the fully the fully what's it called? Not autonomous. There's a word for this. I can't think of what it is. Yeah, you get what I'm saying. A creature covered in spikes. Look, I'm not even saying you shouldn't have it as a pet, but just leaving it unattended and unleashed out of it, like out of its habitat. I feel like this is clearly, foreseeably a problem. And now you put the whole station in jeopardy.
Trifecta. Ooh, it's scary if you're a Republican these days looking at these numbers, because take a look at this. Disapproval on gas prices. Look at this. 97% of Democrats, not so much of a surprise. 85% of independents. You know, I was trying to go through the record books to see if there was anybody else.
Oh, that's a great point. I almost forgot. I completely forgot the acid blood. Good reminder, Brittany. You can't forget the acid blood. See what I'm saying here? See what I'm saying here? Everybody in chat agrees that this was clearly, there was so many good reasons to think this through a little bit longer, and yet somehow, what could it have possibly been that you had to do?
Reached 85%. I think Bush did right at the very peak. So I believe tied for the top here. And then look at this. 52% of Republicans. Look, Republicans have stuck with Donald Trump through everything. But even on gas prices, even they are breaking. You get a majority of Republicans, 52%, who disapprove of the president on gas prices. And that is why he, of course, has the highest disapproval rating of all time, at least that I could find for any president on gas prices.
All right, so how much are gas prices weighing on people when it comes to their economic condition?
Yeah, you know, you see these numbers, right? You see, of course, the highest disapproval rating, 79%. But that only tells part of the story, because it wouldn't matter so much if people didn't care, but they care a whole heck of a lot. Take a look here. Okay, top economic problem facing your family, gas travel costs. You know, you go back a year ago, it was just 5%. Look at where we are today. 23% say that, in fact, it is their top economic problem facing their family. So all of a sudden, you get 79% of the public
Yeah, see, 5% is like, look, everybody needs gas. Not everybody, but most people who need gas are getting it because so many people use gas, right? And it's like it's a commodity that shouldn't be a problem to get a hold of because we've based our whole society around it. I mean, don't get me started about whether or not we should be basing our whole society around that. But my point is that, you know, we have, and as a result, we have generally had an affordable gas here to some, you know, to a degree or another. Of course, it's gotten unaffordable at different times, especially around conflicts. But 5% is the sort of number like, look, my gas cost is factored into my shit because that is an expected thing in my life. So to go from 5% to 1 in 20 people to 1 in 4, from 5 to 20, nearly 25%. That is such a huge shift. Oh, wow. as the number one economic problem facing your family, I mean, that's catastrophic. That's existential, right? And the reason why I say this is because in the United States, like I was just mentioning, we depend on gasoline to get everywhere, right? The vast majority of people use cars rather than public transportation to get everywhere because we have shitty public transportation. At least broadly in society, right? Of course, depending on where you are, you know, if you live in a more coastal or larger metropolitan area, you're likely to have more access to public transportation, but I think we all know what I'm saying. And since we're so spread out, which is filled with highways, all these other things, like, we need this to get around. And as a result, this number creates a massive problem, right? If you're talking about 1 in 5 people are like, dude, I don't have enough gas to be able to live my life. This is the number one economic problem. Of all the things, you know, the thing that is causing me the most pain in life right now is trying to put gas in my tank to live in society, essentially to participate in the economy in many cases. Like, because think about what people are using their cars for: go to the store, to get food, right? To get the kids, or to take the kids to and from school and whatever activities, right? To get to work, right? That's like the number one thing people are using their cars for, right? Like, to get to work. Of course, travel as well, right? Vacation, all those other sorts of things, which are absolutely, I feel like, going to be going out the window this year with these kinds of costs going up. People are going to have to find ways to vacation at home, I feel like, save costs somehow. Because this shit is out of hand. And the fact is gas is not even the only economic problem facing people, right? It's just the one that we're talking about right now, and that everybody is feeling the most right now because it's going up the fastest. Which is shocking to say because everything else is going up super fast. But we've seen oil go up literally 100% in 5 months. Going into a season when oil prices usually go up even further, right? Like, as it gets warmer and the summer comes out, if people go on, you know, kids come home from school and all these other shit, people start going on vacation, road trips, whatever else, you know, like, usually, seasonally, gas prices go up. And that's what we should be expecting through the summer. By the way, this is what I just need to do this really quickly. Columbia Rican, this one's for you. I think this is where this is.
All right, everyone relax. She's not going to take anyone's air.
Wait, hold on. Is this it?
I mean, come on, Ed. It's bullcrap. Don't get me wrong.
No, that's not it either. Son of a bitch. I can't find it. I can't find it. Or does he say... Is it here? I think actually it might be here. I think it might be here. Is it this one?
Idiot! That is a sign.
No, it's not. Fuck it. Screw it. I ruined it. I was looking for that quote. You're putting the whole station in jeopardy. But I couldn't find it. It's in there somewhere. You're putting the whole station in jeopardy. I think you know that. I forgot to update the galactic content goal. I think. Hold on, let me look at the... I tried to make note of this. Hold on. Sorry, I have to check the old stream really quickly. Yeah. Yeah, nice. Great. Galactic deficit continues to get lower and lower as we progress through the month. thanks to all of your generosity. Financing of the galactic deficit is going quite well. And if people have forgotten, we still, until the end of the completion of the galactic deficit, a 1-for-1 contribution pledge from a particular space fams due to our plight this month. One individual felt it necessary to be incredibly generous and basically fund half of the galactic deficit themselves. So your dollars can go even further on Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. All right, we got more. We got more on the cost of living in the United States.
The President of the United States, and more so for his party in Congress, which, of course, a lot of them are up for this midterm election.
Yeah, well, every member in the House is
Every
up.
member in the House
Every
and a third of the Senate.
Every single member in the House.
Republicans have a new message for Americans concerned about rising gas prices. Just relax.
Look, this is not going to last forever, and gas prices are going to go back down.
How do you know that?
Well, I know that because this war is not going to last forever.
The gas price situation is tough, but I don't think that's going to be resolved in the next few weeks. I think by, call it Labor Day, it's all in the rearview mirror.
The fact of the matter is everybody relax. Fuel prices will go down. Iran's going to end very, very soon.
Immediately,
You might
if
recall,
not
this is
sooner.
the same party that attacked Joe Biden throughout his presidency, accusing him of inaction over high gas prices.
He's not being honest about inflation. Inflation is picking up. Look at gas prices, up over 70 cents a gallon since he got elected.
The national average price for a gallon of gas reached $4.32 on Sunday. And yes, that is the highest price in U.S. history. What is so hard about just being honest with the American people? President Biden should accept responsibility for the past year of rising prices.
We see people postponing their vacations. So this is having a devastating impact to normal families all across my state. The Biden administration is just tone deaf.
In standard fashion, the Biden administration has tried to blame someone else.
Now, what's fascinating about this, if I recall history correctly, Joe Biden didn't invade Ukraine. Trump did invade Iran, though. Those are the two events that caused gas prices to spike in these two different situations. So it's fascinating that Republicans are all of a sudden like, look, gas, it's fine. Look, it totally. Why is everybody talking about? You're still talking about the Jeffrey gas prices?
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Are Republicans doing the same?
Yeah, I don't think this is something to be glib about. This is certainly sobering, and I think President Trump should have an honest conversation. We are in a war.
This isn't something to be glib about, says Lydia. I'm shocked. A complete right-wing lunatic from the New York Post thinks we shouldn't be glib about gas prices under Trump. I really want to look into some of Lydia's journalism under Biden right now, real bad. I'll bet you she was being super glib about a whole bunch of shit. Like, this woman is the definition of glib at most turns. All of a sudden she wants us to be sober about this. All of a sudden she wants us to have like a serious conversation about it. No, you can't be glib. Oh, how rude. Oh, this is not the time for that. Everybody's suffering. Oh, okay, I see.
Like other leaders do, and acknowledge what's going on and continue to make the case to the American people that it's worth it, because there is a serious cost. I also think there are things to be optimistic about. We are deregulating. UAE is coming out of OPEC, which could mean...
I love, like, they have run out of talking points. When the Republicans do try and talk, like, policy, it falls so flat. They have nothing. The most surface claims possible. Look, we think there's lots of great stuff to think about. We're just deregulating the whole economy, you know. We're taking off all the limits on microplastics and forever chemicals and lead in your drinking water, and letting billionaires rape and pillage the environment, and, you know, like, oh, so many good things. We got nothing.
Less of a monopoly on that front, and
Wait. Well, less of a monopoly on what front? We go back. Wait, what?
there are things to be optimistic about. We are deregulating. UAE is coming out of OPEC, which could mean less of a monopoly on that front.
Oh my gosh, she's living in a complete fairy tale world right now. What? Oh, so the two great things everybody should look forward to is that we've deregulated the U.S. economy, allowing businesses to do whatever the hell they want, and UAE left OPEC. Win, big wins. These are big Trump wins. Big Trump wins. I hate to say it, but I'm a little nonplussed by those wins. The UAE isn't the biggest exporter of oil on the planet. Them leaving OPEC, people have been making a big deal of it. But the United Arab Emirates is less than 5% of the world's daily oil production, pre-Strait of Hormuz collapse, right? So them leaving is a literal drop in the bucket, right? A drop in the barrel, if you will. And so she's just celebrating these completely weak-ass, like non-wins. Like, she's basically celebrating non-W's. She's like, but look at all these non-W's we can point to. We can have more arsenic in baby food, and we have a 5% freer oil market. Oh, yay. I hate to point out more L's, but of course, let's not forget that millions of Americans are falling off of their health insurance as we speak across America, thanks to the big, beautiful bill. The Trump tax cut. When I call it the Trump tax cut, I mean the tax cut for President Trump. He is a billionaire, and he's one of the few hundred recipients of this benefit.
There's a lesson here for a lot of different people. I'm not a huge fan of the ACA, but there were significant portions of it that were exceedingly important, both from a perspective of somebody who wants to have Medicare for all, but also just in terms of like the material benefits of people's lives. And that is the patient protection parts of it, where it actually ensured that private insurance provides certain things and cannot be taken away from you. And the other part was an expansion of Medicaid, which at its peak, which was about a year ago, you had halved the number of people between the exchanges, U.S. government subsidizing private insurance, and Medicaid, U.S. government providing full medical insurance for people. You had halved the number of uninsured Americans, maybe even more than half, from where it was 15 years ago.
20 million people got Medicaid under ACA expansion.
And I think prior to that, there was about 40 million uninsured. And that has all been unraveled.
Number three, millions more people are now uninsured. What are the numbers here specifically around Medicaid?
Right. So Medicaid is separate from what I was talking about. But back in the one big beautiful bill,
the Republicans carved back all kinds of Medicaid eligibility definitions. And so the consequence, when you put the two things together, this is the impact of these tax credits that I was just talking about. But when you add the one big beautiful bill impact on it, you can see that the number of people who are insured, which peaked back up here at about almost 50 million people in the exchanges, thanks to Obamacare, went down, 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 all the way down here because of those exchanges that Obamacare set up. Now it's going to jump back up here, up to 37 million uninsured Americans. That means that we have essentially, or we will essentially eliminate half of the people who got insurance through Obamacare will be giving it up. So half of Obamacare, the Republicans have very quietly eviscerated without ever saying the words Obamacare, because that didn't go so well for them in the past.
Now, obviously, the Republicans don't give a shit. And Republicans, it will increase the number of people who die. It will immiserate many, many people not to have health insurance. It is, and that is in no way an endorsement of private health insurance. I mean, a lot of that was Medicaid, I should say, as well. But there's a lesson to be learned here. Like, you know, if, and it is a very small cohort of people, I understand, who go on and say, like, you know, we need Medicare for all, and I'm not going to vote for a Democrat because the Democratic Party has failed to deliver Medicaid and Medicare for all. That's true. We do have Democratic candidates who are in for it, and I think we're going to probably have more in the Senate by the time this year's. We're not going to have anywhere near a majority of Democrats, and even in the House, I would say like 15 to 20% of people who say they're for Medicare for all are not really. And we have people like Mallory McMurrow who's saying we wouldn't want Medicare for all because the government would be in charge. But understand that when you talk about the thousands of people annually who die from back before Obamacare, when we had 45, 50 million people uninsured, when you talk about the annual deaths from that, and then you cut that number in half, the number of people who have health insurance, don't have health insurance, and presumably cut the number of people who die in half. Maybe actually it's even greater than half because you're giving in Medicaid, you're reaching some of the most distressed populations in the country. Understand that when you kick people off of Medicaid, people are going to go back up and we're going to have more deaths. And so, you know, like this is a lesson. I'm not advocating incrementalism, but understand that there are costs associated with grand political schemes that's supposedly going to bring about some type of like black box imposition of policies that you want.
Right.
I mean,
it's about that you have to play defense as well as playing offense. Like that is just a crude sports analogy to apply to this.
And also, people should keep in mind, this is not Donald Trump. This is the Republican Party. This has been their agenda. They voted 50 times to repeal Obamacare before Donald Trump got into office. And they were even shut out just by a hair when he was in the first time. But understand, like, this is the Republican Party. And the Democrats need to make this clear. We do not need a strong Republican Party to function as a country. In fact, I think we have seen indisputable evidence that a strong Republican Party undermines the health, the broad-based wealth, the safety, I mean, every aspect of life, the planet, the Republicans under Trump have essentially outlawed, not a hard ban, but more or less have banned in practice wind energy in the.
Yeah. All right. And I think what's most also incredibly frustrating about this moment is that Democrats have still passed the budgets, right? Like the spending packages. Like every continuing resolution the Democrats have come over to vote for, Chuck Schumer has, coordinated. And that's, to some degree how they've been able to continue doing this, because if they had just forced them to the table on a number of these CRs, it's not clear to me that we would have gotten to where we're at right now. Like, if they had just forced a shutdown before the big beautiful bill ever passed, like when did it pass? Yeah, it was in July. And there was a spending package Democrats technically got on board for before July. And this is another failure of fucking Chuck Schumer. This guy needs to go. Like I said before, resign. We need him to resign immediately. He is driving the Democratic Party to failure, and he will cause the Democrats to lose this midterms. And if we don't, they are the only reason. I'm trying to point this out to everyone. We still have the majority of Trump to live with right now, I'd point out. The only reason they have pulled back on stuff like ICE, on stuff like, trying to think what else he's pulled back on. It hasn't been that much, but like the only reason they've even pulled back on any of the rhetoric, on any of the bad policies in any form or fashion, is because they're a little scared of the midterms right now. Trump certainly is, and some number of Republicans certainly are. Whether it's about losing their seats or Trump losing the ability to govern, right? Because if Democrats take the House and the Senate, he won't be able to get any of his agenda through. He'll just be passing executive orders with zero, legitimacy being sort of followed through in the legislature. But if Republicans win, they will be right back out, just like it's 2025 again. They'll be saying, we have a mandate. They'll be coming out, they'll be, look, we have a mandate. And then they're just going to go right back, and they're going to get worse. They're just going to get worse. And we can't even come close to that. I've been saying it over and over, and it cannot, it has to be too big to rig. Stop the steal, 2026. I'm not kidding. We've been talking about it. Republicans are literally trying to steal it. With gerrymandering and rigging the elections via maps drawing and, with, God, what are the other measures we've been talking about? My brain just broke. Oh, God. Oh, with sending fucking the National Guard or ICE to polling places to intimidate voters. We've heard about mass groups of people being stricken from voter rolls, as well as the DOJ and the FBI seizing voter rolls illegally and requesting voter rolls from across the nation. It has to be too big to rig, because they are trying to rig it right now. These are just facts. They are doing it in the open. Nothing I've said here is some sort of conspiracy theory. Everything I just said was just like what we all understand to be the case. And don't think that Trump won't do everything he can to remain in power and to hold on to as much power as he possibly can, and to continue to use his power improperly, like extorting the U.S. government. I don't know if you've heard of this one, but Donald Trump has been suing the IRS, and he's been talking about dropping his lawsuit amidst talk of some sort of slush fund some like $1.5 billion slush fund for him and like Rudy Giuliani and Mike Lindell, basically. Like that's when I heard about this, those are the three people that come to mind. I'm sure there's a few others, but they're the main ones.
Today, a new and arguably troubling development in the bizarre saga where President Trump sued the IRS for $10 billion. Sources familiar with the matter tell ABC News the president is expected to drop his legal challenge, but he still wants a $1.7 billion fund to compensate allies who claim they were wrongfully targeted by the Biden administration. That money would come from taxpayers and could benefit nearly 1,600 people charged in connection with the January 6th Capitol riot, as well as some others associated with Trump, although the president himself is excluded from receiving payments. In a request for comment, Trump's legal team told ABC, quote, President Trump continues to hold those who wrong America and Americans accountable. The DOJ, IRS, and Treasury Department did not issue a comment. Joining us now, Bill Kristol, Bulwark editor-at-large. Rick Stengel is back with us, and MS Now.
So Trump is about to take $1.7 billion from the taxpayers and give it to the insurrectionists right now. You know, and all the people who did the whole the Stop the Steal thing, right? The original one. We're doing this is number 2. This is the reverse one, and this one's real. But they were this, like all of those guys, like Mike Lindell, Rudy Giuliani, like, and the other people who were involved. Like that's who's gonna get money from this. Pam Bondi probably, like the lawyers who defended them, they'll get money, I'm sure. This is a slush fund for all of Trump's like besties and like the Proud Boys. That's basically who this money is about to go to. The Proud Boys and the Patriot Front and the 3%ers and Mike Pillow. And probably to Donald Trump himself. Although he's not supposed to be a recipient of it, but I would not be shocked if he somehow wound up with money from this. It's not like the DOJ would go after him. You think that Todd Blanche is going to go after him? Todd Blanche is going to be a recipient of this. Because he was one of the lawyers for one of the people that were wrongfully targeted by the Biden DOJ. I mean, that means it's all a fucking farce. Right? Like it's a balloon payment for the fake witch hunt. It's the witch hunt balloon payment. Oh my God. And yet Trump is literally doing like a witch hunt a week, right? Like he's going after one of his political enemies with the DOJ and the FBI. Like every single week, it's a new name. And yet he's claiming victim here to the tune of billions of dollars. It's insane. The lawsuit, I mean, shouldn't even exist, first off. President can't sue the federal government. Okay? The former president could. He's the current president. There is not an adversarial situation. In law, for a lawsuit, you need something called an adversarial situation, and there is none here. He is the federal government. He's suing himself to take money from the people. It's insane. But of course, Donald Trump only cares about himself. He is a petulant child with sitting in the most powerful office on the planet. And he's just enriching himself and his allies, claiming victim while he bullies everybody, every single person on the face of the earth. He doesn't care about anyone else. Let's be real. He made that quite clear this week.
I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon.
Inflation numbers came out today. As you know, yesterday we heard that the consumer price index shot up several percentage points, almost 4%, which was the outpacing wage growth for the first time since 2023. Core inflation also shot up. That's stripped of gas and food. So it suggests that things like tariffs and perhaps sort of things that are downstream from energy costs, obviously petroleum does a lot of things, is what's driving inflation. And today, wholesale inflation numbers for April were released, and it jumped 6% in April on an annual basis, which is the biggest increase since 2022. And that suggests also, even if because it's in part was this in trade services, that you're starting to see the implications of tariffs now, as well as obviously energy costs. But Donald Trump, he's not bothered by this because he's got a bigger fish to fry, and that is Iran's make-believe nuclear weapons. And
the war that's not a war. He keeps slipping up now and just calling it a war when he was calling it an excursion or an incursion or a little jaunt. Or
I mean, he literally said they don't like it when I call it a war.
Well, but what do you mean they don't like it? Meaning it's illegal because Congress is supposed to authorize it? Yeah, the Constitution doesn't like it. Yeah.
And here is Donald Trump, but making it clear, and this is, I have an idea on what he's trying to go for here.
When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all. That's the only thing that motivates.
Now, aside from that being, cut for ads across the country, I would imagine as we speak, it shows sort of like just the absolute adolescent brain that is driving this entire excursion against Iran. They're going in for negotiations. They are, and Emma, you could talk about this, Pakistan story that seems to be somewhat bunk. But they are going into negotiations with Iran, and Trump is out there trying to prove to Iran that he is no way influenced at all by.
Exactly. He's a bad poker player trying to bluff that he's not hurting right now. He doesn't have the cards. Doesn't have the cards. I'm fine. I'm fine. Absolutely. I don't care. I'm not even thinking about it. I'm not even thinking about how much money I'm losing right now. Not a big deal because I have all the cards, actually. Everybody's saying it. But he doesn't have the cards. And Iran knows that. And we know that. Everybody but him knows that.
Good morning. Yesterday, Trump said he doesn't ever think about Americans. We've all known this. We've all known this since 2015. But now, considering he's in his deathbed era, he's now saying the quiet part out loud, constantly and consistently. Play the clip.
When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all.
Iran didn't have a nuclear weapon. This is Iraq all over again. He is getting fed information from his golfing buddy, Steve Witkoff, his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and war criminal, homicidal purveyor of, now we know via the New York Times, leader of an IDF that engages in a lot of sexual assault, Benjamin Netanyahu. That is our partner. That is our ally in this. These people are liars. The American economy was at a trajectory with Biden to be the strongest economy in the world. This man has screwed it up so exponentially because what he said right there is 100% true.
Exactly. Trump only cares about one thing, himself. And things that make him look good. He's an incredibly vain man. He's got like a completely fucked up, deranged worldview. Who's now in charge of our country. Just sort of flippantly behaving in a way that is detrimental to everyone else but him. Because the fact is what could hurt him at this point? That is the question I think everybody should ask themselves. What would hurt Trump at this point? First off, he can't be... The only thing that, I mean, are Republicans going to impeach him? He's president until 2028. Unless somehow Democrats take back the House and the Senate enough so that they could vote Trump out without Republicans. Because I don't see a single Republican voting for an impeachment right now. Right? So he's here until 2028, unless something shocking happens between now and November. And he is a billionaire. He owns property all over the fucking place, all over the world. Right? Like his own private jet. He could literally just fly to another country right now. Even if we, wanted to like put him in jail. If he had any heads up, he could probably like flee the country. Even if he didn't have a job for the rest of his life, for however long that is. Like, you don't think he could sustain his lifestyle on what he's got after the last however many years of grifting? Come on. He's got billions of dollars he's accrued. It's very, very liquid. There's nothing. That's the thing. I keep thinking. There's basically nothing that can really hurt him. There's nothing that concerns him. Like, the people never had any actual empathy for any human beings, right? That's the thing. He's a sociopath. He never had empathy for any human beings, inherently. Aside from how they have been able to further his, his goals, everyone is just a pawn in his mind. And so when he's confronted with the idea of people, suffering as a result of his decisions, he just sees them as never Trump derangement syndrome havers, right? Like, they're not pawns. They're now enemies because they disagree. Pawns don't dissent. He's still absurdly in debt to several banks. Yeah, that's true. I'm just saying, he could liquidate all sorts of stuff and come up with a massive multi-billion-dollar pile of cash, right? All the Liberty Financial tokens and Trump coins and Truth Social stock and whatever else he might have lying around. Very easily. Come up with like $1 billion in cash, I'm pretty sure, like on the fly. Or at least like in a bank account, right? Not necessarily physical cash. Because let's be real, Trump couldn't carry $1 billion in cash. I don't think any human being could carry $1 billion in cash. We've all seen Breaking Bad. All right, let's... yes, before we move on from the topic of Donald Trump not giving a fuck about a single person, I think we should go here. To gubernatorial hopeful John Cornyn, current senator of Texas, speaking to reporters on Capitol Hill.
All right. Well, maybe not all. How are you feeling about the runoffs that are coming up in a couple weeks here?
A couple weeks. Come on, it's 4 days till early voting, and then the day after Memorial Day. Well, I'm optimistic, but you know these elections are sometimes unpredictable. I guess the biggest question is going to be is who shows up to vote, and we've been working hard to try to encourage more people to participate in the process, and I'm optimistic.
Can I ask you about the president's comments earlier this week where he said he's not really thinking about Americans' finances as it relates to the Iran war?
I think that was just a sort of a throwaway line. I don't think that's sincere.
I think that was just a throwaway line, says John Cornyn. Oh my god. I can barely keep it together over here. Oh god. Of course John Cornyn wants to throw it away. I just love that. What a response. What do you think about Trump saying that he doesn't care about Americans? That's a throwaway line, as in, please never bring that up ever again. God, sorry, I just coughed so hard it hurt. Oh, God. It's just insane. I mean, these guys are so feckless and weak. John Cornyn,
so hot right now.
He's just too afraid of going against Trump because this is a politically toxic fucking comment. So these Republicans like him who are running for election right now, we gotta pretend that when Trump says something like that, it's just all jokes. It's all jokes. All the bad stuff Trump says is all jokes. He doesn't mean any of that. This is a throwaway line. Throw away that line, please. Don't bring that up. There's no way my voters want to hear that. Meanwhile, things are getting a little weird. There are some movements happening right now as Trump leaves China. The global financial markets are having a little of a tumultuous day here on Friday.
What's up, everybody? I got some big breaking news here for you, and suffice to say, it is not pretty. It is not pretty. So sit back, relax, buckle up, because this is going to be a wild ride. So right off the bat here, absolute bloodbath in the U.S. market this morning. Almost $1 trillion has been wiped out in just 5 minutes after the market opened up. So that is a colossal disaster. And understand something, this is tied to the fact that inflation is coming in hot. Inflation is out of control. Okay, so that's a huge deal. We also have the U.S. 30-year Treasury yield soared to 5.12%, which is the highest level since the global financial crisis in 2008. Now, that's just a fancy way of saying that the interest that we pay on our national debt is now above 5%, which means just servicing that is now becoming very difficult. Okay, so on top of regular people now basically already living in a recession where gas is way too expensive, groceries are too expensive, people can't pay the bills, now it looks like we're also teetering on the brink of a market collapse. So really not good. Really, really not good. We also have auto loan delinquencies just surged to a 32-year high.
Yeah, the last time I heard numbers like that on auto loan delinquencies, we were heading into the recession. We were heading into the Great Recession. Like 2008, around that time, you were seeing massive auto loan delinquency starting to pick up. And this bodes badly. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm saying. Literally, stimulus may be needed at this point because of how far gone we are and how much of this is already cooked into the system. Right? Like, you have gas prices that are almost certainly going to continue to rise. You have credit card bills that are continuing to go up as rates continue to increase, right? Mortgages that are also going up, auto loans that are also going up, right? Because you look at interest rates, and they have been skyrocketing over the last 6 months. It is a disaster. Now, let's not forget, the Federal Reserve has been lowering the federal funds rate at multiple meetings over the last year. They've done it. But paused as a result of heating up inflation, slowing job growth, and had left rates where they are. But the federal funds rate is not the same thing as interest rates. They're two. People talk about them in the same light, but they're different because people believe in trickle-down economics, but that's made up. Because the Fed funds rate is 3.25%, and you're paying 35% on your credit card. You look here at the 30-year treasury. People are selling treasuries, right? There's an inverse relationship between treasury yields, interest rates, and buying, as opposed to the stock market. Just so everybody understands the difference here. When you look at the stock market, the Dow Jones, for instance.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
When you have the Dow, going up, it is a result of an imbalance of buying, right? More buying than there is selling. As a result, the Dow goes to 50,000. When it comes to treasuries, it's the exact opposite. The rate goes up the more that people sell, right? And unfortunately, right now, you're seeing treasury yields now at an eye-watering 5 1/8%, a little over it. Like 5.13% on a 30-year. That is bad. That means that on a 30-year loan for a home loan for a mortgage, on your average mortgage, which is a 30-year loan, you're probably talking about well into 8% territory at this point. Maybe worse if you got bad credit. This is untenable. We just want to go back. I just want to go back slightly because we had a dip right around here, end of last year, as Jerome Powell's term was ending and Kevin Warsh and other Trump picks were being floated leading into this year. The market was thinking that interest rates would go down. They were buying up bonds. But starting around the turn of the year, that sort of reversed itself, right? I don't know when to call it necessarily the full reversal here. I would say somewhere around here. February, like the end of February, March. That's the beginning of Operation Epstein Fury, isn't it? And since then, it's really skyrocketed. I mean, technically, you could call it bottom here, but really, I think this is the moment. This is the inflection point that you're seeing here. I think this would have continued going down had Operation Epstein Fury not happened the very next day. But you're seeing now interest rates higher than they were back here at 509, all the way this time last year, and much higher than it was at this time 2 years ago. But if you go back even further, you're seeing just the situation we're in here, right? If you go about 5 years, back in May of 2021, it was at 2.2%, less than half. And just 6 years ago, it was at 1%. So you're talking about a 500% increase in interest rates in a 6-year period. And it keeps going. We are heading upwards right now. Now, some of this is a result of central bank policy, as a result of the Federal Reserve policy. But I'm just trying to point out the situation that we're dealing with here, and that things are now way more expensive than the last time that Trump was in office. And they're just continuing to get more expensive as a result of all of his policies. He wanted interest rates to go down, and now everything he does is making them go up. And it doesn't matter if he puts a loyalist in office, because nobody gets loans directly from the Federal Reserve. And trickle-down economics is bullshit, and it doesn't exist. So the Federal Reserve can lower interest rates as much as they want, but until they introduce a Federal Reserve credit card, that's not going to fucking matter. You know, until they start, doling out credit cards to, people on the street or something, it's not going to change shit.
A disaster. We also have this. The Department of Agriculture projected that the nation's harvest is going to drop to the lowest level since 1972. Okay? This is terrifying because it invokes memories of the Dust Bowl, right? Like, are we going to be facing, because of climate change and our sheer idiocy, frankly, like Dust Bowl-like conditions in the near future? And how catastrophic will that be when we have so many mouths to feed and we have a very intricately tied in global economy? I really don't think people can fully wrap their minds around the dystopian nature of what it might look like very soon in this world. So just absolutely disastrous stuff there on the economic front. We also have some new stuff coming out about the Trump crime family. And when I tell you their corruption is above and beyond anything we've ever seen, not just in the United States, but perhaps in the world, in world history, I mean it, okay? So first, let's start with this. Trump purchased between $1 million and $5 million worth of NVIDIA stock on February 10th. That was only a week before NVIDIA announced a major computer processing power deal with AI and social media giant Meta.
Yeah, I'd also like to point out that Trump has been announcing deals with NVIDIA all term, his entire term. It's been hanging out with Jensen Huang. It's really fucked up that that this is happening. The president shouldn't be hanging out with the guy and then turning around and buying his stock. It's insane. It is fucking wild. Jensen was one of the people that was involved in Operation Warp Speed. Not Warp Speed, the other one. God damn it. God damn it. So many stupid fucking names for this guy. What's the one? It was like a reference. I can't remember from fucking what right now. Oh my god. Stargate? I want to say it was Stargate, but I cannot remember it. But you all remember the big AI project. He was all wrapped up in that. And it's just insane. It's just, the whole thing is fucking insane. That this guy is not getting any pushback from Republicans. The same people who are crying about Burisma and Joe Biden, the laptop from hell and all this crap. And this level of corruption. It's just, his corruption exceeds itself every day somehow. It seems impossible. He's already outdone every president in history by 2,000, 3,000 times. That is not an exaggeration. I think this is an exact figure, actually, or close to it. It's out of control, and like nobody is even kind of tapping the brakes on this. Where are they?
Very clearly, Trump had foreknowledge that this was going to happen, and he invested $1 million to $5 million in the company and profited massively off that, okay? He also previously purchased $500,000 to $1 million worth of NVIDIA stock on January 6th.
Trump shouldn't be able to personally benefit from any policy that he makes. He literally sets himself up to do exactly that, and nobody bats a fucking eye. And it's crazy. It is fucking insane. It's base corruption in its most purest form. It's fucking crickets.
Was a week before the Commerce Department officially approved the sale of some NVIDIA chips to China. So again, the clearest open and shut case I've ever seen of insider trading. The fact that anybody would even bother to deny this literally means you disregard everything they say about anything ever, okay? These are jokes of human beings if they're willing to look you in the eye and disregard the plain-face reality of what we're seeing here and the immense corruption of what we're seeing here. It's just absolutely insane what we're talking about here. So even just the fact that Trump approved these chips to go to China was a massive scandal because, you know, it gets rid of one of the very few strategic advantages we still have over China, but he was willing to do it for personal profit, quite literally like selling out the country right in front of our eyes so that he can make a shitload of money. Okay, but that's not it. We also have Trump-owned Dell stock. On May 8th, Trump said, go out and buy Dell. They're great. And Dell jumped 12% on that day. What he didn't mention is he already bought $5 million in Dell stock on February 10th. Then he bought more on March 2nd. Then he bought more on March 11th. And then he bought more on March 23rd. What a sick joke. The disclosure became public 4 days after the endorsement. So, yet again, we've never seen clear examples of insider trading. We've never.
Yep. It's pretty fucking disturbing. The fact he's so incredibly incompetent. It's all being done out in the fucking open. And if you had an even slightly like accountable government, they would hold him to the account, right? If you had like even 10%, why can't I think of the fucking word right now? Like if you had a Congress that was willing to hold Trump accountable for what he was doing, just 10% of it, the guy would just like be in jail right now. You know, like he's already just violated so many laws. The guy would just be in jail. But they just let him do whatever he wants. It's insane. He's just so incredibly incompetent. It's not hard. It's like not hard to find the trail of any of this. It's like all happening out in the open. Like all you have to do is put your arm out into the stream of crimes and just grab something, and you know, like, and they don't. Unwilling to do it. I mean, it's all a result of Republicans, right? Democrats couldn't really hold him accountable, right? How are they going to do that? Democrats don't have the majority in the Senate or the House right now. Although I do think the House is now tied for votes, so I think the House is completely split. Which means you'd have to have the vice president? No, vice president can't vote in the House and be the deciding factor in the. It's like I think the Speaker of the House is. Do they get a second vote? How does that? I always fucking get. Oh, God. All right. Well, let's move on from Donald Trump's incredible corruption and the collapsing of the economy right now. Actually, well, we're not going to quite move on from that because we got a real problem. Billionaires like Donald Trump are amassing power and wealth at an unprecedented level in history, and they're heading down a very fucking dark path. And if we don't start making the necessary changes, i.e. taxing billionaires out of existence, we're going to be in seriously dire straits.
What constantly amazes me is how few people seem to recognize that these two things are the same thing. Billionaire wealth has exploded, and government wealth has collapsed, and middle class, working class wealth has collapsed. That is the same thing. That is wealth transfer. That is two sides of the same coin. And that is quite simply what happens if you allow a billionaire class to go untaxed. But the truth is, if you were to raise billionaire income tax effectively up to 40%, which it should be because that's what ordinary working people pay, but you kept billionaire inheritance tax and wealth tax at zero, you would not stop wealth transfer from continuing. You would only slow it down. That's the truth.
So you need to do both, is what you're saying.
100%. The reason we had these 50 years, what do you want to call it, 30, 40, 50 years, the golden age of capitalism after World War II, we kind of lucked into that by accident, right? Because we had these very high rates of income tax and we had these very high rates of inheritance tax. And for people who don't know, both in the UK and the US, we're topping these out at sort of 90%-ish. It stopped there from being a class of incredibly rich people who are rapidly growing their wealth share. That's what it did. And as soon as you cut those taxes down, which we obviously did in the 80s, suddenly you open the box. You allow there to start to be a class of people who aggressively increase wealth share. And we forgot that the last 2,000 years of human history is everybody being unbelievably fucking poor while 10 people own fucking everything. You know, that is the history of Europe, right? And we managed to stop that for a period of time. You know, if you look at the sort of the founding fathers and the founding of the US, they have all of these ideas about we have to stop aggressive concentration and accumulation of power. And then we created finally, you know, in this 30, 40 years after World War II, we had this situation where ordinary working men and women could go out, get a regular job, buy a house, have a family, get a retirement, get a pension, have holidays, have a good life. And we did not have essentially a rapacious, super wealthy class owning everything. And then in the 80s, we were like, you know what? Let's just give it back to them. Let's just give it back to them. You have a choice. You have a choice, right? If you allow the people with all the wealth and the power to use that wealth and power to take the rest of the wealth and the power from the less powerful, they will do it. All of history tells us that is true. You have a choice, either very high rates of tax on the very rich or extreme inequality and poverty.
Yep, and we are rapidly heading towards extreme, even more extreme inequality right now. Because all the very basics are getting rapidly more expensive as a result of what's happening right now under Donald Trump, whether it's Iran or whatever else, in a way that's only going to hit people who spend most of their income, right? If you're not spending the majority of the money that you have every month, you're fine, essentially, right? Like if you're the sort of person who's without any problem, right, without having to stretch a single penny, you know, making enough money to survive and save, also, like, you're probably doing perfectly fine. You know, it's basically the ultra wealthy who are being completely skipped on this whole situation. They're continuing to reap all the benefits of society and not pay back into it, while they destroy the planet and take away all of our rights and make our lives more difficult, right? Was that Owen Jones? That was Gary Stevenson on with, I can't remember his name now. He's got that podcast with, what's her face? Oh, God. I'm sorry. I'm forgetting this fucking guy's name. He's like a former NYU professor. Oh god, this is lost. I've lost it. Yes, exactly. Gary's economics. Thank you, bad lefty. Scott Galloway. Yes, thank you, Scott Galloway. And Kara Swisher. There we go. We got all the names. And this is an untenable situation that we're living with, where everything, all of the basic costs of human life are getting more expensive, right? Like we have not seen interest rates. I just want to go back once again to the interest rates talk really quickly. Because we have not seen interest rates like this in 20 years. If you just look at this graph with me really quickly, here's us now. Go all the way back to when it hits 5.13. Let's see, when do we get there? Boom. February 1st of 2006. It's literally been over 20 years since we've seen interest rates this high. Hasn't happened since then. It has literally gone with a straight line down since then. Aside from here, right? Since the last 6 years. Where we had to make up for the huge mistake of inflating the stock market instead of helping regular people. Right? Because that's what this represents, right? The 2009 to down here, this 11 years represents massive bank bailouts, right? Corporate bailouts. It's trillions of taxpayer dollars funneled into the markets to keep interest rates low artificially. And that was, in my opinion, that was always the wrong decision. It was always the wrong fucking decision. That just incentivized more speculation on the stock market. If anything, like if they really wanted people to have more access to credit, they should have come up with a fucking Federal Reserve credit card, like I just said, you know? So whenever the Federal Reserve lowers interest rates, it actually lowers interest rates for every single person in the United States, you know? They did the opposite of that. They just gave it all to the banks and said, have fun. Because, of course, by this time, banks were also stock traders, market actors. So while banks were getting 0%, in fact, in some cases, getting paid by the Federal Reserve with negative Fed interest rates at one point, they were also investing in the stock market that was getting inflated by your tax dollars. Making money on all sides. Because then they would also turn around and loan the money the Federal Reserve was paying them to take to you for a profit. It's an insane system. It's absurd. It's a fucking crime, and nobody went to jail. Let's not forget, nobody went to jail. Nobody at Bear Stearns or Goldman Sachs or any of these other fucking criminals went to jail. They just got millions of dollars, the golden parachutes. While we're talking about the oligarchs, actually, take it back. We're 4.5 hours into the stream. How did this happen so quickly? Hold on, I gotta take a look at our dono situation. Because we were in not a good situation. And the galactic content goal timer just went off. See, how were we on Twitch? We had 3 subs. 1,500. Or, I mean, three subs and 1,500 bits. So what is that? It's 5, 6. I think it's almost. It's complicated stuff. Yeah, it's actually better than I thought we were doing. It's not bad. Say 1,500. Yeah. And actually, I forgot to check this. Oh, and we got a dono over here on PayPal from an unnamed individual, although I think I know who this is. 20 bones, which I think that's probably good enough. I'm gonna call it. Well, everybody, we did it again. Completed another galactic content goal, keeping the Galactic News Network alive another day. Another stream, another dollar. Galactic, thanks to all of you. Without your contributions, I would cease to exist. Thankfully, that doesn't happen today. No, no, no.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Anyway, everyone, thank you for your contributions. Your great generosity, you are greatly appreciated by me. Alright, everybody. Confetti party. Over. Back to the stream. Okay, thankfully we've completed the goal. I should not... Oh, we've made huge progress on the galactic deficit. That's pretty crazy. Only $200 away from completing it. We got half the month to do it. I think it's possible. The other night you did a $30 donut because your tiny donuts went away. Ah, okay. Yes, that was you the other night. Appreciate you. Everybody remember when you donate on Cash App or PayPal to put the name in your message. You can add a message to every dono. I can read them out for you. And you could also put a message in the chat in parentheses on YouTube, and I can highlight it for everybody to see as well. Same way we used to have super chats, just slightly more circuitous. We are like 4.5 hours into the stream, though, so I think now's the perfect time for us to take a quick galactic intermission before we switch topics onto environmental issues and the rest of what I have planned for tonight, which is still quite a lot. I'm not doing great timing-wise, if I'm being real. Pretty bad. I might have to call it early. I might have to, well, not call it early, but I might have to skip a couple of things just based upon how slowly I've moved. We're still going to do like an 8-hour live stream, normal length. I just don't think I can go any much past that. Not too much past it, because I just have a bunch of shit today. The rehearsal dinner's tonight and the wedding is tomorrow, and I have to have enough rest to be able to contribute to all of that tomorrow. Oh, this weekend. Oh, God. I'm still behind on some of the things that I want to do. It's a balancing act right now. Like I'm still definitely need to keep the stream going as much as I possibly can here. But real life is calling. All right, quick galactic intermission, probably be the only one for tonight. Be right back after these brief messages. All right, I hope you've been all enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Wait a second. While you're clicking things, do consider clicking the donate button on one of the many places we have available for you to do just that. That's right, there's links in my YouTube bio and my Twitch description, which could bring you places like Cash App or PayPal or Throne or Patreon. You also have Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs. All great ways to contribute to the Galactic News Network and the production of the show. Now, if you're frustrated that you can no longer donate on YouTube, you could raise a fuss. I don't know, write them a letter, a tweet, strongly worded message, email. Something like that. Maybe we'll get our memberships back at some point. All right, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. Right, everybody. That's right. The sound of my voice is alerting to you right now the fact that the break is ending and the stream is about to get back on the road. So, you had better be back in those seats already. Otherwise, you're gonna miss it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, we are back. We're back. Second half, whatever you want to call it at this point. Who knows? The format of the show has gone completely out of the window in 2026. The chaos of the world has brought chaos to the space. And honestly, we used to have a fairly... Remember, anybody here old enough of a space fam? Long time enough of a viewer. Remember when we had a very planned out show where I was like, okay, this is the U.S. news half. Do that for 2 hours. Then we do environmental news for 2 hours. And then we do global politics for 2 hours. Remember that time? The long, long ago in the upside down? Or I mean, well, the right side up. Oh, God. Long ago, as that time passed, that was one loud-ass bang. It sounded like a meteor. I remember that. It was a fun, quaint time to be alive. The nascent stages of the galactic stream of the spacecast. Oh, God. Oh, 2024, how I miss you. How I miss the simple times of 2024. When my biggest concern was just the genocide. And not the complete collapse of literally everything. Well, one group of people who are helping to usher in the complete collapse, financial, societal, environmental, are, of course, the billionaires. Their latest environment-destroying obsession, data centers and AI. Kevin O'Leary is, of course, the latest billionaire to step his foot into the race, throw his hat into the AI ring, looking to build a super-sized data center in Utah that is slated to take up more energy than the entire state combined. And people aren't super thrilled about it, as it turns out.
So as you guys know, we've been covering the development of AI and some of the local opposition to AI extensively on this show. Joining us now to talk more about a new vision for how we should think about the development of AI is Zach Exley. He's a former senior advisor to Bernie Sanders, co-founder of the Justice Dems, alongside my own husband, Kyle Kulinski, and founder of the New Consensus think tank. Welcome, Zach. Great to have you.
Good to see you.
Thank you. It's really exciting to be here. You guys, I have to say, you guys are really the one place where progressive populists are doing it right.
Oh, thank you.
And yeah, I mean, you've got this amazing combination of viewpoints, and I really think the right perspective that is going to serve us going into the decades as of the rest of our lives. So
that's very kind.
I'm really grateful for what you're doing here.
It's our pleasure. Thank you very much for that. It means a lot coming from you. And you've been doing a lot of work on AI. I want to broaden out in just a moment. But first, I wanted to talk a little bit about the immediate bipartisan backlash that is really building into sort of a grassroots movement against data centers being located in local areas. And the bipartisan nature of this was on display in a recent Tucker Carlson debate with Kevin O'Leary, who is behind this massive data center build-out project in Utah. Tucker challenges him quite aggressively on that. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
I would think, since you disagree with the Chinese way of life, which is pretty civilized in a lot of ways, but the one way in which it's barbaric is that it grants its citizens no real rights. And so I would think that you would be very worried about aping their system, which we are now doing. Like, they have total surveillance. It's a panopticon in China. We should create our own. Let's take 40,000 acres in Utah and make it possible for the government to know where you are at all times and what you're thinking, listening to you on your phone. Like, we have that.
But
I think you'd be upset about
you
that.
You have to choose the less of two evils in your scenario. And I'm telling you, what you should do is say, I want Kevin O'Leary to succeed. I want him to beat the Chinese in compute power, and then use the laws of the United States to make sure that you keep that compute.
He's not even addressing the thing that Tucker is bringing up. He switches from surveillance state to compute power. Like, as if they're interchangeable, and they're clearly two fucking different things. Although I would point out that all the surveillance data is being used, aggregated, and fed into these models. So it's certainly helping with the compute. Is that the argument that Mr. Poopful? Is that what Mr. Poopful is saying right now? That we need to surveil all of America so that he can, feed it all into his algorithm so he can be more powerful? Can learn off of our every move into action.
And check whichever way you want.
Otherwise,
but to not have it available.
Because here's the thing, like, the argument essentially is that if we don't do it, China does it. Right? Like, if we don't surveil America, China surveils America. It's just a weird argument. Because we don't have to let China surveil Americans, technically. We don't, I don't think we need what he's talking about to prevent that.
Put down my shovel. I don't think people want me to do that. Even the people in Box Elder, the majority of them want me to hold my shovel and start digging. And that's basically the debate we're having.
How do you know that?
Yeah.
That the majority
because they voted for it unanimously before the Chinese guys.
There was a referendum?
Like all this crap that's being spewed out.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, and I may have fallen for some of it, so you correct me. There was a referendum among citizens, or did some county board vote?
We actually went through the whole process that you have to do by their laws, and were granted 3-0. The commissioners of the county said we want to be
3 people voted. The people of the county.
They're elected officials. That's how you do it.
How hard is it for Kevin O'Leary and Amazon and Microsoft and Google to subvert 3 county commissioners?
It was hilarious. This was hilarious. I love watching the right tear itself apart. Watch these fucking ghouls go at each other for political power. It's hilarious to me. I mean, it's fantastic, really. But in this case, Tucker is absolutely right. Kevin O'Leary talking about democracy. People voted for it when 3 county commissioners just green-lit it for him and his pals. I'm sure he didn't grease the wheels in any way. There you go, fake Canadian billionaire. Mr. Poopful, Kevin O'Leary. I refuse to call him Mr. Wonderful. Okay? Refuse to do it. Call him Mr. Terrible. Ugh. Mr. Diarrheaful. But not Mr. Wonderful. Same thing goes for fucking fucker Carlson over there. But I love watching Tucker like take down some of these people on the right because he's thinking about running for president. Like, it's just amusing to me. And in a way, in one way, it's helpful. I don't see as once again as being like allies, like people are trying to do with people like Tucker and MTG right now. No. Me and Tucker disagree on basically everything. But you know, he's a political actor with political ambitions. That's what Tucker is right now, right? He's always been a media figure. He's always been on people's TV screens as a political talker. And now he has political ambitions. I mean, if the rumors are true, I mean, he wants to run for president. So he's got to come out, and he knows, one thing Tucker knows is how to take the temperature of the base. And Republicans, I think, hate data centers almost as much as anyone else, I think. They're very unpopular right now. You're seeing like rad rural communities like show up at council meetings and flip out. And Tucker sees that. The fact is the data center issue is a nonpartisan issue, right? Like it is something that affects absolutely everyone. If you're a worker, right? Does not matter what your political affiliation is, unless you happen to be one of the people who is directly benefiting from AI. Like you're probably losing to AI then, right? Whether or not it's showing up in your neighborhood in the physical form of an AI data center, making noise and sucking up all your power. It honestly kind of doesn't matter to some degree because, power, the grid, I mean, it's not all connected, but it is interconnected to some degree. You take a look at the grid, a power station, 50 miles away from you, still might be powering your home right now, right? And the AI data center might be hooked up to that power station right next to it, right? You might not see it, you might not hear it, but it's there. I'm glad somebody thinks Mr. Terrible is a good name for him. I can't think of a better name for Kevin O'Leary. Okay, that dude sucks. And let's be real, all the Shark Tank ghouls are the very epitome, the embodiment of the dystopian world that we are living in. I've been saying this for a while about Shark Tank on this show, for that matter. But like, the existence of the show Shark Tank is a little example of the collapse of capitalism, of late stage capitalism, the one that was supposedly helping make us a meritocracy and all this other shit. Like, Shark Tank is the show that said actually the meritocracy is dead. Actually, it doesn't matter how competent you may be, because if you're not a multi-millionaire or billionaire, your chances to succeed are greatly diminished. As a result, you better go hand and knee to a bunch of billionaires, or fake billionaires in the case of Mr. Terrible, and ask for money. Oh, please, Mr. Terrible, give me $500,000 for my business. It's insane. Okay, like, it's the opposite of the meritocracy, right? Rather than having a system that makes it easy for people with, because like people show up there with like actual businesses, but they're still struggling to like, you know, like whatever, right? If people show up there with like actual businesses, the only way for them to, you know, actually turn it into a reality is to go to these fuckwits, right? Because even though the U.S. government pumped trillions of dollars into bailing out the banks, they didn't rush to give out that money to everybody else at the same rate that they were receiving it. Certainly not. You know, you maybe get a credit card, spend 20, 25, 30% interest, whatever. I mean, I got a fucking offer for 34.5% the other day. I couldn't believe my eyes. And of course, while the billionaires make everything more expensive with their data centers and all the other shit they've been up to, the billionaire in charge, Donald Trump, is canceling all of the tax credits associated with solar projects, wind projects, other green projects, and in fact going out of his way, taking U.S. taxpayer dollars and effectively bribing companies to stop construction. And these changes are affecting people all over the country, including in Hawaii.
First at 5, a surprise change to Hawaii's solar energy tax credit is leading to a call for lawmakers to come into special session. The industry says it will impact hundreds of projects already in the pipeline. Raquel Kahlo has the details.
At King's Chapel, East Oahu, the goal was simply to lower energy cost. But just as the church prepared to move forward with solar installation, the tax credit they were counting on is in limbo.
And we're a nonprofit, so it's very important for us to cut our costs down as much as we can. And so we've been working on for 2 years now, had the roof assessed and everything else. So
Facility manager Rendell Borg says the church pays over $8,000 a month for electricity. Solar was expected to cut that number in half.
if we have to pay more, obviously, on electricity bill, then obviously we're not going to be able to have finances to, paint the building, whatever we got to do, yeah. So it'll cut back on some of our ways we expend our finances, yeah.
Representative Nicole Lowen says the biggest concern is the law applying retroactively to projects already completed or financed this year.
Yeah, this whole thing is fucking insane. The government is going after people for trying to make responsible decisions. Renewable energy in Hawaii is literally, hands down the best decision for the state. They get a shitload of sun, and they get a consistent wind, a breeze, if you will, just enough to power windmills all year round. It's perfect. It's the perfect place for renewable energy, and punishing people for making responsible decisions for the state is fucking nonsense. This is the upside down, right? Because the fact is, this is gonna hurt people. Right? People have made investments. People have spent thousands and thousands of dollars in some case, right? For a whole home, right? The solar panel set can set you back thousands and thousands of dollars. Tens of thousands, I think, in some cases, depending on the form of installation and the size of and all the other factors that go into it. Like if you want a hookup for your car or whatever else and other shit like that, right? So people could be in the hole for thousands and thousands of dollars, right? Just regular people like that, and businesses like millions in the cases of businesses. It's just insane. It's hard to fathom a government that is so openly hostile to its people. Like more, like it's hard to think of one that being more openly hostile to like its people and to just simple reason and facts. It's quite frustrating. Because it wasn't that long ago Republicans like Ben Shapiro were constantly telling us facts over feelings. But now they're like canceling green energy projects in the places that they make the most sense, and the tax credits to those projects. Like, meanwhile, Trump is literally just paying people to stop them. Like, think about that. We're canceling the tax credits, but Trump is forking over billions to energy companies to cancel projects that are in the works, things that would have made things cheaper for people living there. It's just an onion of terrible. Every layer deeper. It gets worse and worse. Meanwhile, things are just going to be real bad this summer. They are predicting some really troubling stuff, heat-wise, for the year 2026. As we head into summer, we all need to be bracing ourselves for this reality. It's the oceans, and as a result, the rest of the Earth is going to be super hot. Think 2024, but like way hotter. Unfortunately, those warm waters are, of course, terrible for all the marine life in the oceans. Like, honestly, like I'm growing like despondent over everything. Like, like the numbers I'm hearing are scary. I'm scared for the marine life this year. I'm scared for the coral, the crustaceans, the fish,
So hot right now.
the whales, the seals, all of it. I'm very worried. Because we are talking about temperatures that are perhaps unprecedented in the ocean, in human history, at least. What is this? Okay. Okay, I see it. I see it. Puppy treats. Okay. Speaking of puppies, to the wildlife, gray whales. Exhibiting some strange behavior in the Pacific Northwest.
Mark and Ashley are co-founders of the Whales of Clayoquot and Barkley.
We work to understand who the whales are that visit southwest Vancouver Island.
Their latest project is working as research associates with the Marine Education and Research Society.
Trying to record drone imagery of our local whales in this area.
The species they're focused on is the gray whale.
We have a subpopulation known as the Pacific Coast Feeding Group.
The group is made up of approximately 230 gray whales. They stay in the Pacific Northwest from Oregon to Vancouver Island to feed every year instead of making the full migration to the Arctic. Researchers are trying to find out why.
Collaborations between different researchers across the range of these very international animals will hopefully start to be able to answer some of those questions in the near future.
Using a drone with the approval of the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, the pair since 2020 are trying to identify each gray whale as well as document their body condition and feeding behavior.
2025, we recorded drone imagery of 28 different whales. and 22 of those whales that are our local grey whales.
Gray whales can be individually identified by their unique markings.
All these different sort of like spots and splotches and scrapes and white marks of pigmentation, so they're all very individual.
When a gray whale has come to the surface, a full-body drone aerial image is taken. Then, by using software developed by Oregon State University, they can determine the whale's size and condition.
And that measurement creates a surface area that we can kind of get a good idea of the health of this whale.
It looks like in this video a gray whale becoming stranded in shallow water, but it's actually feeding on shrimp-like creatures called mysids and crab larvae off the muddy sediment floor.
As it surfaces in a moment, mouth closed, tongue pumping forwards and almost like, I would say, panning for gold.
It's too early to tell if the Pacific Coast Feeding Group are doing better than the gray whales who migrate to the Arctic to feed, which have washed up dead along our coasts at unprecedented numbers this year. But there's signs that they are.
We're not seeing
But yeah, huge numbers of gray whales have been turning up on the shores of the Pacific Northwest. Ones that should be going out to the Arctic are winding up on dead on the shores. And you're seeing gray whales right now, they should all be migrating to the Arctic already, right? But they're clearly chasing food, like that guy just said. And doing that in such shallow waters is not normal behavior for these whales that are this big. But they have been doing this more and more as the climate continues to get, warmer and warmer. The behavior of their prey species has been changing.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. Someone alert RFK Jr. of the whale carcasses.
Ah, yes. Somebody call RFK. Good point. But honestly, it's not just the whales who are in trouble. It's the entire ocean that's in trouble. Because if we see the temperatures that are being predicted in the oceans this summer actually coming to fruition, we have a huge fucking problem on our hands. We could see a 100%. All right, maybe not 100. Maybe I'm being a little bit hyperbolic here. But we've already seen events in the recent past where every single coral reef bleached at the same time in a single event. And I think we could see a similar one, but of even greater severity. And what that would look like really just sends shivers down my spine. We'll get back to talking about the... Actually, maybe we should just stay talking about the oceans. You know what? That's what we'll do. And then we'll skip to we'll go to the other side of this. Yeah, that makes more sense. Speaking of the oceans, one thing that's happening in those oceans that's going to lead to the increased temperatures that I'm talking about is the Super El Nino. Mega El Nino, Godzilla El Nino, whatever the name is, it's all the same phenomena. Because for the last over a year, we've been in a La Nina phase, which is cooler Pacific Ocean waters. But now we're going to have warmer Pacific Ocean waters. And of course, this is all with the background of warmer ocean waters, because climate change, of course. What is this going to mean for places like Los Angeles? Let's go to KTLA 5. from yesterday.
It could be an extremely wet winter. Experts say a potentially powerful El Nino is forming in the Pacific and is headed our way. Climate scientists say California could face a very rare and unusual El Nino event later this year.
Chris Wolf is live in Hollywood with a look at why experts are so concerned. Chris.
That's right, Micah and Cher. The National Weather Service says this weather pattern could bring significant rainfall to Southern California later this year. Experts are keeping a close watch, but in fact, it is still too early to know for sure. El Nino is one of the most powerful climate patterns on Earth, according to meteorologists. It affects rainfall and drought, but just what will happen to the Golden State this year with talk of a potentially powerful El Nino emerging in the Pacific Ocean remains a mystery.
For the El Nino this upcoming fall and winter is indicating an increasing chance of a strong to very strong El Nino. Right now, those chances for a strong or very strong El Nino are at least 60 to 65%.
National Weather Service meteorologist Rich Thompson says the weather pattern could dump significant rainfall up and down the state later this year, leading to flooding and debris flows in recent burn areas, among other negative impacts. People living in flood-prone areas or foothill communities near burn scars, for example, would be at the greatest risk. However, El Nino does not necessarily mean more rain.
No, it does not. We've had a couple strong El Ninos in the past where we've actually gotten below normal rainfall.
Yes. So this is a little confusing, and I've actually, I think, perhaps misconstrued exactly how this is gonna work in the past. So let me... Where the hell are... Oh, there it is. Jesus Christ. Hold on. Let me pull this up. Wait, no, don't do that. Wait, can I not full screen this? That's stupid. That makes no sense. Oh, there you go. Oh, and I should use this too, I suppose, so I can explain this more better. Okay, let's see if this will work. There we go. So, I was saying recently while we were talking about this that this could lead to more hurricanes, and that is not technically wrong, but it's actually not actually likely, because it will lead to more. It will potentially lead to more storms. It will almost certainly lead to more storms and extreme storms, but not necessarily hurricanes, right? Because this is actually happening over here, right? Hold on. Is this working? Oh, wait. Shit. Hold on. Why isn't this working? We gotta... Oh, right. This? Will this work? Over here. Yes. Okay. So the El Nino activity is happening over here, where I'm drawing in this line, right? But storms, tropical storm activity that leads to hurricanes happens over here, right? Coming off the coast of Africa. So while the East Coast may actually wind up not seeing more storm activity, The West Coast very well may. However, it's really something of a crapshoot because it's a weather system, right? And it's actually it's a current, right? With it happening within the oceans. And so this will all depend on a number of different factors happening here that we don't have time to get into. And I don't have the capability of explaining with good, with the great accuracy. But what it will do is it's going to supercharge the storm activity because the ocean water will be much, much warmer, right? Which will because we've talked about this in the past, right? Like people ask, oh, like why does global warming create more storms? And it's because warmer water evaporates easier, and the warmer atmosphere holds more water, just based upon physics, right? The warmer the air is, the more water it can hold, more moisture it can hold in a cloud. And you start off with already warmed water in the oceans, and we're talking about, like I said, potentially unprecedented levels of warming. You got a real problem on your hands. But it may not necessarily lead to an outsized amount of hurricane activity. That's what I misspoke about. If anything, it'll lead to an outsized amount of cyclone and typhoon activity. We just name these kinds of storms differently depending on in what ocean they come from. Turn off the blackboard. Oh, no. Yep, there we go. There we go. All right. Hopefully I have made up for that confusing claim. All right, to talk more about this Super El Nino, the BBC News.
Right now, across the Pacific Ocean, something is happening that could change the world's weather. It's called El Nino, and it's a global weather phenomenon that can reshape the weather, food, and temperatures worldwide. Depending on where you are, it can mean devastating floods, extreme droughts, intense heat waves, or raging wildfires. And this year, it's looking increasingly likely it's going to be strong, really strong. I'm Simon King, a lead weather presenter and meteorologist at the BBC. So let me explain how it works and what it could mean for us. El Nino is a natural climate pattern where the tropical Pacific Ocean warms up well above normal levels. Think of the Pacific like a radiator. When it's turned on, the heat transfers into the atmosphere, boosting the global average temperature. You might have also heard of La Nina, and that's the cooler than average phase. We were just in that phase last winter, but now the tropical Pacific is warming up very quickly. And the latest data suggests we're already close to or even past the threshold for El Nino to begin. It can bring chaos to weather patterns all over the world, and it's expected to keep building, peaking in strength later this year. So how strong could it get? Well, forecasters around the world use different models to predict El Nino, and right now they're all pointing in the same direction. The Pacific is warming fast. US forecasters say that El Nino will officially form within the next month, and by late autumn or early winter, there's a 2 in 3 chance it will become strong or even very strong. Australian forecasters have similar predictions, and European forecasters say that around half of their models show it could be one of the strongest on record. This has prompted some to call this a super, mega, or even Godzilla El Nino later this year. You'd have to go back over a decade to find a very strong El Nino in modern history. In 2015, 2016 and 1997, 1998, temperatures in the El Nino region of the Pacific we're 2.4 degrees above average, and that's still lower than some forecasts for this year, which are suggesting the average temperature could be between 2.5 and 3 degrees warmer than usual. The strongest ever.
I just want that number to get seared into everyone's brain.
Between 2.5 and 3 degrees warmer than usual. It could be between 2.5 and 3 degrees warmer than usual. It could be between 2.5 and 3 degrees warmer than usual.
2.5 and 3 degrees warmer than usual. Does it just remind me, does anybody know what the agreed upon number is for climate scientists that is known as the tipping point? Anybody know how big that is? What are the numbers for that? What's the number for that? It's an average temperature of what? 1.5 degrees. 1.5. And this guy just said
it could be between 2.5 and 3 degrees warmer than usual.
And this guy just said between 2.5 and 3 degrees warmer than usual. So that's nearly twice as hot as the agreed upon scientific consensus on what is the tipping point. So if we were to maintain anything like that for any long period of time, we're fucked. And we've already agreed that we are basically at 1.5 right now. We've been saying we're at 1.5. This is going to push it to who knows what, right? Because like there's going to be ramifications for this. All these things, like they feed into each other. And of course, as a result, people are going to use more energy. Try and keep cool. It's not good. That number, when I heard that number earlier, I was disturbed. 2.5 and 3 degrees warmer than usual. That is bad. Now, it's only for a period of time. And the 1.5 degree number is on an average basis. And it's not even agreed upon how long that needs to be established for. We've talked about this in the past, but it's somewhat... That aspect of it is not in consensus. The timing of how long you have to be at 1.5 for it to be average, because we're talking about like huge, like usually like huge time scales for these things to shift. And so people have different ways they're measuring that 1.5. But everybody accepts that at least that temperature is problematic. How long it takes for it to be detrimental and to be the tipping point is the disagreement for scientists. But 2.5 to 3, there's no disagreement that that's twice as hot. Even if it is for however long this lasts. He is talking Celsius, correct. These are not freedom units. All right. Speaking freedom units, let's go back to America. NBC LA. Chino Hills. Tesla crash leads to brush fire. Crews monitoring the situation.
Firefighters are keeping an eye on a brush fire in Chino Hills that was sparked by a Tesla.
This morning...
No, he's not talking weather temps. Okay, just to be clear, that guy, he is talking about water temps. He's talking about the ocean. The 1.5 degree level is global, right? There also is the same for the oceans, I would point out. But, I mean, because there's different numbers for both, but it's I mean, or they have one reads, it's agreed, it's 1.5. Effectively, I mean, the world is covered by the ocean, right? Way more ocean than there's land. But no, he's talking ocean averages. I'm mixing in global averages in the discussion just for context on this, and I hopefully I'm not confusing people what's being said here.
Evacuation orders and warnings have been lifted. NBC4's Lauren Coronado is live along Grand Avenue. So, Lauren, that road is still closed.
It's still closed. Lynette, Adrian, good morning. So this is a mess for early morning commuters, especially if they use Grand Avenue to get to Diamond Bar from Chino Hills or Chino Hills to Diamond Bar, because traffic, it is not happening. But I do want to show you the aftermath of that fiery crash yesterday. It is a lot to take in. We're finally getting a closer look at the mess. The rollover crash happened around 7 p.m. while the driver was traveling down Grand Avenue, again, where the cities of Chino Hills and Diamond Bar meet. This is, or I guess I should say was, a Tesla. That's according to a sheriff's deputy I spoke with. Deputies say there was one person inside of the car. That person, believe it or not, was not badly injured, and at last check is doing okay.
Yeah, this is worrying. This is worrying. This tells you just how ready is the wrong word. Primed the California landscape is right now for a fire. A Tesla flipping on the road led to this. That's probably bad. That's probably a bad sign. Because you can tell the fire spread all over the place. Like a few sparks turned into like multiple spot fires all over these hills. I haven't even gotten a chance to check on an update because I've been so overwhelmed by everything I'm doing this week. Hopefully after this weekend I'm going to be slightly less overwhelmed by everything. Actually, I have no idea if they managed to put out this fire or not. At the time of this clip, they were still working on it. Another similar situation happened in Colorado. Highway 6 closed down due to a wildfire there.
We start with breaking news in Eagle County. The sheriff's office said Squaw Creek Road and Highway 6 are closed because of a wildfire. This is near the sanitation plant just west of Edwards. Crews are on scene right now, and officials are asking people to avoid the area and not call 911 unless you're in immediate danger. Right now, officials say it's about 10 acres in size, and there are no evacuation orders. But the sheriff...
Yep, I mean, the West, much of the West is in a drought condition right now. We saw the National Drought Monitor video the other day, and a huge portion of the country right now is in somewhere between moderate to severe drought conditions. It's a disaster waiting to happen. Like I said, I think we're going to have a very shitty fire season and storm season. But I think we're going to have a weird storm season. I forgot about this, but El Niños bring weird storms, right? Like unexpected, massive storms from the Pacific that make it all the way across the South and stuff like that. You know, ones that don't peter out like through Mexico, you know, like if I recall correctly, like one like that happened in like the 90s or something. This one's supposed to be way worse than that one. The El Nino, there's no like storm that we're covering. I feel like it's like it's confusing to talk about. Hopefully I'm not confusing people. There's no impending storm coming to the West Coast or the South that I know of. But there has been storms all through the West. Dust storms, tornadoes. KRTV News from yesterday.
Storm Tracker weather starts now with Chief Meteorologist Ryan Dennis.
Welcome back, everyone. A little over an hour ago, the National Weather Service in Great Falls did confirm that a landspout tornado occurred with a line of severe thunderstorms that worked its way through north central Montana yesterday afternoon and evening. The landspout tornado was located 10 miles west and northwest of Big Sandy. It occurred around 4 o'clock yesterday. It had an undetermined rating as it did occur over a rural area, so there is no damage that at least we are aware of besides to the farm fields. And we actually shared this video last night, but this is a video of that landspout tornado that was taken by Craig Edwards northwest of Big Sandy. You can see it was actually pretty large at the ground, and it did have a lot of dust and dirt that it did pick up, and you can see the rotation in the video as well. And the big story today has been the dust, especially in northeastern Montana. They have had a massive amount of dust blowing around in the northeastern part of the state today, and you can see that wall of dust. This photo was taken by the Glasgow Police Department in Valley County earlier today. And driving conditions have been awful in the northeastern part of the state. Lots of roads have been closed for several hours today. As of right now, most of those roads have been reopened, but they still have severe driving conditions due to near zero visibility. So
yeah, how do you drive through that? You can see the windshield split straight through it. All right, now to another storm on the other side of the planet. Oh, wait, hold on. I have this in the wrong fucking order. Again. How do I keep doing this? It's because I'm disorganized right now. Doing too many things. You know, if I hadn't been in like it was basically a depression as a result of YouTube's decision to demonetize me for being a low effort guy, probably would be less discombobulated right now, but it's just been really difficult, I'm not gonna lie. Like I feel like I've pulled myself out of it to some degree, but it's been really very difficult to just come to terms with this again. Just like after just a few months of being back, just to be like, yeah, having another $1,000 taken away from me and being told I can no longer make money on the platform I used to make most of my money is pretty difficult. You add in the life events and all this stuff that are happening right now, and it's been difficult. I guess you can see I managed to at least to do the stream, but like little things like this are fucking up putting the videos together correctly, even though I thought I had done that. But the thing is when I'm making lists, oftentimes there will be videos in there that I've already watched that I'll be organizing into order, and as I go through the new videos that I haven't watched, I'll be trying to put them back into a new order, like as it goes. But sometimes that doesn't go according to plan, and something gets missed. Like this, the other clip I have on these storms affecting the West. The Today Show.
Holy This morning, wild weather conditions that look like they came straight from a movie set.
Oh, this ain't good.
This man from Muleshoe, Texas, capturing what he calls a mini haboob or dust storm. Part of a pattern of severe weather impacting millions, stretching from the Texas Panhandle to North Dakota, where thick dust and haze clogged the air, heavy winds sending debris flying, and drivers struggling to make their way in dangerous conditions. While in Kansas, dramatic lightning storms in the sky and violent winds sparking fires. The dust storm across the plains, even visible in this satellite imagery. The Northeast also experiencing a challenging weather cocktail. Chunks of hail in Pennsylvania crashing onto cars, while downpours in Boston drench fans at Fenway, delaying the start of Thursday's Red Sox game with this video captioned, "Hang in there, honey." All of it a prelude to a beautiful weekend where New York will reach 86 degrees and Philly and D.C. almost 90. The orange on this map shows high temperatures 10 degrees above normal and the red sections 15 above normal. With the spring-like weather morphing quickly into a summer sweat.
So in New York, the Brooklyn Half Marathon is tomorrow with temperatures expected to reach somewhere around 80 degrees, guys. The race director is likely ordering yellow flags to warn the nearly 30,000 runners to be cautious and to stay hydrated. By the beginning of next week, things are expected to get even warmer in the Northeast, soaring well into the 80s and 90s. So keep your summer clothes and your linen ready and close by. I know you.
Yes, indeed. Summer is upon us. Now, to the other side of the planet, where extreme weather turned deadly in India. Nearly 100 killed in Uttar Pradesh. A deadly storm tore through I think the most populous state in the country. Does this look familiar at all? Did we leave? Did we leave the United States? Because this looks exactly the same. Is this the same storm? What's happening here? Another dust storm. Except this one's in India. Now, apparently most of the deaths were a result of the high winds throwing debris around at extreme speeds. As we've talked about in many other storm seasons past, this is, not something you want to encounter. Shingles moving at 100 miles an hour. I mean, shit, you don't want to encounter a box of Kleenex moving at 100 miles an hour, okay?
Officials in northern India say nearly 100 people have been killed after really intense dust storms and lightning there. A lot of wind led to trees coming down, smashing into buildings in the area. Disaster response units had to bring in the chainsaws, the cranes to try to get roads cleared. Local leaders say they're hoping to get help, emergency help to these folks as early as tomorrow.
Well, there you go. I think that's all I've got on this storm here in India. What are you saying? Seems more important than tofu drag. Your chocolate tofu drag. What the fuck does that even mean, pup? Idiot tube? What is chocolate tofu drag? Speak in English. This is a nonsense sentence. This means nothing. Just say words. Just use the English language to come up with an actual sentence. I'm begging you. Please. It's nice to see somebody in the chat. This is perfect timing for someone to show up in the chat and to just start speaking in sort of sentence fragments when we're about to start talking about Cuba. And it'll become apparent why I bring that into this mix later on. If you know, you know. There is somebody who just got back from Cuba. He's been acting like a little weirdo. Also struggles with the English language. But as a result of the United States' decision to prevent militarily the country of Cuba from having oil, the country has announced that they have officially run out of all fuel. Here's BBC News from yesterday.
Let's update you on what is happening in Cuba. There have been some rare protests that have broken out there. In the capital, Havana, the island is grappling at the moment with its worst power blackouts in decades. It's been triggered by a US blockade. We saw hundreds of angry Cubans pouring onto the streets in several neighborhoods late on Wednesday. You can see them here. They're so angry about these fuel shortages. They've blocked roads. They burnt rubbish on the streets. As you can see, this marks the biggest single night of demonstrations in Havana since the energy crisis took hold in January. Well, earlier, Cuba's energy minister said the island had completely run out of fuel, oil and diesel, leaving the power grid in a critical state as this blockade from the US is really squeezing the country's supply. Our global affairs reporter, Mimi Swaby, is with me, who's been looking into this and covering it for weeks. It was moving to this point, wasn't it, Mimi? We've been reporting on the shortages for a long time, and now they've run out of fuel.
Exactly. The energy minister, Vicente de la Olive, has finally said the island has no diesel, it has no oil, and has very limited gas. He said...
Okay. I'm afraid I have to do a shortened version on this one today, due to the fact that we're already 6.5 hours, or actually, I guess we're slightly less. I'm looking at the wrong timer. Hold on. Let me do some math here really quickly. Shit. Yeah. No, it's impossible. Yeah, I gotta do the shortened version on Cuba today because unfortunately it's just on a shortened clock today. We gotta keep it to 8 hours. So there's that aspect of this. Now, the one guy who just got back from Cuba, I'm not talking about Hassan Piker. I'm talking about right-wing moron Nick Shirley. A grown man who appears and speaks like a child that has a massive following thanks to Elon Musk promoting his weird tweets. Took a little propaganda visit to Cuba, and it went weird.
But it is ominous that this medically stupid, he called you a foul name, is going to Cuba to manufacture propaganda for what I assume will be additional U.S. intervention. How do you respond to that?
Well, he's the same person who went to Cuba with Ilhan Omar's daughter to promote how it was taking communism inside of
Somali.
Cuba.
Sorry, what was that? So Nick Shirley is the journalist of
of our generation. I mean, he's up for the Pulitzer, right?
He's the smartest conservative journalist.
He's the face of independent journalism.
Independent. Just say it really loud and in bold letters, and it doesn't need to mean that you're actually independent.
I feel like it's unfair to Glenn Beck. Or Tucker Carlson, or one of these other, or Candace. I mean, the smartest. Wow. I'm just trying to think which one of them is actually the dumbest. Who's actually the smartest? Like, who's putting on a show the most and does not believe a single thing they say and actually believe like normal human shit? Might actually be Alex Jones. I don't think he believes anything he says at this point. No. Who's this? God. I don't know. They all say so many mind-meltingly stupid things. It's hard to gauge the actual intelligence of these guys. There's no way to know for sure when it's stupidity. Well, there are some ways to know for sure when it's stupidity, but it's tough. It's tough to quantify, I guess, when it's stupidity and when it's partisanship. When they're intentionally saying false things and when they're unknowingly saying false things. It's hard to, just be in their mind, right? That's part of the problem with all of this.
You could actually be being paid by numerous right-wing oligarchs or groups that are trying to stoke racial tension in Minnesota.
Benevolent billionaires.
Yeah, but you're independent because there's no oversight and there's no refs. So just call yourself independent, like a lot of independent media seems to be doing these days. By the way, join themajorityreport.com. We are independent. I guess Nick has his panties in a bunch because he's being called stupid.
Well, so Nick went to Cuba, and Hassan said some things about him, which people can adjudicate for themselves. Glenn Beck is going to repeat them here. And Glenn Beck is bringing these comments to Nick Shirley's attention.
Yeah, well, I think Cuba's had 60 years to figure something out. And for 60 years, they've been underneath this communist regime, and they haven't figured it out. I wonder how long it would take for me or you to figure something out if we've been facing the same problem for 60 years.
Hold on.
Yeah, buddy, thin ice.
I could fix Cuba in 1 week.
I mean, this is fascinating for him to barely be able to get that sentence out and simultaneously be accusing people of not being able to fix an entire country. And simultaneously claiming that you could. It's like, all these inept people, all these inept, what do you call people? You and me, we would get in there and we would fix it, no problem. And they too stupid, or something. It's so painful to listen to this kid. Actually, like, how did we get to this place, right? Because there was a time where guys like this would get screened out before ever. Actually, I know what happened. Technically, it is social media that brought us this. Because before, guys like this wouldn't even make it onto Glenn Beck's show because they get screened out by a producer before they ever got even close to coming on air, right? But now, idiots like this can get promoted by people like Elon Musk for doing blatantly racist things while still not being able to get enough words together for a cogent sentence. There are definitely some pros and cons to the world we live in.
It would take for me or you to figure something out if we've been facing the same problem for 60 years.
Hold on.
Yeah, buddy, thin ice.
I could fix Cuba in 1 week.
I think it might take a lot of people a different amount of time to figure something out than Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley might need some extra time.
I don't think Nick Shirley could figure out which is the closet and which is the door behind him.
Yeah.
And they're literally 90 miles away from the United States, and they decided to be our enemy for so long.
He decided
and
to be
now
our
the United
enemy
States is even
for
offering
so
support.
long. This kid really doesn't understand anything he's talking about, does he? They decided to be our enemy by choosing their own form of government. Everybody understands this, right? Cuba is our quote-unquote enemy because a long time they decided to be communist, right? And not capitalists. And we don't like that. And so as a result, we have been waging an economic war against them for the last 60 years, right? That's not choosing to be our enemy. That's just a country exercising their sovereignty and the United States choosing an enemy. We, the United States, chose Cuba as an enemy, right? They, of their own free will and volition, right? Freedom, if you will. Freedom! They decided their own form of government. Shock of shocks. America, we didn't like that. So we said, no, you can't do that. We're not going to let you buy things. We're going to blockade you. We tell all of our allies that if they sell things to you, that we'll do the same thing to them. We're going to wage an economic sanctions war for decades. But he has the most sort of shallow understanding of the history of it all. And yet he has this like insane reach. I mean, it's wild. Like, this kid reminds me of like a bunch of people that I like went to high school with or whatever, that I've like met over the years when I was like much younger, that like, you know, you never think of actually going anywhere, and yet here he is sitting in front of me saying words, trying to say words at least.
Like, it seems like they rejected that support.
Yeah, it's all bullshit.
So I don't know if you know who, I'm sure you do, Hassan Piker is.
Did you notice that Glenn Beck had to like close his eyes and just like look away from him? Like, he had to avert his like a gaze away from the stupid so that he didn't correct the things he was saying. Because even Glenn Beck knew that the things he was saying were like like beyond stupid.
So I don't know if you know who, I'm sure you do, Hassan Piker is. But he responded to you and says, I obviously don't believe this even a little bit. This is your last post.
Is Glenn Beck a Hare Krishna?
Went to Cuba to...
I was about to say, he is missing the red scarf, but he's dressed like Trump as a doctor, healing everybody.
Yeah, I'm a doctor.
He really looks like a cult member. I mean, or just a part of the Righteous Gemstones cast. He's getting baptized as an adult.
Believe this even a little bit. This is your last. But he responded to you and says, I obviously don't believe this even a little bit. This is your last post. You know, that went to Cuba to document the humanitarian crisis, blah, blah, blah. I don't even buy this a little bit, but it is ominous that this medically stupid, he called you a foul name, is going to Cuba to manufacture propaganda for what I assume will be additional U.S. intervention. How do you respond to that?
Well, he's the same person who went to Cuba with Ilhan Omar's daughter to promote how it was taking communism inside of Cuba.
Sorry. I love how he just breaks down right there. He gets to Ilhan Omar, he gets to the racist bit, and then he can't form the rest of the sentence. He just sort of does one of these. Just a real quick reboot.
Daughter to promote how it was taking communism.
He doesn't even know what he's promoting. Like, he's accusing him of promoting something, and then his brain's like, wait a second, file does not exist.
Somali.
Cuba.
Sorry, what was that?
He went with Somaliland. Remember, I hate those. I hate those people.
His daughter to promote how it was taking communism inside of Cuba.
Ah.
So he actually went.
Oh God. The minds of our youth are rotting away.
Paid trip from an organization to go to Cuba. Yet he saw what I saw with my own two eyes, and he thought it's still a good idea.
He's
inside of a country that is letting their children starve, letting the people go without internet. They don't even have access to freedom of speech inside this country, yet he still wants to promote that. And so he's going to call me stupid. Meanwhile,
you took my CD out and you scratched it. In broad daylight, he took it out and you scratched it. That nasty Hassan Piker.
Hassan Parker?
Yet he still wants to promote that. And so he's going to call me stupid. Meanwhile, he's seeing what I'm seeing. I'm seeing people suffer. I'm seeing a civilization that is depressed, has no hope left in their eyes, and yet he's still advocating for more of that.
So, yeah.
Take that, Hassan.
He called you stupid. How do you respond to that? I see with my own two eyes that he's wrong.
I just feel bad. I just straight up feel bad because Nick Shirley reminds me. I always say he reminds me of like Single D Ed from Ed Netty. And so I honestly just do not want.
That's true, but here's the thing: Ed was a child. I was here with Brandon until like a couple hours ago, until I learned that Nick Shirley is a 24-year-old man. You know, he's an adult. You know, Ed, if I recall correctly, Ed was a kid, right? All three Eds had parents. They were like teenagers, I think. It was unclear. There wasn't a lot of parents around in that show, but if I recall correctly, Ed, all of the Ds and Eddie, they all had parents because they were children, and that was acceptable for children to some degree. I mean, you get what I'm saying, right? Like, was Ed perhaps behind the rest of the group slightly developmentally? Absolutely, but he was a child. Nick here is a fully grown adult. I've been looking at him and like treating him like a child because he has the mind of a child. And he sort of just presents as a child. But he can vote. He can vote, and you assume all the other things that come with an adult. That pay taxes. I mean, he's making a boatload of money right now. I don't know if he's still living with his mom or not. I assume he's got his own place now, but like, I'd been giving him the benefit of the doubt, assuming he was like fresh out the womb, like 19 years old, like he just got out of his Mormon mother's house, and he would eventually I wasn't trying to come after a teenager essentially, but he's a grown man, and so he loses the pass now. He's lost the pass. He's had plenty of years as an adult to deprogram himself, and he has not done that. He's gone in the opposite direction. He's a complete fucking idiot. I think the dumbest. I know it's a hot competition. It's a much hotter competition than smartest. Although I guess it's technically the same thing, just in reverse. But there are some real fucking morons on the right. But I think he actually might be the dumbest. It's not clear to me, actually, though. We'd have to try and quantify it in one way or another, and I don't think I have the time to do that scientifically. Be able to give like a reliable result on this sort of thing in a truly quantitative manner. I wouldn't want to just sort of throw out a bunch of bullshit like the Republican Party does with their bunk joke science. They try and trot around. No, I would rather make sure we can land at the actual true dumbest Republican, be able to say that with utter certainty. And so I wouldn't want to get ahead of that and just sort of throw accusations around. But he's certainly in the running. I thought Ed and Eddie was a great show. All right, what do I have time for here? All right, let's do this one really quickly. Of course, last weekend, Labour election. No, sorry, not the Labour election. The British local elections happened. Labour had a historic loss. Reform picking up a massive number of seats, and the Greens, shocking. Some with a big gain of their own, although not as big as some I think were predicting, but still, I think perhaps the biggest pickup, I think is the biggest pickup the Greens have ever seen. Yeah. Now, in the wake of the massive Labour defeat in the UK, Keir Starmer, calls for Keir Starmer's resignation has been growing. Ministers resigning their posts, including the UK Health Secretary, among other top officials. Confidence seems to be at a record low for Keir, who really didn't have a great deal of confidence to begin with, since Labour took the prime ministership with a fairly low vote turnout. It wasn't a ringing vote of confidence, even though it was a landslide victory. It's rather confusing, but that is what happened. And earlier on Friday, BBC Question Time discussed the future of Keir's leadership.
Have come out and sent a loud and clear message, actually, to say that they voted for change 2 years ago. They haven't seen.
Oh, dude. First question is when it comes out cooking over here. Are you guys just rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic? Ouch. Is that what she was saying? Because that's not how I interpreted it. When she said the Titanic, I think she was referring to the Labour Party. Maybe I misinterpreted it. But when she said rearranging the deck chairs of the Titanic, I think she's talking about the scuffling around in the Labour Party, West Streeting, and all these. Now it's what's the new guy who's maybe Andy? Fuck, I can't remember his name. But like, I'm fairly sure that she's talking about like the rush to replace Keir on a sinking Labour Party, not like whatever this guy is trying to say.
Tragedy.
Right. Except none of these people that are being named, from my understanding, have some sort of grand alternative vision from what Keir Starmer has offered. And that's the problem, is the Labour Party is just like the Democrats right now. Right? And the difference is the leftists were either ousted from the Democrats or they left for the Greens. or for the Live Dems, I think, and or like the other leftist, like left of labor parties. I think I believe the Welsh played fuck, I can't remember how you say this. Whatever it is, the Cymru party. I mean, they took the majority in these local elections in Wales, and I believe they're to the left of Labour on a number of issues. Labour has just sort of betrayed the working class base that they're supposed to be representative of, hence the name of the fucking party. And I think that's part of the problem, is they've completely lost their way. And just like the Democrats, sort of like ossified leadership, not quite as ancient as the ones here in the United States, but you know, it's a bunch of people who have not been able to get elected, who basically sat around watching the Tories and the conservatives just, you know, dismantle the NHS and whatever else, and then do nothing and or help them while they were doing it. I think people are sick of that, the same way people are sick of Democrats helping Republicans do similar things here. The Welsh National Party, right? I think it's called Plaid Cymru, but I'm saying it wrong, I think. I just don't know how you're supposed to say it. There's some sort of Welsh pronunciation that I don't quite grasp. I haven't taken the time to do that. Let's see. Damn, the Trump China chip. the Trump China trip. It's like a fucking tongue twister. The Trump China trip is... I got so many videos for this thing. This is wild. Good God. All right. Let's go to the Middle East. What didn't we cover this week? Where should we start? I just saved that one. Let's start with this. Trying to do the week ending report here. This was from Sunday. This was from Sunday when, leading into the week, Trump rejected another Iranian proposal.
In the last hour, U.S. President Donald Trump has criticized Iran's response to a proposal from his administration that would have ended the current conflict. In a post on social media, he said, "I've just read the response from Iran's so-called representatives. I don't like it. Totally unacceptable. Thank you for your attention to this matter." We have correspondents covering the latest developments from Tehran and Washington, D.C., where we start now with Rosalind Jordan. So, Rosalind, does this amount to a rejection?
It certainly sounds like a rejection, but we don't know on what grounds. And that's because up until the president's comment on his personal Truth Social account in the past hour, we have not heard from the Trump administration what it thinks of the latest Iranian proposal for trying to end the war that started back on February 28th. Now, according to various press reports, the Iranians talked about dealing with some of the big sticking points, the situation in the Strait of Hormuz, who ultimately controls the freedom of navigation through that waterway, Iran's nuclear ambitions, Iran's ballistic missiles program, sanctions, the refunding of money that has been impounded because of those sanctions. All of these issues have not been formally addressed in detail by members of the Trump administration.
Totally unacceptable. Yep, that's the way we started this week off. Remember that? Dude, every fucking week is just so stupid. Under the Trump administration, it's just gotten worse and worse every goddamn week, I swear to God. Not long after, by Tuesday, Iran was threatening 90% enrichment, the level of enrichment needed for nuclear weapons.
We're turning our focus to Iran now, which has threatened to ramp up uranium enrichment to near weapons-grade levels if the conflict resumes. As President Trump warns, a ceasefire with Tehran is now on life support.
Paul, don't sound so despondent. It's my fault. I should sound more cheery and optimistic. The war will end, I'm sure, at some point. I couldn't give you a definitive date. 2-3 weeks, maybe. 2-3 weeks. I don't know. It'll be the perfect amount of time. And when it's over, everything will be great.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Person for Iran's National Security and
Don't lie to
Policy
me.
Commission
Okay.
has warned that lawmakers...
Look, Paul, I'm trying my best, okay? You seem down. I didn't want you to, sit there wallowing, thinking that this would never end. Because, I mean, technically it will end at some point. There's a finite number of bombs on the planet. But, I'm just trying to pick up your spirits, pal.
consider raising enrichment to 90%. That's a significant step that would bring the country closer to nuclear weapons capability. The warning comes as tensions are increasing between Washington and Tehran over the future of Iran's nuclear program. The U.S. is pressing Iran to move its enriched uranium stockpile abroad, while Tehran insists the issue should be addressed at a later stage in the negotiations. And earlier I spoke to William Alberkey, a former NATO official and now a senior fellow with the Pacific Forum. I asked him whether Iran saying that it could enrich uranium to 90% if attacked again is a real military threat or just political theater.
I think it's a little bit of a mix of both. On the one hand, Iran has been building extensive tunnels in addition to the facilities that were struck by the United States and Israel in the two sets of strikes last year and this year. So it's entirely possible that they have a number of cascades able to enrich that uranium.
Right. It's not clear because we don't, of course, have international inspectors on the ground in Iran. Because, of course, the International Atomic Energy Agency is no longer allowed into Iran ever since Trump ripped up the JCPOA. So we just have to go by whatever Iran says, essentially. Some combination of Iran saying it and or intel. Now, Donald Trump continued to make more threats. And the Department of War continued to defend its increased budget defense budget war budget request. What do they call it now? It's not defense budget, right? its war budget. Pete Hegseth, of course, was in Congress, the Senate, so the legislature, talking to people this week. It's been a busy week. It's been a busy week.
Hello, I'm Geeta Gurumurthy. This is the Iran War Today, our daily briefing, bringing you up to date with all you need to know on day 74 of the US-Israel war with Iran.
I'll be right back. I need some tea.
The war, which the Pentagon says has climbed to nearly $29 billion. The world's most 4 of the US-Israel war with Iran. The US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is grilled by Congress over the cost of the war, which the Pentagon says has climbed to nearly $29 billion. The world's most powerful leaders are due to meet. President Trump will head to China for high-stakes talks with President Xi Jinping, with the Iran war looming large over their meeting. An Iranian official threatens to accelerate Iran's nuclear weapons program if America resumes fighting. The UK announces it'll contribute drones, jets and a warship to multinational missions to secure the Strait of Hormuz. Inside Iran, 3 people involved in the January protests are sentenced to death as the regime continues to crack down on dissent. Starting in the United States, where President Trump is preparing for an historic summit in China alongside President Xi Jinping. Well, the Iran war will be a pressing issue when the world's 2 most powerful leaders meet. Meanwhile, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has been testifying before Congress, facing questions over the spiralling cost of the Iran war. The Pentagon says the war has cost the United States nearly $29 billion so far.
We fight to win in every scenario, to include ensuring Iran never has a nuclear weapon. The $1.5 trillion FY27 budget put forward by the president will build upon the historic $1 trillion FY26 top line and will continue to reverse 4 years of underinvestment and mismanagement of the Biden administration.
Well, let's cross to DC and speak to Bernd de Boosman. And Bernd, thanks for being with us. Pete Hegseth there defending the increasing costs of the war at the same time as inflation in the US is going up. How is that going to be received by ordinary Americans, of course, struggling like so many others with the cost of living pressures?
Well, I think what we saw earlier today was that Democrats and Republicans alike are growing increasingly concerned about that spiraling cost and what it means for their constituents. The $29 billion figure put on it is
Yeah, and of course the $29 billion is just a scratch on the hull of the actual cost of this war at this point. My estimates, it's well over $100 billion now. It's $1 billion a day just to operate this much shit in the region. And it's been 76 days, add on 29 billion, right? That's over 100. It's 105 billion. I'm doing the math right. That's a lot of cheddar. All right. Moving through the rest of the week here. Let's go next to Al Jazeera from Tuesday. UN pressure mounts over the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, the great United Nations is pressuring Iran.
Developments now with retired U.S. General Mark Kimmett, who's also a former Assistant Secretary of State for Political and Military Affairs. General Kimmett, thank you so much for being with us again. So we have now this draft UN Security Council resolution on Hormuz, sponsored by Qatar, Bahrain and Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, among others. What do you make of this pressure that's now coming from a number of countries in this region, obviously, which has been the case, but now also from the UN itself? Do you think it can have an effect on Iran's hold over Hormuz?
Well, first of all, what it's going to do is crystallize for the entire world what's at
Whoa,
stake here. The fact that it's not simply a regional issue, but it's a worldwide issue. Countries around the world.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, holy fuck. You people are my favorites, I swear to God. I am not exaggerating at all. Oh, I love you all so freaking much. This is wild, though. This is just out of control. This is crazy. Hold on. What is lowercase? What are you doing? What? Buddy. I'm wearing sunglasses. You know that. You know this perfectly well. Who in the heck just donated over somebody, some anonymous? More sunglasses. More sunglasses, Green New Deal. Really? Really? You guys are crazy, but I love you. Okay, this is insane. And I don't even know who to thank. More sunglasses. Okay, hold on. I gotta do this in a way where I don't necessarily blow anybody's spot up on this. Although, I guess these are actually everybody's screen names in the chat. I just don't want to do it. So, how do I do this? Can I click this without showing that? We did it. Okay, that's perfect. Perfect. That's perfect. Okay. People, I just have to say a huge thank you to everybody who contributed to this. Some anonymous donor. Hold on. This is not showing. There we go. Some anonymous donor just helped us complete the crowdfunding of this loft bed for my tiny shoebox apartment down on planet Earth. Oh, it's humongous for me. You have no idea. It's really big. It's really big news. I really appreciate that. Oh my gosh. Although, now I have to think of a whole bunch of things on how I'm going to move things around to accommodate this. But regardless, this is going to be a huge boon to activities in my Earth apartment once I get it set up. You're all awesome. At least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different donations led to us crowdfunding that with an average donation of like $40. You're all so beautiful. That's huge. I have to figure out a bunch of stuff for that. Point is the UN is trying to pressure Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz, while simultaneously not trying to pressure the United States to end the war against Iran. Like the illegal war, or Israel's illegal war in Lebanon, or any of the other illegal actions being taken by the United States or Israel. But how dare Iran close the strait? It's just a fascinating hypocrisy that we happen to just... We're just like forced to stomach every single day. You know, every day. It's socialism for the rich, capitalism for the poor. It's international law for you, but not for me. All right, let's go here. See what the vibes on the streets of Iran were like this week. Here's the AP from Wednesday. Our country wants peace. But when we see that they don't want peace, we must use all of our tools available to us to defend, whether it's the Strait of Hormuz, or war, or anything. We have lost very important figures. If we back down for the betterment of the country, I think that's unfair to the blood of martyrs. I think we should fight them. They should continue the war. And it's America that must back down. We will not back down from our rights, even 1%. Wow. Fairly unanimous opinion in that Associated Press clip there. On the streets of Tehran, the vibes are Iran should continue the war. Meanwhile, across the Gulf, Arab states have been choosing sides. This is from Thursday. The Majority Report with the Boish.
We are back, and we are joined once again by Mohammed Ali Shabani, journalist and editor of Amwaj Media, a platform focusing on Iran, Iraq, and the GCC countries. Mohammed, welcome back to the show.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for coming back so soon, but needed your expertise today because there was some bombshell reporting from NBC News yesterday. Trump was purportedly kind of forced to reverse course on Project Freedom, which was how he branded their attempt to blockade the blockade. The Saudis then, according to NBC News, cut off access to their air bases because Trump announced so-called Project Freedom on Truth Social on Sunday, did not consult Gulf state allies, according to this reporting. And then Ryan Grimm of Dropsite News confirmed this and reported that Kuwait did the same, cutting off American access to their airspace for logistical support. What are you hearing on that front?
So we've seen a number of developments in recent days indicating essentially that the Saudis are becoming more positive on diplomacy with Iran, and they're trying to help facilitate that. And there's another big sign of this. For instance, the Iranian foreign minister a couple of days ago tweeted that thanks to Pakistan's efforts, Iran wants to continue diplomacy with Trump. And then he went out and the foreign minister tweeted that Project Freedom equals Project Deadlock. And then we saw President Trump go out with this tweet, essentially reversing himself from Project Freedom and also referring to Pakistan. And then we saw the Pakistani Prime Minister thanking Trump for taking that step, and incidentally also thanking Saudi Arabia. So the Pakistani Prime Minister was the first head of state or foreign minister who went out and said something like that, indicating that the Saudis really are making an effort to avoid a return to war. This is what we see in the public realm. Privately, what I'm hearing about the Saudis is that they think that Iran has a shot at avoiding a return to war. They say that they do not have any interest in return to chaos. They have no interest in state collapse in Iran. So this is the Saudi position now. Why?
This is a huge shift, though, because the Saudis and the Iranians have had, somewhat of a beef for quite a while. And for Saudi Arabia to take this firm position on the insistence on the existence of the state of Iran is sort of a fascinating one coming from Saudi Arabia. And it signals a big shift in all of this. I think it may have something to do with, some of a lot of the effects of this war. Saudi Arabia is seeing a massive hit to its economy, a massive, shift. I think they see the writing on the wall, and the war doesn't stop. Saudi Arabia's economy goes back to being 100% dependent on oil. something that they're running out of technically. And like they still have the biggest oil reserves on the planet, but it's been diminishing. It's been diminishing for decades, along with all the other major crude oil reserves on the planet. That's why we've been shifting so fast to methane reserves and fracking, all these other sorts of gas extraction methods, and like moving away from oil in some ways. You know, they're just replacing it with fracked gas instead of, you know, renewable energy in a lot of cases, which in my opinion is pretty irresponsible. But here we are. And you got like the UAE, right? Like pulling out of OPEC. That's got to have something to do with the calculus that Saudi Arabia is making in this particular situation, right? Like it can't not be. Even though the UAE doesn't represent a large portion of the global energy supply, they are certainly a larger portion of the OPEC alliance. And losing them is just, you know, it's like a crack in the dam, right? If people also decide it'd be better for them and to do that, then all of a sudden you got huge problems. Because maybe they move to a more Eastern-centric alliance, like some sort of BRICS, or BRICS, not just some sort of BRICS, but BRICS, or some sort of offshoot of that, right? Could certainly pop up. Because while people are saying, oh, it's going to be like, while the West people are claiming, oh, the UAE is going to immediately rush to just free markets, it's not a guarantee. They might be looking to get away from the West. Right? And OPEC has a bunch of Western powers, essentially, well, effectively, or allies at least, in it. Right? And, you know, maybe countries like Iran, you know, Russia, and other Gulf states like the UAE decide to form their own thing. Then Saudi Arabia is like surrounded by a bunch of people that are in an alliance that it's not in all of a sudden. That would suck for Saudi Arabia. They would really hate that. If you just look at the geography of the region, you'll see what I mean. Like it complicates things for Saudi Arabia, or if you just, you know, cross-reference it with the list of OPEC countries, I think you'll see what I mean. All right, now, even though Donald Trump has been claiming that everything is decimated in Iran, no more bombs, no more missiles, no more air defense, all gone, gone, gone. No more boats, no more planes. It would seem that that's not true, and that only a small portion of Iran's defense industry has actually been destroyed. They continue to have most of their missiles, at least according to the latest reports. So what has been achieved?
Explosive new reporting, severely undercutting President Trump's claims about Iran's missile capabilities. According to the New York Times, assessments show that Iran has restored operational access to 30 of the 33 missile sites along the Strait of Hormuz, which could threaten U.S. warships and oil tankers. Only 3 of the missile sites are totally inaccessible. The Times also notes that Iran still has about 70% of its mobile launchers and has retained another 70% of its pre-war missile stockpile. And as the war drags on, even some of the biggest hawks are beginning to lose patience.
I don't trust Pakistan as far as I can throw them. If they actually do have Iranian aircraft parked in Pakistan bases to protect Iranian military assets, that tells me we should be looking maybe for somebody else to mediate. No wonder this damn thing is going nowhere. So, you know, I appreciate all you've done.
He says it's going nowhere. And Jason, we've talked about this with you on this show for several months now at this point. And we have been told that by this point, they would have to capitulate, that the blockade alone would force them to the negotiating table. That really has not happened. And not only that, but they're rebuilding their missile capabilities. They still have all the nuclear material in their possession. So, as Adam often asks, what are we getting from all of this bombing?
Well, we might get more bombing if they actually do get close to what the New York Times is reporting. I mean, obviously, the White House has pushed back on some of the claims about their capabilities and their access. I think one can reasonably look at how they're acting right now, and they're certainly not using those missile sites at this point. If they do, in fact, have access to it, I think the president doesn't want to get involved more so militarily. He's giving them every opportunity. The blockade is, in fact, working. Their economy is weakened. It's going to take some time, and I think that's the one thing that the president, just from a messaging standpoint, is in a really tough spot. He's not going to come out and say this is going to take 6 months, or you cannot put that kind of, you cannot put that kind of timeline on any of this, because you're basically telling the enemy all you have to do is wait this out for X amount of time. So politically
okay. Right. We can't tell them how long. Otherwise, they'll just be able to wait. They're already waiting. They're already doing that. They don't. I mean, Trump's been saying 2-3 weeks, 4 or 5 weeks, 2-3 days. He's been throwing out timelines left and right. These people make no fucking sense. How anybody can listen to this sort of idiocy and give it any kind of credibility is beyond me. Like, you have to not be living in the world we're living in. Like, you can only be consuming like the opinions of others. No. Like, you can't listen to any clips of anybody actually saying the words, right? Like, you can't listen to Trump actually talking. Otherwise, this kind of stuff just falls flat on its head. Trump's been giving timelines all over the fucking place. What are you talking about? It's a really stupid thing to say. The fact is Trump has been giving out fake timelines, right? Over and over again, just assuming that Iran will collapse or surrender in the time that he's giving. It's just it's a fucking farce. And Congress is too fucking weak to do their jobs and hold the president accountable to the law. However, Donald Trump wants to make up new laws and send journalists to jail for just talking about the Iran war.
Illegal.
Kyle Kulinski.
So as you all know, because you watch this show, Iran is winning this war. There's really no other way to put it. As long as they have control of the Strait of Hormuz, they basically have the global economy by the ball sack. And so given that fact, and before the war, of course, the strait was open, now it's closed, now they're refusing to give up control, now they're, demanding a tax for people to go through, even if they were to open it, which it is not open, that means that the Trump regime is caught. There's nowhere for them to go, there's nothing for them to do. Iran now controls the terms. Iran can now say, you need to pay us reparations for your illegal war against us. You need to close all your bases in the region. You need to accept the fact that the days of free and open maritime trade are gone and the U.S. empire is unraveling. And now we control this area. And so one of the biggest, if not the biggest, strategic blunder, on top of, immoral atrocities, but strategic blunder of all time, from the perspective of this greatly damages the U.S. and our position and our standing. Also now, any adversary we have knows just how weak we are, knows just how much of a paper tiger we are. We spend a shitload of money on our military, but apparently a lot of that is just fucking graft, is just you know, the military industrial complex and the billionaires looting the treasury and, you know, giving us subpar products that are not fit for war in the year 2026. Okay. So, 16 of our bases burnt to a crisp. They control the Strait of Hormuz. But every morning, what happens is Trump's generals show him a highlight reel of things that they blew up. And Trump, of course, is a simpleton and an idiot. And so he sees that, look, we're winning the war. And that's why he always says stuff like, they don't even have a navy anymore. We've attacked their navy. We've attacked all their tanks. We've attacked this. We've attacked that. We destroyed them. We blew things up. Things went kaplooey. I saw them go kaplooey. So he says that, like, not realizing that, like, okay, but that doesn't mean dick. That doesn't mean dick. Okay? Like, congratulations. You bombed a girls' school and a bunch of hospitals, and you bombed power plants and bridges. And, like, if anything, you just alienated the world from us further because now people hate us for doing these things.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, now I'm going to skip ahead to this actual story. Oh, excuse me. I bought an energy drink today just because I'm just feeling a little low energy. Been sort of burning the candle at both ends, trying to deal with all these different things I need to get together for this weekend, which is officially here now. Jesus Christ. And decided to go full energy drink tonight rather than tea. Yes. All right. Now to Trump's threats against reporters.
Right to jail, right away.
Tactics. And so take a look at this. He posted the other day on Lie Social. When the fake news says that the Iranian enemy is doing well militarily against us, it's virtual treason in that it is such a false and even preposterous statement. They are aiding and abetting the enemy. All it does is give Iran false hope when none should exist. These are American cowards that are rooting against our country. Iran had 159 ships in their navy. Every single ship is now resting at the bottom of the sea. They have no navy. The Air Force is gone. All technology is gone. Their leaders are no longer with us, and the country is in an economic disaster. Only losers, ingrates, and fools are able to make a case against America. So what he's saying here in no uncertain terms is, I want you to literally charge reporters who are covering this war with treason. That's what he's saying. It is treason to cover this war and tell the truth that Iran is strategically in a much better position than the United States is. Okay, we've blown through whatever political capital we had left with the rest of the world. More. The Trump administration is aggressively pursuing leak investigations after the Iran war. Trump personally handed acting AG Todd Blanche a stack of news articles labeled treason, pushing the DOJ to subpoena reporter records from outlets including the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, and the Washington Post. The subpoenas relate to stories about military warnings before the war, Netanyahu's lobbying of Trump, and down jet rescue operations. So in other words,
this is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Yep, in other words, this is the very definition of totalitarianism, or as we all know it to be, totalitarianism, authoritarianism, fascism. I mean, he's going after the media openly for just telling the truth. This is Orwellian dictator stuff.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
All right, now, I kind of fucking hate to do this, but because I think most of us here are fairly familiar with the history of the Nakba, even though today or yesterday now was Nakba Day. We're not going to get in as deep as I would have liked to. I'm going to have to save this for another night just because we're 7 hours in and I want to get to China. But we will do one quick clip posted by
Zohran Mamdani,
the New York City Mayor's office 6 hours ago. I want this play. Don't be an idiot.
Oh.
Should I get that?
Hello? Yes, I'm sorry. Could we talk a bit later? I've got these people being the interviewers about the Nakba. I was 9 years old. It was nighttime, and my father came into our bedroom and told us, surprisingly, to get on all fours and make our way to the staircase that goes in to the roof. There were no windows on the staircase because bullets had come in through the wood shutters at that stage. And next day, we just took what we could carry and went to my uncle Hussein's house in Nablus, because there was no fighting in Nablus. The Zionists were, coming into Jerusalem.
Nakba refers to the expulsion and displacement of more than 700,000 Palestinians between 1947 and 1949 during the creation of the State of Israel and the year that followed.
My father had a big, heavy key for our iron front door, and people, of course, locked their houses when they left, and all they had of it was the key. When it turned out that there was no going back, that's what they had in their hand from the house, and they probably just hung it on the wall, so it became sort of a symbol. You have the key, but not the house.
During this period, the Haganah, Irgun, and Lehi militias, among others, destroyed more than 400 Palestinian villages and cities, killing thousands of Palestinians and carrying out dozens of massacres.
That's the craft of Palestinian women. That's one of my mother's friends, whom I inherited. She's my friend's old lady. She has the biggest collection. Actually, in that drawer, I have some that you can look at. I think it's good for you to just touch it. Actually, they're very good, because this is here, so the woman walking, it would accentuate her hips. And there are certain smells. There's a smell when, after a rainfall, when that limestone has a certain smell when you walk near it, It's just, you feel very close to the actual land. The story is about the Palestinian boy going into Israel, and his grandmother said, "Go to our village, bring me a handful of soil. I'll put it under my pillow and feel I'm sleeping, in my village." It's very strong.
May 15th is the annual commemoration of the Nakba. For Palestinians, their displacement and the Nakba continues to this day.
That I've lived in different places, and I've always been an outsider. In England, actually, we were called aliens on our passports. I lived in Italy, again, not part of it. And after the 67 war, I came here. In this diverse city, I feel most at home since leaving Palestine. I think that's important. And it's where you are. I don't know what happens to you, but, I've seen the Rockies, and it's the soft hills of Palestine that actually touch me.
Okay. Well, there you have it. A survivor. Words from an actual survivor of the Nakba. Experienced the ethnic expulsion of Palestinians from their land when she was only 9 years old. Now living in New York City. Alright, I was planning on going deeper into the Nakba today, since it was Nakba Day, but fucking hell, I have to keep this stream moving. And I actually have to move on to the live stream from Al Jazeera here. And the Middle East talk. And move on to China. I'm going to have to skip Russia and Ukraine entirely, I think. Because we're so... yeah, we're 7 hours in. Yeah, we're 7 hours in. And I got to end this at 8 hours. Otherwise, I'll just be kicking myself later. You know, I just want to feel like as prepared as possible for everything that's happening this weekend. I know it's not my wedding, but as one of the members of the wedding party, I, technically have more responsibility than your average wedding attendant, and I want to disappoint my friends and their family, and or feel unprepared to do whatever it is that's asked of me here this weekend. Who's crying? Why are you crying, Bowen Up? What? Are you crying because of the story, or because of the wedding? Are the French Canadians going to hunt us all for the foie gras? Oh no.
It's just too French.
All right. Here we go. Al Jazeera live stream. Who appears to be a Palestinian refugee in Lebanon. Great. That's one of the things about this that I've mentioned in the past. This should not be lost on anyone. But the well over 1 million southern Lebanese people who are being who have already been forced out of their homes by Israel in the last 3 months. Some portion of those people, I don't know the percentage portion, but I know a huge number of Palestinians have fled Israel and or Palestine, West Bank, Gaza, for Lebanon. And so these people have been, like, Palestinian refugees in Lebanon have been ethnically cleansed. They have been turned into refugees time and time again. And here they are, once again a refugee. It's just so frustrating.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
For weeks, our home was destroyed. The whole neighborhood was destroyed. And there is still a threat of further Israeli attacks.
In the early days of the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah, the Israeli military issued a blanket evacuation order for the southern suburbs of Beirut during an intensified military offensive. It was unprecedented because the order demanded the evacuation of entire neighborhoods.
The Burj al-Barajni camp was among them. It's home to Palestinian refugees. Not everyone left during the weeks-long bombardment. Abu Rabia told us the camp was not hit, but that's not because there were security guarantees.
First of all, I don't have a relative outside the camp to stay with. As a Palestinian, it's difficult. It's better to die in our homes. We aren't any better than our families in Gaza who are under rubble, or those who stayed on top of their destroyed homes.
Palestinians already have difficult living conditions in a country where governments haven't been welcoming. Those who did leave their homes during the bombing have since returned. A ceasefire that was announced in mid-April has been largely holding in the Beirut area. It was when Ali Hamad returned home. His family spent 6 weeks sleeping by the seaside before moving in with a friend. He remembers doing the same when he was 14 years old in 1982, when Israel invaded and laid siege to Beirut.
It's been one humiliation after another, our whole life since the day we were born. We have continuously been targeted, and then we are confined to these camps.
It was in these camps where the first exodus of Palestinians arrived nearly 80 years ago, after Israel forced them from their homes. It's known as the Nakba. Many here say their lives have become an ongoing Nakba as they remain trapped in limbo and insecurity. Zana Khuder, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
What's incredible is in some cases, these camps turn into like buildings. People are there so fucking long. And then Israel comes around and just blows them up again. It's out of control. When is it going to stop? I wish I knew. I really do. But I have no answer to this question. I somehow feel further away from the answer to that question than I did at this time in 2024. At this time in 2024, we were being sold the red line. Remember the red lines? Remember those? Remember those red lines Israel supposedly had, or that we had for Israel? and the ceasefire that Biden. Remember when Biden announced it was all over?
I'm staying in the race.
Oh, I feel somehow further away from an answer to the question than I did then. 2 years later. It was like around this time. Maybe, right? Or was it earlier? April? I can't remember the exact timing of it. I know there's some space trams around here who've been here since then, and back then I thought that, remember me being like, oh shit, genocide's over. That was very stupid. That was just a few months into the stream for me. I've grown much more skeptical over time of these ceasefires. These claims of peace. Oh shit, I've been talking too much. I went too far. Wait. No. 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 I went too far. Affordability. Yes, exactly, Smooth Bandito. Affordability. We're gonna solve it. But first, we gotta go to China.
China! Have to have my China.
Have to have my China. Really do. Everybody's saying it. Okay. Am I there yet? No. Sorry, I skipped over. I went too far. I was like talking a whole bunch and I wasn't paying attention. I was skipping through videos to get us to China. And then I think it went too far somehow. Okay. China time, people.
China. China?
That's right. Donald Trump arrived in China this week, I think on Wednesday evening. But he was not alone. He arrived in with a gaggle of billionaires. Is that what you call them? A flock of billionaires? A school of billionaires? An embarrassment of billionaires? I don't know the technical term, but a bunch of the world's richest men were traveling. I don't know if they were on Air Force One. I'm assuming they were. You know, save on travel, but who knows? They all have their own planes. Let's take a look at the lineup.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Elon Musk, Tim Cook, and Kelly Ortberg
Those are just a few of some of the U.S. executives expected to join Trump this week on his trip to China, according to a White House official. Trump is set to leave Tuesday to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. Aside from discussions about Iran, the two leaders are expected to discuss other issues such as trade and artificial intelligence. Here's a look at why these executives are expected to join. Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla and SpaceX, led Trump's Department of Government Efficiency until leaving in the spring of 2025. The controversial agency was shuttered in November. Since then, Musk has refocused his energy into his other companies. Tesla has operations in China, and Musk has visited there before. Tim Cook remains busy as his tenure at Apple winds down. The CEO announced last month that his 15
Yeah, no kidding, Elon has visited China before. That's quite a way to put it. Elon has been to China numerous times, because he has multiple factories, including the Tesla super factory there, and has had to make a number of concessions and agreements with the Chinese government to have those factories and to be able to sell his cars on the Chinese market. So to sign basically like a pledge to not interfere in the CCP or actively work against it. Which it is China's prerogative to do. But to just be like, oh yeah, he's visited before. It's like, yeah, it's not quite the way I would describe it. Tim Apple was there. Who else? Was Tim Apple? And the CEO of Boeing was there too. All the big business boys. All right, let's go to the moment. Trump and Xi met for the second time. Nope, this is the middle of the video. Oh wait, no, this is a different clip, isn't it? Did I take this out? I must have taken... They must have taken it out. Yeah, because this is... Okay. Oh, they used a weird fucking thumbnail for this. I didn't rewatch this. Sometimes for the week ending report, I throw in stuff that we've watched previously from a different, separate list. And I think what's happened here is I got confused by a thumbnail. An inauthentic thumbnail. A misleading scam thumbnail that led me astray, that does not accurately depict what's happening in this fucking video. So this is not Trump meeting Xi. This is the dinner, the state banquet, which was held. This is fucking me up. Hold on. I need to move this. This is not where I want this. This is so stupid. How did this happen? This is so dumb. Sorry, this is way ahead of things. We'll get to that. Here we go. Common interests between China and the United States outweigh their differences. The success of both countries is an opportunity for each other. And the stability of China-U.S. relations is a good thing. For the world, both sides benefit from peace while fighting harms both. We should be partners rather than opponents. Achieve mutual success, prosper together, and embark on a new path of great power, coexistence in the new era.
Leader, I say it to
Whoopsies.
It's an honor to be with you. It's an honor to be your friend, and the relationship between China and the USA is going to be better than ever before. Thank you very much.
How were your talks, sir?
Great.
Did you talk about Taiwan?
Great place. Incredible. China is beautiful.
China is beautiful. You can tell he's not. You can tell he's not having. He seems kind of sad, and I feel like he and a number of other Republicans who had never been to China and never really done any non-racist research into China showed up to China and realized that it's a functional country, 3 times the size of the United States. Well, not geographically, but in population, with functional infrastructure, and not just a bunch of peasants like walking down dirt streets. Like, is not, like anime is big popular these days. Anime doesn't really, mostly, I mean, some of it does, but a lot of the anime is like depicting that's also Japanese, but I feel like people just, like, it's America, like people just conflate shit, right? And I feel like people have this racist fantasy idea of China as being just a billion peasants walking around on dirt streets, like as if the internet doesn't exist, and you couldn't find images of China and find out for yourself that it's actually a modern economy. But doesn't he look a little sad? Doesn't he? I mean, come on. Although I guess he could be tired too, because there's a big change in time from here to there. It's almost 12 hours.
About Taiwan, Mr. President?
He wanted more pomp and circumstance?
Thank you.
I think you're right. I think you're right. But I think China did pomp and circumstance, but in a way intended to throw Trump off. That's my view of it. Like I've watched a number of different things. I just get the sense that they were trying to fuck with Trump. Like, they know how he acts and how he thinks. And I think it all started with the national anthems, right? Where they played the national anthem and then they started shooting off a fucking cannon throughout the whole thing, right? Like, through both the US and Chinese national anthems, as he and she were sitting there, like standing there in the middle of an open courtyard. Like, I think they've been trying to fuck with him, right? Like, just like wage like a psychological war against him. And to be fair, I would probably have done the same thing if I were China. Trump's probably a little on edge, like with all the assassination attempts and such. He's probably, a sudden unexpected cannon fire, probably shocking. Now, we're going to go right back to talking about the billionaires. And they've just been sort of hanging out with the government officials, doing everything that they're doing. Elon Musk, you can be seen over here, taking a selfie. Almost hitting Tim Apple in the face with his elbow. And of course, he brought along his body armor. Sorry, human shield. I'm sorry, I keep getting that wrong. His child. What's his name again? X? What is this little fucking nightmare's name again? I fucking hate this kid. I know I shouldn't hate a child, but this kid pisses me off so much. And it's not really his fault. He's just acting like a child. His dad is just a overprivileged piece of shit who's bringing him around everywhere and making me hate him. Okay? Like, I'm sure I would treat this child with the same dignity and respect as I would any other child in real life. But, like, just... How do I phrase this? It's just... Elon keeps bringing this fucking kid to places that no other kid gets brought to because he's the world's richest man, and Trump and everybody else just lets him do whatever the hell he wants. And it's just annoying. It's just fucking annoying, and I hate having to put up with all the time at my job. That's what I'm saying. Is that making sense? It's a little fucking booger right here. It's pissing me off.
You're kind of like a snotty faced bitch.
Am I wrong, though? I mean, and you know this kid is gonna suck for like another decade, at the very least, if not for the rest of his life. And of course, it's not just Elon. Jensen Huang was there, CEO of Vendetta. Tim Apple still in the mix. A bunch of other people who look like they too are also way too wealthy. These two come to mind. Don't know who they are. They just give me I have way too much money vibes. Okay. Oh, they were headed into a meeting with different cabinet officials and Chinese officials. Unfortunately, I was not able to find a clip with subtitles on that one, so we're gonna have to skip the rest of that clip. Oh, this annoys me. This one annoys me a little bit. You know what, I'm skipping this. We'll deal with this later. I'm dealing with that later. I can't. I'm just gonna keep shitting on this kid. I can't do it. I need help.
You have a mental health problem. You're hurting the kids.
Oh, I just keep wanting to shit on Elon's fucking kid. I can't do it. I gotta move on. Let's talk about Fox News, who is actually on the ground in China, perhaps for the first time ever. I don't know the last time that Fox News was in China, but it's definitely been a long time. I'm pretty sure, if ever. And they're all up in there. I believe Brett Baer is the main correspondent for Fox on this excursion.
Trump meets Xi Jinping in high-stakes Beijing summit. So I have a very different approach, I think, than many Democrats do, certainly on this issue. I think this is good. I think this summit so far has been very good. It's been good for a couple different reasons. One, a lot of Fox News people finally went to China and got to experience like regular everyday Chinese experiences, and showing that to boomers is probably really good because boomers think China is a peasant country. Okay. Obviously, every single person in my community has a very different attitude because I literally went to China. I talk about China quite a bit. I talk about Chinese development quite a bit. So you've actually seen it personally when you watched me do live streams in China, right? In Beijing, in Shanghai, in Chongqing, in Chengdu, and also in Hong Kong. But most Americans think China is run by an agrarian peasant society. It is backwards. That's like not dissimilar to the DPRK. And Americans are very sheltered when it comes to the way that they learn about our foreign adversaries. So when you have Brett Baer on Fox News in prime time going up to like Chinese stores and being like, look at this is a robot serving me a f***ing sausage, a lot of boomers are going to be like, oh my God, they are so goddamn advanced.
Inside. This is the first of its kind for this kind of interaction. If you want to order something, hello, can I get a sausage, please?
Okay. Calchon, 8.8 yuan.
Oh, baby. Brett Baer has been the hero of this trip, okay? It's been very funny watching him go through the motions of like everyday Chinese existence. Brett Baer also complained about getting a ticket. They complained about flock cameras. Well, the Chinese version of flock cameras. That's also very funny. A couple things that I obviously also experienced was...
Yeah. It is funny for Fox News to go and complain about Chinese flock cameras while they stay silent about American flock cameras, or as we call them, flock cameras.
That there is definitely a lot of surveillance that's in your face in Beijing, especially. Definitely in a lot of major Chinese cities as well, but certainly in Beijing, there's an environment.
And you know what's fascinating? We talk about China being like the cutting edge of surveillance technology, but I saw a story recently that China's flock cameras are actually using... You'll be shocked to hear this. American facial recognition technology. They've been working with American AI companies. It's crazy.
Of tension. Beijing is a very, I would say, uptight city in comparison to many of the other Chinese cities that I experienced. Shanghai is very Western facing. If you're really into like a Western cosmopolitan, there's something for everybody in China because it's so vast, it's so large, and there are so many significant cultural differences from city to city. If you like Western style cities, you will love Shanghai. That was, Austin's favorite. I liked Chongqing and Chengdu the most. Probably Chengdu was my favorite because there are very different, very distinct cultural attitudes in these different cities. And I think Chongqing and Chengdu were like real Chinese cities, as opposed to like Beijing is basically like Washington, D.C. in many respects. It's very uptight. It's very serious. And there is definitely an environment of tension where you're like, I don't want to fuck up. I don't want to do something wrong here. And I didn't feel that way in Chongqing or Chengdu at all. Now, there's a distinction here, okay? American surveillance is covert. Chinese surveillance, on the other hand, is overt. Chinese surveillance is in your face. American surveillance is not so much in your face, with the exception of flock cameras and things like that, right? And I find that very interesting. Obviously, Brett Baer is, America literally does this already law. You can get a ticket in a mall in multiple cities due to automated cameras. Yeah. In fact, Fox News crew in Beijing got ticketed by CCP surveillance cameras after illegally parking for just 2 minutes. I have a lot of opinions on this. Okay. In fact, because on the one hand, the overt surveillance that's like constantly in your face in Beijing, especially, is an interesting culture shock for many Americans. And yet the things that they're fucking complaining about here are things that Fox News would absolutely want. Like Fox News viewers would actually want here, American style. You're mad that they have Insta cameras and instant ticketing options. Okay, you're telling the boomers the wrong lesson. Because if you were an American boomer and you didn't have these racialized hangups, because they're doing it Chinese style and therefore scary, you would look at this and go, wait, what the fuck are you talking about? The cities are clean. There's no homelessness. There's no fucking visible crime at all. Great. That's what I want. That's you.
Yeah. Except here's the inherent problem with this. And I've been thinking about this whole time, ever since I saw the clips of Fox News out there talking about the robots, witnessing all this firsthand, is that Fox News wants a future where somehow simultaneously capitalism exists and so do those robots, right? And like you really can't do both and have like a functional society, right? Like China's heavily like subsidizing multiple sectors and like all of its people, like, while the United States is actively decimating its government, like it's like governmental agencies are being dismantled, social programs are being defunded, healthcare is being taken away from everybody. And if we get to the place where China is on AI and robotics, and we start implementing that across the sectors that China is doing, all of a sudden we have a bunch of people without jobs and without access to healthcare and SNAP and like all these other sorts of things that people in China don't even think about. And like, I'm worried that they're gonna use this experience to try and justify rushing towards some sort of AI future and be like, oh, look how far ahead China is on us. We have to catch up to them. But they won't talk about any of the other things China's doing to make up for the things that are happening in that industry. Like, they're not automating away a bunch of jobs and then saying, go find some bootstraps, you lazy homeless person. You know? You don't want bots to cook or mix your drinks. Oh, what? You don't? Weird.
That's really weird.
Yeah, no, me too. I'd prefer we keep humans having jobs, you know? I really do. I don't think we're ready for the future of robots doing all of the things that we do. First off, AI is not ready to do that. Second, society is not ready for it either. The technology's not ready and society's not ready. All right. But staying on the Fox News topic, let's go to breaking points. Breaking points from yesterday.
You know, I think probably the biggest outcome of this meeting is going to be a lot of Fox News grandmas realizing just how behind we are technologically, how much more advanced China is at this point, because Brett Baer is there on the ground doing all this like on the ground reporting. One of the big things, they made a big deal about the fact they illegally parked for 2 minutes and got a ticket right away, which, you know, for the law and order people, they should be happy about that, right?
Dream. That's my dream.
I knew you would like that.
Yeah.
If Palantir was doing it here, they'd be celebrating this marvel of efficiency. But since it's China, it's the authoritarianism.
That is my dream, is to ticket these illegal parkers, red light runners. Some kid rang my doorbell the other day with no soliciting. I'm like, this motherfucker. You know? I was like,
funny.
Okay.
Such a.
Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? Hassan is 100% right. There's a bunch of Fox News viewers, conservative people out there who would love some of this stuff. Sagar, Exhibit A.
The old man. But in any case, he also went to one of these like just little, you said this is sort of like a 7-Eleven competitors, and they have the humanoid autonomous robots there that are like serving the goods. And so this was all, you know, broadcast to Fox News audience. This is A10. Let's go ahead and take a look at this from Brett Baer.
Our food order to a very special worker.
This is the Family Mart convenience store in Beijing. Inside is a Galbot robot. The dominance of AI. Beijing is trying to lead the way in AI and also in humanoid robots. Let's go inside. This is the first of its kind for this kind of interaction. If you want to order something, hello, can I get a sausage, please?
Okay. Kaochan, 8.8 yuan.
This is the first of its kind, moving a little slow, but Galbot is actually in 50 different pharmacies, warehouses, handling 300,000 orders around the country. This is the first of its kind here, and they say there are going to be many different iterations. The question is, it's the same thing that the U.S. is dealing with. Will this replace human workers?
So
pretty sweet.
Yeah, I mean, this is an area where they're decidedly ahead of us on the humanoid robot front. And, you know, my understanding in terms of the attitude towards...
Yeah, I think it's really fucked up. I'm sorry to interrupt. Crystal Washington's in the middle of making a point, but I think it's really fucked up. It's not laughable, in my opinion. It's disturbing. Because this is actually what we're living with right now. We have a bunch of people like Sagar who see robots doing the jobs of humans that they think need jobs or they are useless in society, right? Like, they have an ideology which makes it so that when the robots come, people get hurt, and yet they're gleefully cheering it on. He doesn't, like, you know, like he doesn't want, like, you know, some sort of like Star Trek luxury space communism future where everybody has like med beds, you know, and you know, Medicare for all, you know, like, and you know, UBI, like, and no concern about where they're getting food from or something, you know. And I'd point out in the Star Trek universe, they had fucking stuff that could just literally, you know, I forget what it's called now. My brain just broke. The replicator, whatever it's called, the thing that literally just spits out food from nothing. We don't have that technology on the planet, and like they pretend like we do or something. and or that like people are gonna, or that we have like a replicator, like a job replicator, like somebody loses a job and just another one just pops up somewhere else. That's just not the world that we live in. But they don't want to address like the concerns of society, like any of the people who might need help from broader like social programs. He's like adamantly, he hates those people, but he's applauding as a robot takes the job of one of those people, while saying they don't deserve any help. But he wants help. He wants help from a robot, but he doesn't think anybody else should get help. Like, he just thinks that he should get help as a result of his social status. And anybody who hasn't managed to climb the ladder as successfully as him should live in the sewers, right? Because you don't have a place in this society, right? If we automate away all the jobs, aside from whatever, like you have a massive portion of society that just gets discarded by people like soccer and this Trump administration.
Robot front. And, you know, my understanding in terms of the attitude towards the population in China versus here on technology, they're much more enthusiastic in China. There's not the same level of reticence because here we see the way that, you know, these AI oligarchs are trying to screw us and bragging about how they're going to take all our jobs,
They just have a different social contract.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
That's exactly right. And they have really focused on a very different AI strategy too, where yes, they're trying to be at the leading edge, and DeepSeek has been very successful in other models as well, and much more efficiently. It doesn't require the vast amounts of compute and electricity and water and everything that ours is, like just this sort of brute force approach.
Okay. That's where I'm going to end it. It's a kind of a childish mentality to think that you can automate all the jobs. Well, that is the mentality of the people who are bringing about the AI paradigm that we're living in right now. Right? They think that eventually they'll be able to automate all the jobs. Listen to Dario Amodei. He's said it on numerous occasions. All these guys think that that's what eventually they can do. That's what they're hoping for. You know, so that they're hoping for a future where they can go to their bunkers and control a completely robotic / AI workforce. Whether or not that ever comes to fruition, it doesn't fucking matter. Because I've said this before, and I think you're a new viewer, so you wouldn't know this. But like I've said before, it doesn't matter if we ever get to the future where all the robots can do the jobs. We just need to go down the path where we're chasing after that reality. And you have millions and millions of people that get hurt by that, right? You just have to you have to be living in a world where the people dictating what happens are chasing after that, and you still get basically the same effects, whether if you ever get there or not, right?
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. I'd like to remind you the drones can't deliver pizza when it's raining. Cloud with rain emoji.
Yes, good point, Omega Star. Can't deliver with drones when it's raining. That does create a severe problem. All right, now let's go to the China-U.S. Presidential Summit State Banquet, which happened yesterday. I'm sorry, not yesterday. This is Saturday now. Thursday.
I just heard him tap the mic, so I at least have it in the mixer.
You think that streaming and being a news talker could be easily automated? I don't think so. I disagree. Have you seen some of these things? Like, did you see the Glenn Beck George Washington? Like, that shit was trash. Like, that shit was garbage. It was pre-recorded, right? It wasn't reacting to something live. Like, it was pre-recorded garbage and heavily edited. Like, doing a live stream like I do for 8 hours and reacting to what you see, being able to, because one thing AI can't see, right? I'm reacting to things live. Like, every image, I can see it with my eyes. AI can't do that necessarily, right? Like, you can take bits and pieces of data. It could run like programs on each separate image or whatever, but it's like, I don't think it could. I really don't. Like, the closest thing that I've seen to like an AI stream that's like responding to anything are AI streams that respond to text prompts, right? Like the AI Jesus, right? Like, that's the closest I've seen. Everything else is like tends to be pre-programmed shit. You know, the slop tent, you know, gets shot out at like, 15, 30 seconds a pop. I know some people are like generating certain aspects of their streams with AI, but I'm not sure if any. I mean, feel free to point me to if you think I'm wrong, that there's some currently active AI streamer that talks politics and reacts to. I would love to see what you're talking about. Did I already talk about the Dems and the midterms like 6 hours ago? AI can't see. That's not true. Oh, wait. Hold on. Sorry. I'm just realizing we don't actually need this whole dinner. I need to skip ahead on this thing. I don't think I have... Do I have subtitles for this one? No. So I'm going to skip past Xi Jinping's speech. We're going to go to Donald Trump's speech here. During this presidential summit dinner.
谢谢习近平主席。
Thank you, President Xi.
现在请特朗普总统致辞。
Next, a toast by President Trump.
What in the fuck? Oh, okay. I see what happened. Yeah, you got timed out. Yep. Not shocking.
Well, thank you very much. This is a great honor. It was a fantastic day. And in particular, I want to thank President Xi, my friend, for this magnificent welcome. And it really was a magnificent welcome like none other. And for so graciously hosting us on this very historic state visit. We had extremely positive and productive conversations and meetings today with the Chinese delegation earlier. And this evening is another cherished opportunity to discuss among friends some of the things that we discussed today, all good for the United States and for China. And it was a great honor to be with you. Please.
感谢习近平主席。今天我们度过了非常美好的一天。首先要感谢习近平。
So they set it up so that he had to stop every few sentences so that the translator could repeat what he said. And I felt that this broke up Trump's normal speech rhythm in a way, in the same way I felt like the canon sort of broke up Trump's like thought space. And I felt it was to some degree done on purpose. Like the whole speech is like this for like 20 minutes. And I just want to go towards the end here. A little bit further back.
This September 24th, and we look forward to it. And I'd now like to raise a glass and propose a toast to the rich and enduring ties between the American and Chinese people. It's a very special relationship, and I want to thank you again. This has been an amazing period of time. Thank you, President Xi.
那么再一次感谢习主席，感谢这一美好的欢迎。那么今天晚上我也想。
Do you see his face? Because by the end of this, none of his statements are getting applause. Like the first one or two got like very light applause from, I assume, his staff, right? But by the very end of his speech, there's no applause in the room. There's just a Chinese translator repeating after him. And look at how tired and defeated he looks. He just looks sapped. He's like an empty shell of a man. A big empty shell, but an empty shell nonetheless. He's grasping his water. Look at him look down at the water.
提出邀请，于9月24号邀请你们出访白宫。那我也希望，针对美国人民和中国人民之间深厚的以及持久的友谊，我提议我们进行举杯。那么我们这两国关系是非常独特的一项关系。
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody, very much.
感谢。
I just found this so fucking comedic. Like, low energy Trump. Low energy Trump. Look how sad he looks. Look at him. He looks like he's giving an obituary or something. Like, look at him. He gives the toast. He takes a sip. He puts it back down. And he just looks so defeated. Because he gets no applause. And then they applaud him. And like, just watch how he reacts. Just watch how he reacts when he finally gets applause. He's so happy when he gets it. Oh! He perks up and he starts clapping. He doesn't even know who they're clapping for at this point. He starts clapping too. Although he claps for himself all the time. But he just looks utterly confused. He's like, what? They're clapping? Okay, I'll clap. I'll clap. Wait, was that for me or who? Who's that? Who are we clapping for? Great job. Great job, everybody. He just looks dazed and confused. And like he's speaking at someone's fucking funeral. And then he looks just utterly surprised when people clap. Like, wait, what? Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. He's not getting the warmest reception in China. Feels almost hostile in a calculated manner. Please clap. Okay. Jesus. This is taking me so long tonight. Moving so slow. It's not even the longest list ever. It's only 115 videos. We've had much worse. And yet I'm still failing dramatically. 10 minutes away from 8 hours. We might have to cover the rest of this tomorrow evening. After the rehearsal, I think I should have time to do a stream. Hopefully. But I'm going to try and get through what I can here tonight. All right, let's see what Xi Jinping had to say about the U.S.-China relationship at this dinner. I had to do clips just because the live streams weren't subtitled. Today, President Trump and I had a in-depth communication exchange on China-U.S. relations and international and regional dynamics. We both believe that the China-U.S. relationship is the most important bilateral relationship in the world, and that we must make it work and never mess it up. Both China and the U.S. stand to gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation. Our two countries should be partners rather than rivals. We also agreed to build a constructive China-U.S. relationship and to promote a steady, sound, and sustainable development of China-U.S. relationships. Never mess it up, says Xi Jinping. Sounded almost like a warning. But China leaning on the economy to make the case that the U.S. and China should remain partners and not rivals. And to be fair, the U.S.-China trade war is only making things more expensive for us and basically everybody else. Now, however, even with the talk of U.S.-China collaboration on the economy and partnership, there were also warnings over Taiwan. During his talks with President Donald Trump, Xi Jinping said that the Taiwan issue is the most critical issue in China-U.S. relations. If handled properly, bilateral relations can remain generally stable. If mishandled, the two countries will have clashes, even conflict, pushing the entire China-U.S. relationship into, wait, what is that? Into great jeopardy. Taiwan independence and peace across the Taiwan Strait are irreconcilable as fire and water. Maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait is the greatest common denominator between the two countries. The U.S. side must exercise the utmost caution in handling this issue. Well, that was China's foreign minister. At least I think it was. Saying that the U.S. should tread lightly, essentially, on the issue of Taiwan, as if improperly handled, it could lead to what sounded like a military conflict. Just based upon those words and what I know about the situation, I'm fairly certain that's what he meant. Now, Trump apparently invited Xi Jinping to the White House. Now, I don't know the last time a Chinese a leader, president or otherwise, came to the United States. I'd have to look it up. But that would certainly be quite interesting. Were he to accept the offer.
Cheers. The relationship between the American and Chinese people goes all the way back to America's founding. Thank you again, President Xi, for this beautiful welcome. And tonight it is my honor to extend an
I think it was in Obama's term. It looks like, 2015. Yeah, it's been a while. Things have been pretty tense. Pretty tense between the United States and China since then.
to you and Madam Peng to visit us at the White House this September 24th, and we look forward to it. And I'd now like to raise a glass and propose a toast to the rich and enduring ties between the American and Chinese.
Who the hell wrote this speech? Who the hell wrote this fucking speech, dude? Who the hell is Madam Peng? Can you hear that? There's an alarm going off in the Galactic parking lot outside. But who the hell is Madam Peng? Because I think he's trying to refer to... Oh, actually, I take it back. I take it back. I just realized that's the... That is the name of Xi Jinping's wife. I see. That's his second wife. I did not know that. Okay, I take it back. For a second, I thought that they were like, somebody thought Ping was like his last name. But no, his wife is Peng Li Yuan. That's who I see. Yeah, okay. Anyways, he invited the president and first lady of China to the White House. It should be interesting to see if they take him up on it, since he has not been in the United States since Barack Obama was in office. Sorry to go off on that Madam Peng tangent. That's the first. I didn't hear that in the first reading, in my first listening to this, and so that just threw me off. Okay. All right, I'm going to skip ahead. We're going to get to more of the details of this thing on Saturday night, hopefully here, so long as I manage to pull a stream together for tomorrow. Fingers crossed, knock on Spacewood. Hopefully that will go off, no problem. But, just, we're 8 hours in, and I just really want to stick to my time limit right now, so I don't kick myself for this later. It's just, this weekend is for a friend of mine that I've had for over a decade. Basically one of my longest friends in the world, who I still, stay in contact with. And so yeah, it's just an important event to me this weekend. I'm trying to juggle both the stream and that. The reason your content is the easiest to automate is because you pick a character with a script and then the AI character spews that stuff. I mean, yeah, I guess once again, that's what I'm saying. You could create an AI character that spews out garbage, but you couldn't get an AI character that live reacts to the videos, right? Yeah, sure. You could get it to say drivel that's not relevant to what's in front of you. Right? And maybe would put together a decent show. I don't know. But I'd also point out that randomly we switch topics around here. Randomly I throw in videos in here that, are happening live, right? And you can't get an AI to react live, right? Or to spit out preconceived content to live, and I mean, it would just make no fucking sense, right? That's why it takes me so long. What are you talking about? Takes me so long to what? Where did you come from? You just showed up here like 30 minutes ago, and you think you know about the stream? Because you've watched it for 30 minutes? I've been doing this show for 2.5 years. You're here for 30 minutes and you think you know what I do? Good one. Good one.
Give me a joke.
All right, we're going to do 2 more clips here. AP, 20 hours ago, Trump leaves China. With very little to show for it. Actually, no, let's do I'm going to do the France 24 clip instead. Same idea. Slightly longer. Give you all a little bit more content.
In the past hour, Air Force One took off from Beijing. Donald Trump wrapping up his visit after a major summit earlier with Chinese leader Xi Jinping. This week, Trump became the first U.S. president to visit China in nearly a decade. So the high-stakes summit was closely watched, and while it was
calling doom scrolling work, you think what I do is doom scrolling? You think I'm just randomly reacting to whatever video comes up? Once again, you've been here for 30 minutes, but I put together these shows ahead of time. They go for 8 hours long. I find it weird that you're insistent to prove that my job can be done by AI. If you think my job can be done by AI, stop trying to tell me about it and go fucking do it. And leave me alone.
heavy on public praise and pleasantries, there were no major announcements on points of contention like trade, Taiwan, or the war in Iran. Nonetheless, here's how the U.S. president described his visit before leaving.
This has been an incredible visit. I think a lot of good has come of it. We've made some fantastic trade deals, great for both countries. He's a man I respect greatly. Become really a friend. We've known each other now 11 years, almost 12 years. That's a long time. And we've settled a lot of different problems that other people wouldn't have been able to settle.
Well, joining me from our international affairs desk is Matthew Mary Carriage. Hello to you, Matthew Mary.
Hello.
Donald Trump calls it fantastic trade deals. Just what is he talking about in terms of these deals?
Well, no one really knows right now. I mean, he's very happy, but there's no specifics, as you said. We don't really know what's going on yet. The one thing we do know is specific, that he says that China has agreed to buy 200 Boeing airplanes. And this seems like a big deal because China hasn't bought Boeing jets in a decade or any other American manufacturer. But analysts expected there to be more planes bought, so Boeing stock actually went down. And in every other trade deal we see Trump saying, oh, it's a major thing, major changes on soybeans, major changes on anything else. But we really have no idea what's going on. And Trump sees himself as a major deal maker, and he's really hoping that he can claim victories from the summit in order to shore up his flagging approval ratings and ahead of midterms, where Republicans are really worried about holding on to the Senate and the
House. Yep.
But it's really unclear if anything is happening, and even if anything did happen, it's unclear whether that would even continue on. There was a trade war in his first administration, and he went to China and he had big deals. And at the end of his term in 2020, there was a deal where China agreed to buy $200 billion of American goods, but that never actually happened. In the 2-year span that they agreed to, they only bought about half of that.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about that. A lot of Trump's trade deals from his first term never actually came to fruition. And, the countries and or companies sort of waited him out on his presidency and then never came through on the rest of it or none of it. And I guess that's the art of the deal. All right.
So hot right now.
Oh, I forgot I was going to end with this, though. Son of a bitch. It's throwing me off right now. That I thought I was going to be fast enough this stream to get everything in that I wanted to. Clearly, that was misguided concept. But I'm determined to get most of it. So I'm going to add a couple extra clips in here. What does that sound? More puppy barks. Look, I only have so many hands over here. All right, BBC, 20 hours ago. Trump and Xi conclude, quote-unquote, very successful talks in Beijing. But no deals announced.
I have to have my China.
I'm Steve Lai in Beijing. Good to have you with me here in Beijing as we wrap up a second day of talks between President Trump and President Xi Jinping that has come to an end here in the Chinese capital. Just to get you across some of the recent lines that have just come in that we've been looking out for, we have details about the possible visit to Beijing by Russia's President Vladimir Putin. So this coming to us via Reuters, quoting the Kremlin. Details of Putin's visit to China have been agreed, a date to be announced soon. President Putin and President Xi will discuss the results of Trump's visit to China during their bilateral contacts. So a clear indication then that President Putin is on his way to Beijing at some point in the near future. Once we get a date on that, we'll bring that to you. In the meantime, getting you up to speed with what's been happening here. Well, President Trump has now departed from Beijing. He left on Air Force One a few hours ago, being seen off the runway by government officials and school children waving flags. Now, earlier in the day, both leaders met at Zhongnan High. That's a highly secure compound in the heart of Beijing, where China's top leaders live and work. The first full day of Mr. Trump's trip to China concluded with a lavish state banquet on a visit that appears to signal something of a reset between the rival superpowers. Now, the two sides have been giving differing accounts of what was discussed during a lengthy meeting on Thursday. Mr. Trump said they'd made some fantastic trade deals, but didn't give any details. The US president also told Fox News that Mr. Xi had also offered to help to end the war in Iran.
President Xi would like to see a deal made. He would like to see a deal made. And he did offer, he said, if I can be of any help at all, I would like to be of help. Because,
He did say that.
Yeah, he did say that. And look, anybody that buys that much oil has obviously got some kind of a relationship with him. But he said, I would love to be of help. If I can be of any help whatsoever, he'd like to see the Hormuz Strait open. He said, if I...
Now I spoke to
Okay, now the president didn't just have things to say. Xi Jinping also had claims about this meeting, claiming that this visit had established a new bilateral relationship. Here's the AP from 19 hours ago.
The founding of the People's Republic of China in 1949.
This visit is a historic and landmark visit. So far, we have established a new bilateral relationship. Or rather, a constructive relationship of strategic stability. This could be described as a milestone visit.
I want to thank you very much. This has been an incredible visit. I think a lot of good has come of it. We've made some fantastic trade deals, great for both countries.
Fantastic deals. I wonder what those fantastic deals were. Now, I think the one deal which the Trump administration was looking for was magnets. I said it before, and I'll say it again. The United States needs magnets, and China are the ones who make them. Almost the entire neodymium magnet industry is in China. They have a almost complete control over the supply. Mostly because it's an incredibly labor-intensive, dirty, difficult industry. It started, I think, just focused in China, where low-cost labor existed, and now they just have the infrastructure to do it. I think they've mechanized a great deal of it, although I know there's still human workers involved. But especially in certain aspects of it, like the mining and a lot of stuff, they've like mechanized so much of that. But the industry exists basically only in China, and magnets are in a fuck ton of stuff. Fuck ton of products, especially, most importantly to the United States, warheads and other military equipment. And this is Donald Trump on board Air Force One yesterday. talking about China and the war in Iran.
Mr. President, did President Xi make any firm commitment to put pressure on the Iranians to reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
I'm not asking for any favors, because when you ask for favors, you have to do favors in return. We don't need favors. We've wiped out their armed forces, essentially. We may have to do a little cleanup work because we had a little month-long ceasefire, I guess you'd call it, but we have a blockade that's so effective. That's why we did the ceasefire. We really did the ceasefire at the request of other nations. I wouldn't have really been in favor of it, but we did it as a favor to Pakistan, horrific people, the field marshal.
Wait. Hold on. I actually missed this part of this claim earlier. Wait, we did the blockade because Pakistan asked us to do it? Oh, that's a fascinating claim.
The Prime Minister. But, no, I mean, President Xi and I agree on many things.
Is your instinct that he will put pressure, that he will try and get them to do more?
Ask him to put pressure because, you know, I don't need favors. I think he will. I think automatically he'd like to see it opened up. He gets about 40% of his energy or his oil from that, you know, from the strait. We get none. We don't need it.
We don't need it. He's still trying to bluff. We need it. The world needs it. Because the decrease in supply by 20% of world oil supplies is a fucking disaster. Trump knows it. And man, does the team look tired and stressed out there in China? Like, look at Trump. He looks fucking exhausted. He almost looks like a normal human color, too. Like, the orange hue is like... sort of... They must not have brought the spray tanners with them or something. And so, like, the orange hue has kind of disappeared. And it's being left by, like, a sallow, yellowish color. Almost a green underneath. But there's Trump saying that China and the United States agree on a bunch of stuff. Also claiming that Pakistan wanted the U.S. to do the blockade. A piece of information I missed on that first go-around when I listened to this. But I think to some degree on my first listens, my brain turns off like the non-necessary pieces of information. Like I'm listening, like I'm multitasking oftentimes, like looking stuff up or whatever else, trying to do other things in my life simultaneously while I do this. And like I like hone in on like the information, like the same way Trump hones in on his own name, like I hone in on the information intended in the video. And so when he talks about other random shit, sometimes I fucking miss it. I'll like catch it right now and be like, wait, what? Pakistan said the blockade. They asked for the blockade. Pakistan's been having a terrible time with the blockade. Pakistan wants the blockade gone immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But the main point of the video was that Trump was saying he didn't ask anything of Xi Jinping. Nor did he ask for any favors on Iran. He doesn't need help. It's fine. Is what Trump has to say on the situation. Now, I just want to go back here because Trump knows. He's said what I said about China and magnets. This is him from 6 months ago.
China was going to hit us with rare earth. Now, everybody says, so what does that mean? Magnets. If China refused to give magnets, because they have a monopoly on magnets, because it happened over a 32-year period, there wouldn't be a car made in the entire world. There wouldn't be a radio. There wouldn't be a television. There wouldn't be internet. There wouldn't be anything because magnets are such a part. Now, nobody knows what magnets are. And not overly sophisticated, but to build a magnet system would take 2 years.
Now, nobody knows what a magnet is, but we need them. And boy, oh boy, do we need them badly. He is a lunatic.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Does he grasp the science? No. But the president knows that those magnets are important, and China, they're the only ones with them. And without it, a bunch of industries go down, especially important ones to the United States. Nobody knows what magnets are. You get them wet, and they stop working. It's weird. All right, second to last clip of the night. Back in the United States, Republicans and Democrats came together in a bipartisan support in another arms sale to Taiwan.
Again, I think that she has leverage over the president, but I don't think he has leverage over the United States Congress and the American people. We're going to maintain, we want to be competitive, we want to work with China in that regards. Congress did its job. In fact, the State Department brought something to Congress. We made a decision on it quickly, and the president is the one that's holding it up.
These are the fortresses of democracy, or they're on the front lines, and we have to protect and defend them. So I don't think we should do anything to undermine Taiwan's defense posture. We should be bolstering it, not weakening it, just like I feel that way with Ukraine and every democracy across the world. It's our job to protect and defend them.
Yeah. America defending the military-industrial complex. Last video of the night, a more perfect union. And how Lockheed Martin and other military contractors have found a new way to price gouge the taxpayers.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
This is a golden opportunity right now based on who's in government, the demand that they have.
Earlier this year, Trump signed an executive order cracking down on weapons companies, saying they were too slow, make too much profit, and spend too much money paying their shareholders.
We'll be discussing the pay to executives where they're making $45 and $50 million a year and not being able to build quickly.
A lot of people celebrated this as a good move, but what they missed is that Trump and his Pentagon spent the last year changing the rules that stop weapons companies from price gouging American taxpayers, accelerating a trend that's been happening for decades. And they're doing it at a time when the military budget in this country is already the highest it's ever been.
The statutes that are meant to protect the taxpayer from arms industry price gouging, these regulations are essentially formalities at this point. There are so many carve-outs.
Typically, when the government buys something, they use competitive contracts. This is meant to ensure that taxpayers get a fair price. But the government is now giving itself permission to ignore its own rules, to buy weapons not with competitive contracts, but by going directly to the companies they want to work with and buying what they need. People like Pete.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's a coincidence that at the same time that the U.S. government is going to no longer look for the most competitive contracts, that Trump's own family have gotten into the game of drone manufacturing. I'm sure that's totally happenstance and not at all connected.
This is what the military needs, that this is a fast and efficient way to rebuild weapon stockpiles.
Urgency informs everything we do. We're rebuilding a military that the American people can be proud of.
But in many cases, this increased speed just leads to increased cost and a less prepared military.
More money has not yielded better results when it comes to weapons acquisition, and the folks who continue to push budget increases and deregulation are lying to themselves that they are going to achieve a different result by doing the same thing over and over again.
Of course, weapons companies are cheerleading this trend. For them, it's a massive opportunity to now price gouge the government and the American taxpayer even more.
We're seeing more use of OTAs and other non-traditional contracting mechanisms. All of these are positive for industry, and I don't see a desire by the department to push industry profitability down.
By the way, in case you can't read those little subtitles in there, this is chair and president and CEO of Northrop Grumman, a multi-billion-dollar military contractor, speaking right now about profits.
Desire by the department to push industry profitability down. It's quite the contrary.
And you know what? That makes sense to me. But what I wanted to understand here is why. Why would the government do this? The government has all the power here. They're the only customer for these weapons and for these companies in many cases. Why give up their ability to negotiate?
Lawmakers, many of whom are in the pockets of military contractors, have deregulated the way that we buy weapons.
The people in Congress who make the rules are lobbied extensively by weapons companies. They directly benefit from a bigger defense budget and higher profit margin.
Yeah, I'm sure that has a factor in this, no doubt. But I just want to go to this article from last month, PBS News. Company backed by Trump sons looks to sell drone interceptors to Gulf states being attacked by Iran. AP, a drone maker backed by President Donald Trump's two oldest sons, is trying to sell to Gulf countries while they are under attack by Iran and dependent on the U.S. military led by their father. The sales drive by Florida-based Powerus, which, what a stupid fucking name, Powerus. That's, oh my God. Which announced a deal last month to bring aboard Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. positions the company. I mean, it's fascinating that this happened last month. So in March of this year, Trump Jr. and Eric, Donald and Eric both get positions at this company. Do you remember a little guy by the name of Hunter Biden? Oh my fucking God.
Call a crackhead.
Like, what happened? What happened to people caring about the corruption and the nepotism? Remember that Burisma? Anybody? Oh my God. I'm just going to put up a picture of Hunter Biden while we talk about this. The sales drive by Florida-based Powerus, which announced a deal last month to bring aboard Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr., positions the company to potentially benefit from a war that their father began. I mean, the timing of this is incredible. These countries are under enormous pressure to buy from the sons of the president, so he will do what they want, quote unquote, said Richard Painter, a former chief White House ethics lawyer under President George W. Bush.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Quote, this is going to be the first family of a president to make a lot of money off of a war that he didn't even get the consent of Congress for, unquote. Powerus co-founder Brett Velisevich told the Associated Press that the company is making sales pitches that include drone demonstrations in several countries to show how its defensive drone interceptors could help them ward off Iranian attacks. And I actually saw, what's fascinating is I saw a story earlier today that the U.S. government has been switching some of its strategy over to more drone technology. The same exact drone technology that the Trump boys' new company, Powerus, is manufacturing. Coincidence or corruption?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
I'm sure it's some combination of both of those things that have led to this decision from the Pentagon. Everybody's making money. And let's not forget that loads of senators and congresspeople are invested in the military industrial contractors. That all of their stocks are available on the public markets. Shit, you could buy an ETF right now of every single military industrial contractor all lumped into one investment. Make it easy for you. Go from Palantir to Boeing, you know. Ay, ay, ay. Well, people, that was your week in a nutshell, as best as I could. From the elections in the United States to Trump's trip to China, and most of everything in between. We missed a few things, I won't lie. We did do at least a couple of other streams this week. All right. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully, we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Nitty, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporist, Obsessive Audio, Noah, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HPX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Penny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, PerfXL, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S., and Hecate. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.